Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream day 42, and we still haven't missed a day yet, still completely consecutive. I know yesterday we weren't able to stream as much as getting a bunch of last minute Christmas shopping, everything done. However, yeah, until Christmas we're pretty much fully free, and of course next week's Monday, but Monday's normally always our catch up day. But aside from that, yeah, we should have a pretty clear schedule up till then. So that means a ton of grinding. Of course, current goal for today, as you guys have probably seen by the title or heard from yesterday or the other previous days, we are going for base 50s. I think it is definitely doable. We need, of course, 15 fishing levels as of that XP boost, 19 guard levels, and 17 scout levels. And I think we can get all three of them in today. Fingers crossed. Whenever we're doing guard, I'm going to be dumping all of our extra XP into fishermen because we get a lot better XP rate at 36, particularly 42 and 43. However, 36 is the next big upgrade, so we're trying to get that last little level there. And we'll be doing that when we do our combat since we're still one level short, but that should end up easily giving it to us. Then when eventually we get a lot more at 42, and then even more after that at 43. As we get the 5% XP boost, we'll also be able to do the rotation on the eel and the pufferfish. I'm not sure if I'm just going to camp eel there or what, but we'll figure something out when we get to 36. Beyond that, yeah, we already made our weapons and everything, so I don't need anything for them. Unless we get like a 4-star drop or something that's good, I shouldn't need to switch our weapon at all from, you know, what we already pre-built. When we're doing scout, I will be putting into woodcutting just because our next woodcutting threshold is at 53, and since we're already going to be there, it's the most useful thing I could really be dumping it into. I'm not sure if I could do that for carpentry yet. I don't know, can you? That's a Suave. Where's the pine thing? Gosh, the weird synergy or lack thereof of them, where they're not at like the same level. I think it's like 43. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 43 where I could do that. So you need 53 woodcutting, but only 43 carpentry in order to process it. Interesting. But, yeah, that's where that one is. I was like, wait, why is it not higher? But no, it's actually lower on the list. You need a higher woodcutting. But anyways, beyond that, yeah, I guess we'll do a little bit of combat in Mindfighter and Watchperson. Watchperson, we still need gear for 219 raids, and Mindfighter, we just need some more XP because that might be our next 200 goal after we get base 50s. I'm actually highly considering going for the Mindfighter grind. But anyways, hello Isabel, hello more zombies, hello Mark, hello Sanaka, hello everyone watching in the background, hello the lurkers, welcome, welcome. So, yeah, that's basically our game plan. What we're doing right now is selling our last inventory of hides. I was trying to get 18 gold so I can max out, or, you know, max out is in level 25. But, you know, quote-unquote max the fishing rod. One issue, though, I do not have 18 gold, but we should be able to get some while doing combat. Worst comes to worst, we can get some while doing fishing. And worst comes to worst, we'll still have level 24. It's only 0.4% XP difference. Obviously, it's some, but basically none. I still want to get that number at some point, though, just to even it out. But it's not like we're going to make 0 while doing this. So, you know, we'll be able to get it from everything we do. Anyways, that being said, let's go get geared up and start fighting things. Auto-equip, Chapter 1. Hopefully it did it correctly. We'll find out. What gear is it showing us with? Seems good enough. We're using our 2-hand for most things. I'm not sure exactly what I want to target first, though, oddly enough. There's a couple different ways we could go about this. The safest would be the Hail Beast. The better option is probably to go for the Goblin Mages and hope they don't kill us. The other option is to go for the big guys, but they require too much healing, so I'm probably not going to do them. We also need level 40 before our Rapier is operational, so level 40 is basically the lowest level where I can start going to them for the most part. Also, I believe I have a max Rapier I end up making, max cryo percent too, which will be really nice on them. But let me just go grab our potions, make sure we have spears, make sure we have everything good to go. Feels weird wearing low tier armor again. Going from like near best in slot to like, oh yeah, just the starter gear. Alright, let me just grab, you know what, give me all of it. I have a feeling we'll need some. We'll need a bit of it. Let's see, equip, already have max stack, good to go. Alright, let's start killing things. It's going to be a very combat heavy stream. Honestly, we might even be on our full combat pivot, I'm not sure yet. But definitely this stream is going to be very combat heavy. As 2 of the 350s I need are, of course, combat. And even after that, I think I might still go into some Mindfighter and see if we can get a drop off of Watch Person. So, very, very, very combat centered. I'm going to be trying the Goblins first and see how that goes. And if that doesn't work out, then we'll pull out Plan B. Luckily, there are plenty of Plan Bs. We even have Plan C or D. But hopefully we can take out this one. This one would definitely be some pretty good XP. I'm just not sure if it's too high above me. Oh yeah, they're immune to fire, aren't they? Oh, that's gonna be a problem. I know it hasn't happened yet, and we're getting a little lucky here. I just now remembered that these are immune to fire. Luckily, this thing has such a small fire percent chance that it's not mattering. But I'm going to need to switch that out. Am I going to need to throw a heal here? I think so. That's the only problem with fighting these. I think we can take them, but we got to throw like a heal each time. Which is not ideal. Okay, maybe we do go to a slightly weaker one. They are kind of requiring a double heal, which at that point I might as well just take the big plant out. Also, I am using the 20% heals just so we don't use as much on healing, and I'm running out of the bigger ones. Don't kill me. No! Why do you high roll? Okay, I think that answers my question as to what we're killing. Not those. Not those. They're gonna require like double heal each. And they can still RG us to death. Because he high rolled there when he should have low rolled. Or ideally wanted him to low roll. Alright, plan B, plan B. Off to the plan B. Let's go kill the level 33. Which we should be able to consistently take every time. Oh, whoops. And then once we get a little bit more levels, we can start going back to the goblins. And honestly, at that point, I might just skip straight from the 33s to the plant. But that would imply that I would do the 33 all the way to 40, which we're probably not. So probably we'll go to the goblins for a little bit there. But then the second we hit level 40, we stay at the plants from 40 to 50. And even slightly beyond, depending on what unlocks after that. Though we might have the bird after that, but we're only going for 50 for today. Anyways, let's go for the much easier, will not kill us heal beast, or whatever they're called. What is this thing? It is called a... Oh, hair beast, not a hail beast. Yeah, let's go kill out the hair beast. Hello, B. Hello, Jeffrey. Welcome, welcome. Is there any reason for heavy combat? Thought you would not train it until special attacks. The main reason for training combat, well, I mostly just want to go base 50s. The extra combat is like, we're already doing combat, might as well keep going. As far as doing a combat pivot, the main concern with that is we don't know what's going to happen with the big combat overhaul. And that's a big concern of mine as far as, like, if it's going to be worthwhile or not after all. So what on earth is that guy? He's wearing a max tier perfect halberd. I mean, not halberd, whatever you call that, two-hand. But yeah, I gotta say, I don't like the tier 6 as much. It's very golden. Like, very, very golden. Like, absurdly golden. And I don't think there's currently a way to color over it. But, yeah, that's the max tier sword right there. The other guy's even asking about it. That's kind of funny. But yeah, that's tier 6 perfect broadsword is what he's wielding. As well as using perfect little shuriken thingies, whatever they're called. But yeah, he's in full tier 6. His armor, oddly enough, isn't tier 6 though, I don't believe. Let's see. Good luck. Thank you. Aw. You'll turn in later. All good, all good. Hope you have a good day at work. Hopefully you'll have off for the holidays. I don't think I've ever had a job yet where I had to work through a holiday where I didn't want to work through. Which is luckily. I think the only... Actually, do I have any exception? I know I had a green energy job at one point, but I don't think I actually had to work through the holiday. Or, you know, on the holiday itself. I wouldn't mind if it paid better, though. I just feel like any company that doesn't pay you, like, extra for working on something like Christmas or something is basically just scamming you. If they legitimately, like, don't give you anything extra. Like, not even, like, a small Christmas bonus or something. Or working on, like, a Christmas Day rush or something. Especially if it's, like, Amazon or something. Or there's actually a job that, you know, has a Christmas rush. Like, I can understand, like, you know, other jobs not having one. But there's definitely a good set of them that gets so much busier on Christmas Day or the day before. You work at a casino, so guaranteed to work across the holidays. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, we were talking about gambling and everything earlier on the other stream, too. I've personally never gotten into gambling. We were joking, though. The next time I go to New Jersey, I'll just be locked in at Atlantic City. Because we'll learn how to play poker before then and just go go to the Atlantic City poker. Because we were talking about Blatro or whatever that one indie game was. Because I never did get around to it, but the main reason I never got around to it is I never learned how to play poker. Oh, you're getting double time pay? Yeah, like that I would definitely work through. Double time pay? I would easily work every holiday if that was double time pay. 100%. I was mostly referring to the ones that give, like, literally no extra. But yeah, for double, that's really solid. Yeah, I heard poker's easy to learn. I just never bothered. It kind of reminds me when anyone ever says they don't know how to swim or play chess. Like, those are two things where it's like, wait, didn't you learn this, like, ages ago? But, I feel like I'm the, like, inverse way on that when it comes to poker. I feel like everyone knows how to play poker, and then I say, like, I have no clue how to play poker. It's like, what? How? How do you not know how to play poker? Especially for someone who likes card games. And as far as card games, the biggest one we'll be playing next year is definitely going to be Slay the Spire 2. None of the ones currently on my radar. There's actually only like 3 games even on my radar for next year. And they're all either Nintendo stuff or Slay the Spire 2. Almost nothing else. I'll probably change though. Oh, do I save these? What are these? These are for, these are the tier 1 ones though, is the only problem. I'm not sure if I should save this or not. I'd probably drop it on the ground. Oh no, the portal thingy is close enough where I almost want to keep it. It's used for Arbory Strength, plus 40. They're probably worth dropping. They're cheap enough that if we have to mass buy them from the shop, they're under 1 silver each. That means in total right here, we have like barely even a silver or 2. I think this is a drop angle. Oh! Oh! This kind of changes everything! Oh! Oh, I don't even have the level to wield it. Oh! Oh, wait, hold up. We're using the sword that he has right there. Well, I found my new weapon once we hit level 33. I guess we're moving to the plant. Oh, that kind of changes everything. The second we hit 33, we can start killing the 47 plants. They're weak to frost. It has a bit of a slower attack speed, but it should be fine. Alright, that kind of changes things slightly. The plan has been shifted. We get level 33 and then go try taking on the plants. We should be able to with that sword. Then at 40, we probably go to Rapier. I'm not even sure if Rapier is better. It has better attack speed. And we get the extra defense of a shield, so we shouldn't need to heal. But, you know, you can infinite heal on them, so it's not too big a deal. So, honestly, that might be one of our main weapons all the way through. Let's see. Might not even need the perfect Rapier. Sad. 40 Rapier we got. I just got outclassed by this thing. The only problem with this is it's a slower attack speed. Like, its power will almost look like probably even higher than our Rapier. But it does have slower attack speed. So if it's, like, barely better, we definitely still gotta use Rapier. Rapier should also make it so we need to heal less often since we can use shield. But yeah, that's a bit of a drop already. Wow, we just started. We already got a 4-star. I didn't put any 4-stars into my calculation on gear. I just figured if we get one, it's like, we'll just adapt to it. But, yeah, that's a pretty hefty one, actually. It's like our second best blue weapon. And the next big enemy we need to kill is blue. And of course, we're a blue hero class or faction, whatever it's called in this game. I want to say alignment. I'm not even sure what's even called. I know there's a proper name in this game. Where you get combined with the essence. But I forget what the game uses this term. It wasn't affiliation. It was, I want to say faction? I'm not sure if faction is right either. Because I'm moving him back just so he's not on my other loot pile. For no reason other than that. But we're really getting pretty lucky on 4-stars. I'm not sure why my chapter 1 luck is so good. It's been like this pretty much always. Like if we look at our gear right now, well, some of it was pre-19, I guess. But even post-19, we've still been getting a decent handful of drops. Oh, we might still lose this fight. Oh no, don't high roll. I just realized he's hitting us with yellow. No wonder why he's hitting so hard. That is our main weakness. Keep tier 2 plus. I'm keeping all this stuff on the ground at the moment just because, oh, you mean as far as drops on the ground? Yeah. Most tier 1 stuff is kind of useless. Most tier 2 is kind of even useless. It's only like tier 3, 4 when it starts getting really good. And while tier 1 is good for the production skills, you can just buy it from the shop, so it's not really that big a deal. So no point in really like mass hoarding it. Because you need it eventually for making level 0s, but it's one of the few exceptions when it comes to a skill. Other skills like alchemy, cooking, stuff like that don't really have an exception like that. But tier 1 bones, bars, or I guess ore, and stones have quite a bit more of a use case since you can make a level 0 to 19 with it. Which is really good for 4-star crafting because of how easy it is to get the better rarity. So if you don't need like a super high one, you tend to use those numbers. Same as 199s. 199s are like that, but for the middle rarity. Until it reaches the 200 plus really high rarity section. But yeah, all we gotta do is kill these for 2 more levels, and then, yeah, I think we can go take on the plant. Not only will we have a little bit more durability, but we'll also have this level 33 4-star broadsword. Unfortunately, with no special attack. Special attack not included. Until they finally updated already. But yeah, I kind of wanted to wait for special attacks before I went all in on combat, but I'm too concerned what the combat rebounds is going to be. So at this point, yeah, we'll do some now. Obviously, we're doing base 50s for now, and fishing. But I kind of want to get Mindfighter to 200 and start working up Watch Person. Watch Person's going to be mostly AFK anyway, so even when special attacks come out, my DPS isn't going to be any better. This is one of the reasons I kind of do want to pivot a little bit to doing the 500 Watch Person grind. Oh, that's an upgrade. Oh, wait, it's not an upgrade? It's a side grade. I don't know, how do we feel about that? I need green defense for the next thing we're killing, so I'm going to leave what we have. But yeah, it's only a side grade. But the green defense is probably the most important one. As our next enemy hits for green. I can't remember if it's physical and green. I'm pretty sure it's just green. And if it is, the gloves we have right now are better, even though they're lower in some categories. I just realized, do I not have a shield? Oh, that's funny. I was wondering, why does my shield look colored? It's because I'm still using Chapter 4 shield. The reason why it's doing this is because I don't have a shield until level 40. That's funny. But I think the game plan at this point is at 33, we kill the, what do you call it? Kill the plants with our 2-hand. And then at 40, we start using a rapier for it. They can actually attack me from down there? I didn't realize that. It doesn't make sense, but yeah, they can attack a tile up. So I just realized, this is a quest item, isn't it? The level 30 fire dart thingy. I think you get that from the 3-star quest in Chapter 1. It's one of the only rewards that you get from the quest. Other than, I guess, another cooking location that pays well. But, and the XP, of course. But yeah, one of the bigger rewards that you actually get is the weapon we're using right now. The 3-star fire pummel thingy. It's not the greatest, but it's our best in slot at the moment, so get the job done. Which reminds me, that's something I didn't make. I didn't make a better frost ring at any level range. When I move over to the other thing, I'm going to be using level 28 frost rings. Which should be slightly better than these, but I forget what chrono percent was. Whatever it was, though, yeah, hopefully it's good enough. Because I'm sure if I'm going to go out of my way to make like a level 41. And we only have a 28. I just hope we randomly get like a 4-star drop of something. Or even just a 3-star better ring. About to gain our first knowledge of the stream. I'll be putting into fishing initially, which maybe even the entire time. Let's see if we can get some fishing levels. We need at least 36, though 42 is even better rate. Yeah, we got a hat. Nice. Sip on the XP potion. And into fishing you go. Not the best thing in the world to be putting into, but I just want to speed up a little bit. Just to 100% ensure that we can reach base 50s today. And also skip a little bit of a lower XP threshold. Because our XP rate goes up a lot once we hit 36. And a lot once we reach 42. Even slightly once we get to 43. 36 and 42 are the big milestones. So if we could boost up to one or the other, that would be very helpful. I imagine I need the XP. I mean, a heal here. Why is he hitting so hard all of a sudden? We went down to 1 HP. He might still kill me. No way. No way. Really? Gosh, the RNG in fight. Let's see. Make sure not to sell the epic. That'd be a huge fail. There we go. That thing really just kill us? I'm fighting this thing because it should be completely free. And because it's right next to the plant we need to go to after. But that is so unfortunate. Oh, gotta make sure we get like 3 or 4 pummel hits on it, I guess. Because anytime we don't, it seems like they have slightly too much of an advantage. But yeah, combat's really swingy like that in the current state of the game. Because we don't have special attacks for consistency or anything. So that will happen sometimes. Yeah, I really can't wait for special attacks. It's the main thing I was waiting on before I went super combat heavy. I'm just concerned about the overall combat rework. To the point that even without special attacks, it might still be worthwhile to train combat now rather than later. But I still have a good basis for if it does get buffed. Like if we have base 200 or something similar, we should be in a pretty good position regardless what they do with combat. If it gets buffed, nerfed, sideways, whatever way it goes. We know special attacks are definitively going to be a buff. The main thing we don't know is if the combat rework will be an XP increase, decrease, or about the same. Obviously special attacks will definitively be quicker though. But we don't know if there's going to be a period where we don't have special attacks, but do have the combat rework, with that combat rework making XP slightly slower. Because combat's likely to be a lot more disassociated with the skills we currently have. Not that they're going to be removed, they're just going to have like a different purpose, like almost like a Slayer system or something. Where they're not tied entirely to your combat. Because right now, despite having like 210 watch person, of course we're effectively level 32 guard right now. Oh, I just sniped that from him. Whoops. But it's one of the reasons I kind of want to get it done now. Or at least partially. Like maybe 200 Mind Fighter and keep going into Watch Person. It would actually make the most sense, honestly, if I just go only into Watch Person. Because special attacks and the combat rework are very unlikely to affect the XP rate of AFK raids. So, even though we're going to do a little bit of Mind Fighter, just because I do want to gain like a level or so. I think if we are doing the combat pivot right now, we should be focusing entirely on Chronopolis combat. As whatever they do to either of them is likely to very minimally change the XP rate of AFK raid dens. Because you're not going to be able to special attack in AFK raid dens. Unless you can auto queue specials, which I highly doubt. I was pretty sure they're going to have to be a manual thing. Oh! I got the buff I needed. Remember earlier when I said I needed better Frost Rings? Unfortunately, it's only like 6 levels better, but that is technically better Frost Rings. Even has 84% cryo, which I'm pretty sure is about the same or higher than the other ones I have. Oh, that's convenient. We were just talking about needing that earlier for the next enemy. What's even funnier is it's level 33, which I guess makes sense because it's the highest this thing can drop. Because that means the second I hit level 33, I'll be able to go to the plant with both of them. Well, that works out perfectly. This thing's giving me like the whole starter kit for slaughtering the plants. It'll give me a 4-star sword, blue sword, and a 3-star throwing ring. So the second we hit level 33, we should be good to go. We have a good weapon, or we have a good DPS weapon. We got a good range weapon. Only thing we're missing is a little bit extra tank ability. But beyond that, yeah, we're good to go. The worst comes to worst, we could just chug a bunch of 20%. It shouldn't be that big a deal. I'd prefer not to because we're going to be chugging a lot of money, but maybe we will if we have to. I'll probably even use a cryopot as well just to speed it up. Also because we're going to be fighting something that's 47 at level 33. So it will be a 14 level difference, which is not ideal. But we'll just simply use a cryopot and a couple heal pots if needed. As long as we're only using like 1 and 1, we should be okay. If we're using more than that, like 2 heals into 1 cryo, that's not ideal. But hopefully we can do a 1 and 1 and be good. Also, hello Sonny! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good day. Alright, half a level more. We're almost there. Then we need to fight the real enemy. And honestly, since that plant just stays stationary, it's probably going to be the main enemy we go all the way to 50. Not only is it 47, so it's viable to stay all the way to 50, but it's also the easiest thing to kill in this region. As you can pot up and heal without it actually attacking you back. So it's really safe to go for at any level, as soon as you have access to it. This game for Cynical stream? Nice. Why was he streaming today? It's the holiday event and everything. Oh yeah, I gotta make sure I keep remembering to go do that. It's one of those dailies that you actually have to do every day. I did it yesterday, didn't do it yet today, but I'll just do it later tonight. Hey, a 0. It's nice when the enemy hits a 0, but so bad when you hit a 0 on an enemy. I still kind of wish they removed zeros and just made it a 1 hit. Oh yeah, I've actually been skipping the Tuesday faction event thingy for Gems of War. That and even Thursday class event. The payout's just so bad these days. I'm like, oh, I'll just wait for a Vault event weekend because not this weekend, but next week's weekend's Vault event weekend, the one after Christmas. Right, we're almost there. A third more of a level. And we move on to the real enemy. Oh, yeah, I do need to go Telly back, not just to sell everything, but I need to go and tune my rings this chapter. Because I was originally just going to stay here, but because I have untuned rings, I actually need to go and sell. Also, let me go grab my other ring as well. Because I'm not going to need these anymore. Because we just got an upgrade. Yeah, these withdrawal. Not going to need that anymore. Let's see, what was this cryo percent? 80, yeah. So not only do we have higher cryo, but we also have better DPS on it. That's nice. I just need to tune them is the only problem. So I can't just keep camping this area because I gotta go back to tune it. But then we'll go sell all the other junk. And then tune it to the altar. I'll catch you later, Sonny. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good week. How much gold are we at right now? Meaning like 17.8. No way this thing's gonna kill me. Okay, good. They sure wanted to. Got really close. We're gonna double check. How much money do we need? If it'll let me. It keeps trying to zoom out the map instead of the other thing. 25. We need 17.9. We're at 17.3. We need about 0.6 more gold. But I have to say, I don't really like the tier 6 weapons. Hopefully I'll be able to transmog them or something in the future. They look too gold to me. Oddly enough, I don't feel like gold should be the final tier of something. But hopefully you can recolor them or something in the future. Because that would fix them. Like, their design is good. I just wish it was, like, any other color. But hey, at least it matches the smithing cape really well. Yeah, currently I don't believe they're dyeable. I've never seen anyone dye them yet. And I know no other weapon is dyeable. Shield is, but weapons aren't. But, yeah, maybe we'll do something like that in the future, I'm not sure. As it currently stands, I'm pretty sure there's no weapon you can currently dye and or transmog. Like, the sword's design is good. I'm just not a big fan of it turning, like, completely gold. So, hello, Jason. Welcome, welcome. Oh, yeah. Grind's been going great. Still been having a ton of fun. Oh, another little Christmas hat as well. Oh, I still need to go finish those on the other alts as well. I think one of them has like 10, the other one's at like 6 or so. They're pretty quick to get, I just haven't been on them much. Oh yeah, I finally got one of them into Chapter 4, by the way. I didn't unlock trading yet, but I did get them to step through Chapter 4. Because I kind of forgot, Chapter 3 is pretty quick. If you know what you're doing, and already have the mining requirement, the only thing you have to go out of your way for is to kill like a little mini boss, level 17. Which I did do a little bit of combat for. But I think I did that like level 10-ish. But, yeah, but beyond that, there isn't really anything you need to grind for if you already preemptively have 20 mining. I think the main thing that made the grind seem longer the first time around is the 20 mining requirement. But they already AFK'd the total level, and of course already had the 20 mining. So it's actually relatively quick when you already had the requirements for everything. The only one we didn't really have was the combat, but combat's super quick. It took like 10 minutes to get to a point where you could kill the cockroach. Probably even do it at level 0 if you really wanted to cheese it. I figured I'd get some amount of combat though. Oh, someone's already fighting that. Or all of them. Oh, right there. Didn't see him there. Hey, what are we doing on ranking today? I didn't even check. Oh yeah, I was trying to look someone up earlier though. I didn't have to check this page because it went straight to the other one. They were at 19. They were technically lower until he fixes the thing. Because I know for sure there's a M name and like between first and second there. Let's see, how is Yips doing? Is Yips catching up? Yeah, they are. They're only 100 levels behind. Because Yips skipped on a lot of combat, so if they're doing combat now, they should be getting a lot of levels. Should also be our situation overall. Combat's pretty quick. Mostly because you can keep fighting nodes that are higher than the section you're at. Like, we're about to fight a level 47 at level 33. It seems to be gaining one more level. So XP rate could be pretty good. Knowledge rate's sometimes worse if you're doing something like that, or definitely will be worse, but the amount of combat XP we'll be getting will be really, really high. It's one of the other reasons why I kind of want to do a little bit of combat now before they rework it. In case that system isn't like that. Because right now you could cheese quite a bit of XP by just fighting things that are higher than your level. Like this whole time we've been fighting a level 33, starting from 31. And after this we'll be moving to a 47, one being 33. Which, not as big, or, you know, much bigger gap than what we're doing now. Right now we're doing like a 2-1 level gap. But then we're going to be moving to a 14 level gap. We'll still be killing at a pretty similar speed to what we're doing on this. We'll be gaining an XP rate of a level 47 rather than a 33. We'll be a little bit slower than these guys, but not that much slower. Especially with the double weapon upgrade. And the fact that it's both weak to my weapons. Whereas this isn't weak to fire nor to physical. Well, nothing's weak to physical. But it's not weak to anything I'm using. Whereas the other thing is double weak to what I'm using. Both my ranged weapon and my melee weapon. And will be potted. Oh yeah, there's one thing I might need to invest money in. I'm not sure how many cryopots I have in the bank. I actually should go stock up on some when I go and bank and tune my item and everything. I'll go all the way over here. The main reason being is it doesn't actually matter how far away we are. Originally I was going to go straight to the plant. However, not going to be able to this time around because we got to go tune our tool. And probably get some more cryopots as well. Alright, should be our last one. Yeah, this one or next one should be enough. Is that enough? Yeah, there we go. Alright, we're out of here. You go telly over. Alright, let's make sure I don't accidentally sell the good one. I gotta drop the untuned one so I don't even misclick it. I'll even drop my weapon, which is probably a bad idea if the servers just die randomly. But just to 100% ensure I don't accidentally sell them. Because I'm gonna need to enable it for one, but I don't want to obviously enable it for either of the other two. So we will drop it on the ground and hope the servers don't die. Don't do it, servers. Don't do it. Alright, should be good to go. Alright, and now we go tune this item, and we should be ready. Two-hand I'll still keep in case we need it for some reason. Beyond that, yeah, let's go tune some weapons. Oh yeah, let me go get my pots real quick too. Please tell me I already have some bolt, because this will definitely cut into our harpoon maxing profit. Good. Oh yeah, huge. Already have some. Perfect. Okay, that should be every healing potion and cryo pot I have. It's not every boost pot, but we shouldn't need that many. I'm not going to be using it every 2 minutes. I'm just going to be using it for knowledge. So that should be way more than enough. Alright, let's go. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to go tune this. And then we should be good to go. Equip this. Oh, it's only 78% cryo. That's not ideal. It's good enough, though. Could be worse. Because, yeah, we have a perfect cryo rapier. So I guess we still go for the rapier switch. It's a bit weaker on power. But we get to wield a shield, so we don't need to heal as much. Also has higher attack speed to be able to utilize the extra power. Alright, there we go. And 84% is decently solid. Not perfect, but decently high. And honestly, this weapon's probably just obsolete now. Might even just sell it. It's one of those quest items you get for the 3-star quest. So probably just going to get trash, but for now we'll just keep it there. Alright, let's go fight some real enemies now. This is probably the enemy we'll be at all the way till 50. Yeah, we should get a lot of XP from it. It's completely stationary. And we're going to be getting XP rate for a level 47 at level 33. Which is one of the main reasons why combat XP is so quick. Is we're basically getting an XP rate of 14 levels above us. Technically not exactly, because obviously we're not killing it like we're level 47. Because our weapons are or anything like that. But still going to be pretty quick. I don't think these are going to be much of an issue with these weapon upgrades. Because we're just going to pre-upgrade our potion. Or going to pre-drink it. If we need to heal, we just step back and heal. So we have infinite HP as well. But yeah, it should work out pretty well. Find out. Let's see. So I hit him once. Drink. Go back to hitting him. And then we whack him. And if our HP gets too low, we just step back. Oh, I just realized how small this sword is. Oh, look at how cute it is. Oh, it's so small. It looks so pitiful compared to the 6, or you know, the max one the other guy was using. This is the same weapon, by the way. But this is like the tier 1 or tier 2 version. Probably tier 1. Oh, look at how puny it is. Oh, that's sad. That is pitifully small. It looks like he can hold it with one hand. Yeah, he's still using 2. Yeah, it looks so pitiful compared to the max tier 1. But it's our best in slot right now, so we gotta use it. Yeah, it's so small, it looks like he could one-hand it. Yeah, he's still using 2 for it. Yeah, this one's being a little bit more fierce. This is what I was concerned of. I was gonna say, you better not low roll that. Oh, I forgot to drink a cryopot. No wonder why it was so much worse. Is that cryopot this early on is a lot of extra damage. But ideally, we should only need 1 cryo and 1 heal. So I could have got an extra hit there. Gotta be careful with the timing of the thing, so I don't step back and they get a free hit on us. Hogberries, I don't need those. Just gonna ignore them. So why do these things drop hogberries of all things? It's not like they're weak to yellow. Yeah, that's the way you use them for, is a yellow potion. Yellow damage boost. Plants, berries, yeah, it kind of makes sense. I just feel like there's so many other foraging supplies nearby where I could be giving. I don't really need the tier 1 ones though. Tier 2 or higher I would take. Tier 1 I'm just not going to bother keep banking them. The only slight issue with killing something like this is if we do get an upgrade, we can't use it for a while. If he magically drops like a 4-star weapon, it's gonna be like a good hour plus before we could use it. The only slight issue. No way you just high rolled a 29. It's gonna be happening a lot, by the way, today. We're gonna be fighting way stronger enemies. The problem is the gigantic walk back is not ideal. Big, I try to minimize that if we can. I wasn't expecting him to high roll 29 though, or 32, whatever he hit there. I think it was a 29. Not sure what his max hit is, but apparently at least a 29. Yeah, you're gonna be seeing a lot of that today. And every time that happens, we're losing basically 2 kills. The one we should have had and like an extra one. It was about 2 kills every death. Oh, I forgot. I was like, wait, well, I want to drink it. I forgot it has to be the inventory one. Do any of you guys do that either? My instinct is like, oh, let me go drink the potion from my inventory. But you gotta drink the potion that's equipped to you. I do that so often where I'll click on one of these and like, wait, why can't I drink? It's like, oh yeah, I gotta click the in-battle one. Yeah, should I be keeping some of this gear? I'm not sure exactly at what level range we'd actually get an upgrade or not. Like if a tier 1 44 is actually better. Let's see, 71's the main value that matters. Nope, it is worse green defense. So yeah, we'll stick with what we have for now then. I like how you even equip them anyways, but... Oh, don't high roll. Okay, good. Right, we're fine. Yeah, we should be fine most fights. It's just... If it keeps high rolling, we are so dead. Because even with the 4 range hits, it's actually still starting on advantage on us. Due to its higher HP value. Even with the 4 hit advantage, it's still starting at a higher HP. Yeah, 14's a bit high. But I think it's fine. Easy, next alternative isn't that good to kill. It's the issue I had with the tentacles in the Mind of Matubin as well. It's doing like a 15 something level leap. Trading got released? No? Did it? I don't see an update on it. You can trade hats, but you can't trade. It's more like swapping. Though I do need to go unlock trading on my 2 alts later. One of them just recently got to Chronopolis. And the other one's getting there soon. So when trading actually does come out, they're both ready. Yeah, exactly what I wanted to have happen actually happened. I was hoping there wouldn't be an update today, so I wouldn't get distracted from base 50s. And now I'm really hoping we get an update tomorrow. Because our goal tomorrow is just to reach level 2000 total, which you could do doing literally anything. So, yeah, hopefully an update hits tomorrow. Because I have no real plans tomorrow other than just get 2000 total. However we go about it, it's like anything. Whereas an update tomorrow could give us direction, like if queuable actions come out or something. Gosh, can you please stop hitting? You can hit a 33. Okay, that's a little brutal. I don't know if that's his max, but it's the highest hit I've seen so far. There's a 33 from this thing. Hit him, hit him, hit him. Oh, that was close. Hey, we got a hat from him. If queuable actions comes out before this weekend, we could get trading before the end of the year. Oh, we got a little lucky there. The 1 HP survive. Okay, this is a bit awkward. I could chance it. Or waste 2 gold. Or silver, I mean. I'm gonna waste 2 silver. Please stop high rolling. Please stop high. No, no, you're not allowed to do that. He just had a 31 into a 32 and his max is like a 33. Gosh, maybe I should pick up all the secondaries, but how much we're gonna die? It doesn't take any inventory space. Let's see. I'm not sure if these big guys are worth taking at this level. I kind of still want to keep going for them, though. The problem is no other alternative is weak to blue. We either have to kill a bird that's way too low level, or a plant that's way too high a level. Like, if I was to go use my 2 blue weapons on something blue weak, we either have to kill level 16 or 47. Like, nothing in between. Up, Kale's here. Hello. Looks like he's on a cook run. Where's our def counter at? Oh, gosh. I'm not even sure what's at right now. 3, 4? But we're gonna be dying a lot this stream. Probably more so in this zone than the next zone. Next zone, I'll be fighting things more level. Because this one is stationary, I kind of want to try taking it out. Because even though we're gonna die occasionally to it, if we could not do that, we'd be getting such good XP rate. If we could just never die to it. The problem is it's always going to RNG us. Give it a few levels, we should be fine. Biggest issue right now is the level disparity is just so huge. But once we catch up on it, it shouldn't be that big a deal. Ideally, I only want to use 1 cryo and 1 heal pop per fight. If we can get to the point where that's happening, we should be in a pretty good position for them. Anything more than that's starting to get a little pricey. But as long as it doesn't hit like multiple 30-somethings in a row, we should be okay. Like that. Whatever does that is the problem. A 7 level difference? Well, gear upgrades could help too. The problem is these things don't actually drop gear upgrades for me. Well, they do, but, you know, we can't immediately use them. I don't know, sometimes we get lucky. He dies pretty quick, though. I didn't even need a heal pot this time. I wish his weapon's cryo percent was a little higher. It'd make this a lot easier. When I get to 40, we should also be able to obliterate them. Because then we'll have rapier. Which is less damage per hit, but it's more, we have substantially more defense and we have higher attack speed. In my understanding of how this potion works, higher attack speed should be really good with it. Compared to slower attack speed with this thing. But it is going to be about 20 less power. But I also have way more cryo chance on it. Like 89% compared to this thing's like 70-something or 80-something. Yeah, only has 78%. That's not like low, but it's lower than 89 for sure. Because we made a perfect rapier earlier. So we get a huge buff at 40. Though the question really is, do we stay on these all the way till 40 and then to 50? Or do we actually do something else beforehand? If we were to do something beforehand, I guess it would be the 41. Because otherwise we gotta go back to what we're killing. I don't think there was an in-between, was there? Let me just see. Was there in between? No. Oh, don't do it. Alright, we're fine. Okay, there's no in between. So it's not really worth going to the 33s, so we'd have to do the 41s. But at that point, if we're taking out those 41s, we'd be better off just taking out these plants. Which is one of the reasons I don't want to move to the 41. Because all our damage is neutral on them, and they do way more damage. They actually do more damage than the plant, since we can safely heal the plant. But no, seems to be working fine to me. Seems good enough compared to the alternative. If we had better healing pots, I'd probably go for the goblin right now. The big issue with that is the 20% are... They do a lot more damage to you during that time. Whereas when fighting these, we could just chug 20% if we really had to. Because they're not damaging us while we're drinking them. So I always gotta make sure I move at the right time. Even if I have to pre-heal. Just make sure I move in a time where we get his attack cancelled. It's just a lot of hogberries. Please stop high rolling. Yeah, we almost got our level. Get that extra bit of durability in. Oh, I did it the wrong time. No. Like even free value. I'd be careful with that. If you do it at the right time, you cancel his attack. If you do it at the wrong time, you're giving him basically a free attack. Which is very much the opposite. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Oop. Like right there would have been the step back, the previous attack there. I don't think we need heal here though. How much XP we're getting per kill? 895. How much are we getting for the other guy? 768 and 637. So we're getting like 50% more compared to killing the hair beast. And like what, 20-30% more compared to killing this. That's not too bad. Oh wait, never mind. It's 895. Yeah, not as much compared to... Okay, the Goblin wouldn't actually be too bad then. This isn't too much of an upgrade compared to the Goblin. And the fact that it's cryo weak. Also, would love if you stopped hitting so hard. Oh, so did we just hit a 0? Oh no. Don't do that. Every 10 levels is like 20% defense reduction? Can it be that high? Assuming like 20% of your 20%, otherwise you'd hit 100% at some point. There's a lot of ins and outs I don't really know about combat currently, because we've done it so minimally. It's definitely our most least done skill at the moment. Like if we recount like production, gathering, like every single category like that. Out of every category, we've done the least amount of combat. Because a good majority of my Chronopolis XP is technically detective XP. It's not actually like normal combat. Like 20% or so is. But at this point, I'm pretty sure I've done more normal combat in Mind Fighter than I have in Watch Person, despite being over 3 times as high. Same thing with production skills, oddly enough. I've actually done more Stonemason than Smithing and Bonewright combined, despite my Smithing being almost double the level. But it's because I've just been doing like all of Stonemason properly, and only using knowledge to go between the stones when we don't have enough banked. Otherwise, I've been doing the full process, whereas for smithing, I've mostly just been doing the bars. And only really making gear when I need it for stuff. Really? He rolled a 29. Oh, unfortunate. We got a helm upgrade, but we can't use it for a very, very, very long time. Might as well tune it while we're over here, though. So why is it always when I use an XP pot, they just obliterate us? Same thing happened last time. We used an XP pot and then they're like, nope, you're dead. These last stuff was also when we were XP boosted. I can tune this to this chapter, but I can't use it for a little bit. But yeah, moving to the goblins isn't awful. I was not sure if our current setup is worth trying to kill them. I don't know, we can give it a shot though. Because after looking at those XP numbers, they would give us a more immediate upgrade. Because they would drop like 39s, 40, 41s. Whereas this 43 we can't use for a while. They're neutral to all of our damage though, rather than taking extra. Well, we'll definitely go try them out. Because right now we could just wait until we get to level 40 and then fight the other thing again. These aren't that much less XP. They're like 130 less XP per kill. Which is like, what, 15% less? 10, 15? Probably about 15. Oh, 41 home. Which is the highest they can ever do. So other upgrades will be a little bit lower. May as well stick with these until we get a little bit more of a level. These other ones just are a little bit too far out of range. Hey, the amount of extra XP they're giving isn't worth the amount of extra effort. There's so many people noise. There's some noisy goblin animations or noises. Oh, we got a message. This is our combat arc, pretty much. Yeah, we're slowly getting sucked into the combat arc before combat gets completely overhauled. It's definitely gonna be pretty heavy today for sure. And we still died to him. Yeah, or we could just do the plants. If we're gonna get RNG'd to death, I'd rather get RNG'd by the plant. Because if we do get a drop, it's a better drop. Hello, Cheeto. Welcome, welcome. Alright, to the plants. Because that's one advantage of the plants is, even if they decimate us, at least we can just stand there and heal over and over again. You can't do that on the goblin. If they get a lead, we kind of just die. At least with the plants, if it gets a lead, we can heal. Also, the plants become free after level 40. The biggest issue right now is getting to level 40. Once we hit level 40, we're in the clear. Because then we can use a 4-star shield with a 3-star rapier with max cryo percent. Which is slightly worse DPS, but our defense will be through the roof. It might even be a comparable amount due to the cryo difference. This is only hitting, not only is it hitting slower, but it's only hitting 78%. Whereas our rapier is 89%. Which is relevant since this is blue week. So say do Hail Beast until 38 to, let's see. To 3840, then do Goblins. You like the, Abyssal 2 end? It kind of looks like a God Sword at tier 5. The sword that we're using right now. I really feel like it's going to get a freeze effect like Zamorak God Sword. It almost looks like one at tier 5. I would love to see that happen. Just freeze them in a block of ice. But I think I'm still going to stick with plan A. Which is camp these until level 40. Switch to Rapier Shield. And then camp them to level 50. But once we get to 40, we're basically in the clear. Don't high roll. Not chancing it. I'll double heal on you if I have to. We got the funds, might as well invest it. If he could ever hit a little bit lower, we can actually take him without healing at all as well. Like, that battle was no heal. Come on, special attack, go. Get the freeze on him. He still never released a video on how special attacks are going to work, did he? Because I really want to know. I feel like he's still going to do something like that before it comes out. Oh, I should have went for one more hit. This is a waste. I'm just going to tank it. If we die, we die. Got him. It doesn't really matter if we get chanced on this account. We do want to try to avoid it, but it doesn't really mean much if we do. Oh, that's a high roll. Oh! Interesting. What do I do with that? Pretty sure the answer is almost nothing. Like, what am I supposed to use that for? I guess that 44 would be technically better than my frost thingy? Even then, probably not. 90 compared to, 79, but with frost. Yeah, I'm pretty sure our frost weapon is still better. At least against this particular enemy. And I can't use it on the goblins because they're immune to fire. So I might as well just sell this weapon. I just want to store it for later. Oh, it's a guardian only. What am I saying? Oops. It's a guardian weapon. I thought it was one of the training bows in Zone 1. Yeah, I'm just going to sell it then. The only other thing I could do is, I can upgrade my frost thingy. I just make a stonemason 19 or something. We could do some math. That should have to be higher than a 19. But if I go out of my way for like 5 or 10 minutes, I can go make some stonemason thingy. We might do that around level 40. Just get our full deluxe package of upgrade once we hit level 40. Just upgrade literally everything to 4-star. The only thing that won't be is our rapier, but it's fine. It's perfect cryo, so it doesn't matter too much. It will be in like full 4-star weapon almost. Rapier will be max percent, but won't be max damage. Yeah, might as well. Might as well you get some value from this thing instead of just selling it for 10 gold or silver, I mean. But yeah, we're going to be mega stacked at level 40 then. I just got to do some math real quick. Which is kind of hard when this thing's about to obliterate us at any second. But let me do this, then this. Then let me go do some math real quick. Calculator. What is, what's the level of my weapon? 33 plus 44. 33 plus 44 equals minus 120. Because I need it to be 40. Oh, go back, go back. Let me figure out after this fight. Oh no, I'm gonna die here. Ooh. The good old chance. Didn't die though. Hard to do math when this thing's trying to obliterate us. Alright, what number do we have? That's not what I wanted. Yeah, 120. 43. I would need to make a 43 weapon for stonemason. If I do, I will have a 40 throwing thingy. A 4-star 40. I think this applies since we already got the bow for free. It's not going to take that long to get the stonemason component. And then we'll be mega upgraded for level 40. So the biggest issue right now is getting to level 40. But 40 to 50 should be a breeze with all the upgrades. At least in theory. So the problem now is just getting to 40 quickly. So much so, I almost feel like putting knowledge into combat. Just because we're near a threshold where we'll gain a mega buff when we do. It's normally not too worth doing. But we're at a threshold that's really relevant. So hello MK Jets, welcome, welcome. So one funny thing we could do at 39 combat is use knowledge from fishing to feed into combat at that point. Just to get the final level done. While we do the fishing grind a little. Because right now we're dumping everything into fishing, but it might be vice versa. Once we hit 39 combat. Do the final level of combat off of just knowledge from fishing. I should have just hit him. Not sure why I didn't. Yeah, hat. Combined with another hat. We got 2 hats! The only big issue is I am about to run out of cryonate pots. The issue with that is the more I run out of, the less money I have for spear upgrade. But at some point soonish, I'm gonna go take a fishing break then. Because at level 36 we can start doing fishing. And that's in 1 more knowledge at this point. Which we're about to get in like several more kills. Ah, wow, this is a really bad one. In all fairness, I did give it a free hit there. Should have whacked it 1 more time at the previous heal. I'm out of cryonate pots. Oh no. This fight's gonna be harder. No, I'm not out, but I'm out of equipped ones. Which means I can't use it. If you can stop hitting 20 somethings every time, that'd be great. He said a 30 into a 20 into a 26 into a 31. Into a 30. Into a 23. He has not hit anything lower than a 23. Yeah, defense does matter. It doesn't help that we're using a 2-hand. It's one of the reasons why when we hit our level threshold, we should be good, like level 40. Because then we get to wield a shield and everything. Oh, I forgot to re-equip Cryo again. You know what, I'm just gonna exit. Because I do need that extra damage. Our best defense right now is a better offense. Because our defense is so bad. So any extra damage we can get will keep us more alive. I wonder if they're gonna change it all when they rework the combat system a bit. Because right now, one of the best things to keep you alive is having more damage. And even though this game doesn't even have lifesteal, damage still keeps you more alive. Due to how the full heal system works. But at any point now, we can technically take a fishing break if we want. Because we got a level now. Not sure if we're taking it immediately, but maybe once we get our next full inventory and or death. Because now we can finally unlock fishing. I could do the eels. Don't high roll. Good. There we go. Got the new eel tier. And at 42 we get another buff, and at 43 we get our final buff. And our XP rate at 43 will be the same all the way till 50 for fishing. One nice thing too is we shouldn't really need cryonate pots anymore after 40. Our natural damage should be high enough and defense at that point. Oh, so too bad there's not more quest combat XP we can get from this chapter. Because I was just thinking in the back of my head, oh, I wonder if there's still a quest I haven't done, but then I forgot. Yeah, we did them all. We did Brandolph Inheritance, we did Obelisk, we did whatever the other one was that gave almost nothing. Chancing it. Oh, so we haven't been punished for a chance yet. Since we have been. It will eventually happen, though. But since we know what his max hit pretty much is, it seems to be 33. We haven't actually died since then. It will happen again, though. We still gotta kill quite a few of these, actually. We're at, what, almost 900 XP per. We still gotta kill over 100 of these guys before we can equip our good gear. Which I'm now noticing I do not have enough cryopots for. Which isn't too bad, they die in under a minute. The problem is when we die to them, we waste like 2 minutes. Yeah, combat's quick, but I forgot, it still takes time. I keep forgetting you don't just do combat for 5 seconds and instantly get level 500. It is quicker than the average skill, but it's not like lightning insta get your level quick. Because we gotta do about 100 more kills before we even put on our good gear. Not that our gear is bad right now, but we get our really good stuff at 40. I'm going for it. Oh, barely. Oh, so if these things drop a 4-star, that could also change our plan slightly. Well, maybe not. Because the 4-star they would drop is a 47. The only thing that could possibly do is if it's something that that guy's weak to, we could do it. Which I think is Tempest Day. Arbore. Yeah, never mind. I don't have an Arbore weapon. Well, I do. It's bow. But it's not like a main hand weapon. So yeah, there's not a single thing they could drop that would make us pivot. Even a 4-star Arbore bow wouldn't be enough to pivot onto those other things. Our only pivot is take a fishing break. We do need to go get level 50 fishing as well. You know, stream title says base 50s. I'm not sure if we reach it today. We're definitely going to try our best to. But we got like 10 hours to get 3 skills to 50. Not a single one is there yet. And we're currently doing like the high XP rate that we're going to have all stream. Well, technically at 40 we will be. I'm trying to do all the math right now, and it sounds like it will take a little bit longer than 12 hours. Unless I start dumping knowledge into combat, which I'm not against doing. It's not efficient, but we're at some level ranges where it would matter. Most notably, putting it into guard right now so we can get to 40. Because our pre-40 for guard right now is pretty slow. But post-40, we're like geared beyond belief. So the play for now might be to get 36, then do the other 2 things to go get our combat up a little. The only problem with fishing right now is it's technically worthwhile to also boost it to 42. Because doing eel only is not particularly quick. At 42 we start getting the really, really good fishing rate. Because last I recall, the eel only has quite a bit of a downtime. If you were to do eel only without puffer. Oh, he's gonna get hit. I'm dead. Yep. Saw that coming. I did the wrong timing. Let me go check something real quick. Oh yeah, let me go up enhance my rod as well. First things first, let me drop this and drop that. We'll need them later. Sell all the other junk. Alright, let me go test something real quick. I want to go enchant my rod to 24. Because unfortunately can't afford the 25th quite yet. It will get it at some point, just not right now. Otherwise we'd have to do like almost an hour of leather or something. But let me go enchant my spear to 24 because we're about to take a little fishing break. I just want to see what eel only looks like. If it's really bad, I might boost all the way to 42 so we can get the actual good rate. I want to see what eel only looks like. Before we do, I might as well upgrade my rod. Or I keep saying rod, I mean the spear. We'll be one level short of 25, but we'll get it later. It's not too big a deal. It's only 0.4% XP. I definitely have to upgrade it to 25 though, because it'll drive me crazy if we keep it at 24. Now, so when's that enchant multiple coming in? Enchant X. We're trying to upgrade this 24 times, and yep, you got to do it one at a time. Obviously, quality of life this in the future, but it would be great if it already was out. They showed up and take your money, Enchantress button. I know, right? There should be like a spend to current amount of gold button. Then an enchant X if you want to go up like 10 or 5 or 21 or any particular number. But yeah, like right here, we should have a up by 1, a up by 10, an up by X, or an up by max. Or even at least just 110 and max. That page right there just needs a bunch more options other than increase by 1 level. Alright, we're halfway there. Get in there. It'll be worth it for the XP. Takes a little bit of time now, but this is like 10% XP. Technically 9.6 because it won't have the final upgrade. That's gonna be 9.6 more than what we had before. Per fish. It's like being double potted pretty much. What would it be if I had all the money? I just didn't have enough time yesterday to go get the rest. But we'll get it at some point. Even this stream. Though, then again, I'll probably need to invest in the cryopots and such. So maybe not this stream, but sometime soon. Gotta get the rod from 24 to 25. I think it's almost like a 2 gold upgrade or something. Because that's when it's starting to hit like the expensive wall. Actually, let me go check. I can tell you exactly how much it is. It is, yeah, 1.76 gold. It's almost at the 2 gold rate. That's when it's starting to get to the expensive territory. That's why you normally don't want to go too much beyond 25. I did go 30 pickaxe, but just because it also works on the AFK activity. But normally just to 25 is perfectly fine. Yeah, next I would need to upgrade my axe. I will be boosting it a little bit to 53, possibly at some point this stream. Though with that being said, given how much we still need on combats, I might just dump it into combat. As bad as that is, we really need level 40 guard. We upgrade almost everything at level 40. And at that point, we should be tanky enough that the plants aren't an issue either. Not just because our gear upgrade, but just our natural tankiness that we'd have from 5 levels of combat. We're almost there. And then we can go fishing. I mostly just want to test the XP rate and everything. I mostly just want to see how much downtime there is if you do eel only. So hello, Mad Hatter. Welcome, welcome. Because I believe it's enough downtime to make it not worth it. Oh, we're so close. We're at 20. Gotta make it to 24. And we'll scrap together 25 later. Trying to think if there's anything I could sell real quick. I guess some of my hides, but I'd rather keep them. Because I do have extra hides banked we can cash in real quick if we really want to. But I'd rather keep them for later chapters and everything. It's still going to pain me that it doesn't go all the way, though. But unless we want to detour for like half an hour to an hour to go money making, it's not going to be worth it. So we'll just get it later. Like 0.4% is basically nothing. It'll just be so annoying seeing that number be slightly wrong. The fact that it's not a nice clean 10%. That's as far as we can buy. We are at 1.3 and we need, we're so close though! No, we're so close! But yeah, I don't have enough. Maybe fishing will get us the money. Fishing does pure profit. We're so close yet so far. We're like 400 silver short or something. Now, let's see how bad fishing is. I want to see how much downtime there is between fish. We're going to catch all 6, go back to the other location and see if it takes any time to spawn. How much do you sell for each? 420. Let's see, where's my timer at? I don't think I have it activated yet. Let's see. I don't have a timer running, but does seem like there's a decent amount of downtime. Still downtime. Still downtime. Still downtime. Okay, that's not too bad. Alright, maybe eel only isn't horrific. Is this the fishing pivot we've been looking for? Yeah, eel only is not bad. Maybe we get the timer though. Alright, I'm gonna do it as soon as I hit the water. I'm gonna see how much time there is between them spawning. Alright, it could have been fishing. So however far this goes down. Alright. Alright, looks like about 9 seconds? That's not too bad. Yeah, we can live with that, I guess. Alright. Maybe doing a little bit of fishing then. I just do eel only. Obviously, we gotta go put some of this stuff away that we have on us. I don't know. I guess we can keep it on us if we want. Just sell every 3 sets. It's fine. Just so we don't have to re-gear later. Also allows us to keep the XP pod on us. Which is the main reason I actually want to not bank it. Because we will need that XP pot. I'll take a little bit of a fishing break. Get away from the combat a little. And then right here we'll go and sell. So 1 in 3 inventories, we don't even have any downtime with the fish either. Unfortunately, these don't sell for much, but every set we're making 7 silver. It'll eventually pay for our rod upgrade. That's what the money's going towards. Because we need like 400 more silver. Combat too hard? Well, the problem with combat right now is the level range. I have like 1 billion pieces of gear made for level 40. But we're currently not level 40. We're also trying to fight something more than 10 levels higher than this. Even right now, it's still 12 levels higher than this. I don't know, we'll do a little bit of fishing. Need a combat break. But also because I kind of want to dump XP into our combat. I'm still not sure what I put my next XP drop on. Because I'm leaning towards putting it onto guard. Just because of how important it is for us to get to level 40. Is this going to be our deadest gap out of any combat range that we have to do for this entire stream? Because Scout should be fine. Let's kill the 39s until we can kill the 47s. And if we want to be ambitious, we can kill the 52s, but they're not required. But basically just move from 39 to 47. Do we ever get a weakness on them though? Or are we just two-handing them? They're just two-handing them the whole time. Oh, I did make a rapier though, but it's fine. They're not immune to blue. Only problem is you can't pre-range the 47s. That's the only slight issue I think we'll have in next chapter. The 39s you can pre-range. The 47s you can't. That's the only issue I can see happening next chapter. Is that something like level 40, we might not be geared enough to go do the 47s. At least consistently. Like, we'll be able to kill them, we just won't be able to kill them without dying. Luckily, they're pretty close to where the teleporter is. I think they're like 2 or 3 rooms away. It's not like when we die in this area where we have to walk 1.5 miles. If we die in Scout, the 39s are a bit away, however... The area that... Actually, not really, with the top east teleport. But, yeah, we don't really ever have to move that far. Regardless where we die. Whereas if you die anywhere northwest in Hopeport, you're kind of out of luck. Because there's only one teleporter and it is nowhere near the location you need it to be. Oh, where's Waldo? Kind of looks like Waldo, not quite. Needs more red. Oh, something about that shirt with like a red little hat thingy. Kind of looks like it. Is this the guard XP pivot? I think it might be. The training combat through non-combat pivot. It's normally not worth doing, but we're at a weird threshold where it actually is really worth doing. The yellow alternative is keep putting into fishing until 42. I'd even do scout to go in level as well. He's the main enemy we need to go kill for scout. Should be a lot more straightforward. Only problem is I believe my scout armor is even worse somehow. Armor is like non-existent in this chapter, but somehow it's even worse in chapter 2. I'm doing it. Guard XP. Probably not worth it. But I want to get past that threshold. We're not going to do it all off of knowledge, though. But I do want to get like a few levels towards it just so we can get the better combat rate. And actually get all of our gear equipped. As we'll have a 4-star weapon, we'll have a max cryo percent. And we'll have the shield to go with it, the 4-star shield. Which is probably the biggest thing because our defense is so suffering right now. I think that's our biggest issue. Yep, we got another hat. Nice. Another one for the pile. Gosh, what are piles even looking like right now? I don't think I checked this stream. But they're getting up there. Still got the curse of the yellow Christmas tree hat. Took a 63 to get our first one, and then since then, it's pretty much giving us nothing but. Though in all fairness, purple elf hat is still above it at 28. Yeah, how's our money stack doing? So close. We need like 1.8. Like 1.7 something. Fortunately, this makes like almost nothing. It's like 7 silver in inventory. Only big issue when it comes to our spear right now is around the time we'd actually be able to afford the 0.4% enchant is around the time I need to go buy the spear upgrade. The other one that you get at level 43. Which means the 43 one is way better to get. Because it's 5% extra XP. There's one enchant, so it could be 0.4. I just realized we only have 29 Cryon A pots left. That's not good. That's gonna be another money issue. We're getting a lot of money issues this stream. But, yeah, we're gonna run out of money for that too. Luckily at level 40 shouldn't matter as much. Because even without any pots at all, we should be fine. Maybe the occasional heal. Oh, what am I doing? I'm like waiting for the next set to spawn. That'd be over here. Also, still waiting on that always sense on option. I would love that so much. For activities like this where you pretty much always want it perpetually on. So I don't have to keep clicking spacebar to check. Almost got our first fishing level. Technically, we already got multiple, but you know, our first fishing level from actually fishing. But yeah, 42 our XP rate should go up a lot. 43, we hit the max rate basically till 50. Not sure if we're doing all that right now. But if we happen to, the should get us pretty close to our guard level requirement. Also, with my inventory right now, we can transition to guard at any point we want. Because I'm already geared and have everything in our inventory that we need. So after like another fishing level, I might go back to guard just to go get it, push it over. But it even makes sense to go now since we're so close to a level. If we're gonna do it like this, yeah, maybe I go now actually. After I finish this set. Because it'd make more sense to finish out the guard level that we're at right now. And then go dump a little bit more knowledge into it so we get better XP rate. And then do the same thing when it's near the next level threshold. Just to get a little bit more value from our knowledge. Ground items all function to get rid of all the combat drops on the ground. Well, you can still move around using middle, or whatever you rebind the other key to. We did figure that out the other day because of someone mentioning it. Like, I knew it was a thing in the game. I forgot that you can bind it to a different key, though. But it is possible to middle click consistently onto a ground item. Like right here. Like, I can just consistently click on it. Normally you would do this. But you can set your click so you can always walk on it. It's slightly annoying to remember to click that button, though. And you also have to bind them so it does do that. But it can be done in the in-game settings menu. You don't need like a third-party thing for it. I know, he's fighting my two. Alright, we're back. Hello, plants. Please give me level 40 already so it can actually do combat properly. Oh, so I might just stay here till we die. That might be our determiner. Let's kill the plants till we die. We gotta get at least level 36. That's the whole point while we're here. So hello, S Van, by the way. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, all the overhead menus blocking everything, yeah. Okay, we didn't need heal that time. It's not always required. A lot of battles need it, but not all of them. I don't know, maybe I'll just camp these guys for a little bit. We'll do it until we die. I think this is what is going to be our transition. If I die on the plants, we go back to fishing. Until we gain a fishing level. And we'll keep alternating that way. So we'll stay at the plants till we die. When we do die, we do fishing for a level. And then we keep doing that until the combats are done. Because we're definitely going to reach 50 combat before we reach 50 fishing. We also, in theory, should stop dying at level 40. It's only mostly pre-40 that would be applicable. Because post-40, we should be good to go. Let's see, how long have we gone so far? 2 hours. Do we think we can cover the rest of the levels in 10 hours? I sure hope so. The stream title might be a lie. Because I actually slightly underestimated how long the rest of base 50s would take. I was originally just going to do both the combats and do fishing separately because I had a feeling I would underestimate it or overestimate it or whatever you call it. But yeah, I think we did that. Because, yeah, not sure if we can. We'll definitely get very, 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 very close if we don't, though. We're still going to try. As long as I put all my knowledge into combat or fishing, we should be okay. I wanted to put a little bit into woodcutting today, 10 of them. So I can get to 53 woodcutting to activate woodcutting again. But I might just put scout into scout when I do it, instead of scout into woodcutting. If I do that, I think we can still do it today. Oh, I should just hit it. Now we're in a weird situation where I have to heal. I'm gonna chance it. Don't die. Nice. Not sure why. I don't want to stand on the plant in case it spawns it weirdly. But hello, Grumpskin! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's the only problem with making all of our gear upgrades at level 40. Because everything prior to 40 is just going to be so slow. The second we hit 40, we're in the clear. Oh, there's a plant over there? Since when? I didn't realize there's a plant even over there. Wait, there's another plant all the way over there? Where have these two plants been this whole time? I thought there was only 4 in this room. Or 5, I mean. Or 6. However many is in this view. But I didn't realize there's 2 over there in the corner, too. Wow, this room is really densely populated with these things. I never realized there were so many. I knew of these 6. I didn't realize there's another 2 in the corner, though. And if you don't need a range, the best spot to do them is standing right there in that corner. It almost makes me tempted to get 500 guard. Because the items spawn right on top of you. It is such a good AFK combat spot. If you want to do melee only. The problem is you have to be geared good enough to be able to do melee only there. Which with this level disparity is definitely not the case. They are still 11 levels above us right now. But if our armor and everything was actually good, it's such a good just camp spot. Like if we're level 50 something combat and we want to AFK them. It's so good for that. 137 guard's still really solid. It is one thing that kind of tempts me to go get guard up at some point though. This is one of two zones where, actually probably the best zone for Cryo Knight to get at level 500. I'm probably still doing it for Chronopolis though, for Watch Person. But as far as the final enemy that you have to kill, not only is this thing weak to blue, but it's also stationary. So if you need to heal or anything, you're good to go. Plus it has that really cool corner that you can just camp forever. And the drops just fall under you. Oh, I didn't realize my HP so low. Wow, he killed me quick. I look away for like half a second and he hits like probably 330s. This is the biggest issue with doing combat here right now though. Is this HP disparity sometimes when we get unlucky. And all he wants to hit our 30s. Oh, so we're almost out of cryo pots. I'm not sure what we do about that when that happens. Because that's a bit of a problem. Like, yeah, I have the money to buy more, but any money I spend is non-spear upgrading money. But I basically would have to. I guess we're just not getting the level 25 spear today. Which will drive me crazy, but it's something that's easy to fix on a different day. We can do that whenever. It's not that hard to go get one spear level. But today we probably won't be able to afford it. As a lot of our excess money will need to go back into cryo pots and heal pots. Mostly cryo pots. Especially post 40. You should just be able to do one cryo pot per fight. We shouldn't even need heal pots anymore at level 40. Sometimes you don't even need it now if we get lucky enough. This game needs a thieving skill, would save some money. I think the big issue with that is Detective needs to get better money. Detective is actually really bad for money. Relative to like Merchant or Leather Maker or, you know, other things like that. Or even high level combat. High level Detective doesn't print money the same way. Like you definitely get money from it, but it's more like cooking in that regard. Where, yeah, it's like money, but it's not like ultra print money level of money. But it's the same issue that cooking does. And that after level 83, it has no utility. And is purely just a money-making skill outpaced by other money-making skills. So hello, Stefan and Dim Forest, welcome, welcome. What does base 50s means? It means level 50 in every skill. And the only three we have left are Guard, Fishing, and Scout. Which is pretty much our entire stream today. Actually, I should take out the other part where I said we're going to do combat in every zone, because that was before I realized, oh yeah, this is going to take a little longer than I expected. Should still be able to make it though. I'm just gonna have to knowledge my combats instead of not knowledging them. Which is not ideal, but when it comes to every skill, it's generally best to do it at the lower level range when they're useless. Compared to the higher level range. Like, we wouldn't want to knowledge our Leather Maker right now. But at the lower level range, we spammed it like crazy. Just to get past the worst threshold.
That applies to most skills. Their lower level range just doesn't really give you anything too particularly good compared to the higher level range. So it's best to skip them with knowledge points a lot of times, regardless what skill it is, even if it's a good one. Like even Leatherworker you do that for. I'm used to doing one thing for like 30 levels. Yeah, raid dens you can kind of camp forever. Well, these people could be camping forever too. We started them at level 33 and we're going all the way to 50. And even at 50, they're still worth doing. Like, you'd still camp these plants for 30 levels in this region. Because we started at 33 and they're viable to like 50 something. So we would have camped them for at least 20 levels then. Not all this stream, but you know, just in general. Yeah, it's over a 20 level range on one enemy. Pre 200. Oh, you just completed your last quest and got level to 1000? Nice, huge congrats. Getting thirsty for new content? Yeah, I'm hoping there's something that drops tomorrow. Because my main plan for tomorrow is get level 2000 total. But I'm hoping we could do level 2000 total and do whatever the patch is. Because if there's no patch tomorrow, we're just gonna just do whatever, I guess. Not sure what I even want to focus. Definitely a little bit of money printer, because I gotta get at least one level on my spear, because it'll drive me crazy if I keep it at level 24. But beyond that, we can kind of just do whatever. Because my main goal tomorrow is just get 2000 total level. Doesn't matter how we do it. Ideally, there'll be an update like queuable actions or literally anything. So we can focus on whatever the update is for our levels. But otherwise, we're just gonna do whatever tomorrow. Because pretty much anything we do will get us to 2000 total tomorrow. It really just comes down to what we prioritize. So an update would be perfect. Oh, I forgot to use cryo. I need to go equip them. I'm almost out of potions. This is every single last one I have as well. I do have some more heals banked, but they're higher level heals. I want to save them for later. He's around the threshold where it's worth making them anymore. So whatever I have left is the total I have left until trading comes out. So we've just been using the weak 20% ones. Which is fine on an enemy like this, but is not fine against harder enemies. I'm chancing it. I'm chancing it again. Now we're fine. I keep forgetting to put the cryopod on though. Also, yeah, combat is so much quicker than skilling. I just realized how much XP we've gotten already. Maybe we just keep camping them. They're so annoying to do, but the XP rate is just too high. I'm like looking at my XP bar compared to fishing, and it's like, I gotta keep doing it now. Yeah, combat XP rate is just so quick compared to your average skill. Even when you're fighting something way stronger than you, that still kills you occasionally. Oh no, come on, hit them for 1 damage, what are you doing? Yeah, level 40, we shouldn't need potions anymore. Because I'm going to have a 4-star frost weapon, a 4-star or a 3-star max % rapier, and a 4-star shield. We're going to be so stacked at level 40. The problem is getting there. But the second we hit level 40, we don't need anything. We'd probably still use cryo pots just to speed it up though. But we shouldn't need heal pots anymore. It'd still be worth it to use 1 cryo pot every single time so we don't need a heal pot. And also for the extra kill speed. This is one of the main reasons you even drank the damage boost potion. It's actually not necessarily to kill the enemy quicker. It's because it's better overall value to chug 1 cryo pot than it is to chug 1 heal pot. Because at least you get the slight extra speed while also making sure you don't need a heal pot. But the reason why I use the combat pot is mostly so you don't need a healing pot. It's not even necessarily for the damage. Even though the damage is nice. I do need to go redo the math later, though. Oh, no, I'm dead. I'm dead. He's gonna snipe me. Rip. It's all like a mile away. As soon as I clicked that, it's like, oh no, wait. I clicked too late. As soon as I saw him queue up that attack, it's like, oh yeah, we're dead. Alright, let me go get our crab pots while we're here. Maybe even a few more heals. Because now we establish how much spear cash we have after doing spear. Oops, I did not mean to pet kitty. XP waste. It was worth it for the petting of the kitty. Alright, let me go buy just a billion pots, I guess. Let me just double check that I have 0. I believe I have 0 both in the bank. Yeah, it's the 5 I have on me. Those we're keeping for later. These we don't need. Those are just XP pots. And yeah, alright. I have none banked, so yeah, we're just gonna mass buy here. I do need to keep some spear money though. For the spear. Spear money for the spear. Alright. I'm gonna grab like a few of these. How much money do we have left? They're pretty cheap. Alright, I did buy the right one, right? Yeah. 25% are a little too expensive. Especially for a stationary unit. Alright, should be good for now. Alright, there we go. Yeah, that should hold us over for a little while. I probably bought too little combat and too much heal, though. But we need it for other things in the future. It's not like this is the only thing we'll ever need 20% heal pots on. Let's see. Oh yeah, we bought some more cryo. Yeah, this is the main reason why I was buying there. I should have bought more cryo than what I did, though. Because at max, I can only do 108 more kills, and I assure you we need them way more than 108 all the way to, 200. I mean, to 50, I mean. Well, definitely to 200, but even for 50, we're going to need more than that. But I have a feeling we'll die at least one other time. Even once we reach level 40, we can still die to them if we're not careful. Alright, that reminds me, at level 40, we do need to go make the stonemason item. I can technically make it now if I want to. I just need any stonemason weapon. But the level needs to be very specifically level 43. I'll redo the math before we get there, though. But if my math from earlier was correct, we need a... Oh, no, 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 we're already dead. Okay, good. We got chance, though. About to get chance again. Gosh, this thing is just a chance machine. Do I just whack him? We're gonna chance it again. No! I finally got punished for getting chanced. I should just drank the heal pot. No, we're not gonna risk it again, even if it's a low chance. He hit us for 28. His max is like a 34 or so. Yeah, in that situation, it's better just to heal. We've just been getting really lucky. That's the first time we've been punished for a chance in like the last hour. But you eventually will roll badly. But it's normally worth just spending the extra potion. Even if you have to double chug a potion on a fight. Like, that's only 6.2 gold. It's not a lot. Or not, I mean 3.2 I mean. Or silver I mean, not gold. It's only 3.2 silver. It's pretty cheap for making sure you live. A little overkill, but there's no way that plant's killing us now. Even if it's straight 30s. I really didn't need that heal. Just after that kill earlier, it's like, better be safe. The problem is I only want to move away when we get the free walk away. When we can actually cancel his attack. Like right here, for example. Because if you do it at the wrong time, you give him a free attack rather than canceling his attack. Which is the exact opposite of what you want to do. Next one right here should be it. Yep. Nope, wrong one. No! So like right there we give him a free attack. I'm not used to using a 5-tick weapon instead of a 4-tick. Like a rapier. I'm so used to using max speed weapons that the slower attack speeds throw me off. Should be able to get it nearly every time with rapier though. Is it pretty much only exclusively use 4-tick weapons in this game? Or whatever tick the rapier is. I think it's 4-tick. I'm pretty sure he still did the 4, 5, 6-tick system thing. With the quickest being 4, the mid being 5, which I believe is mid. And the slowest being 6. It just throws me off a little because I could have sworn before the game came out he said he wasn't doing a whole tick system. And then as we started playing the game, literally even like the first like several minutes, I was noticed like the walking system seems weird. It seems like it's on like a tick system. But yeah, it seems like it is. It's just running at a much quicker pace than what old school does. It's almost double time in comparison. But still running off of ticks. They're just really, really quick ticks that are still there. It's also one of the reasons why using a slightly slower attack speed weapon doesn't feel as bad. Because the interval between every single tick is just so small anyways. So using the slightly slower two-hand is not as big of an issue if you were comparatively doing that in like old school RuneScape or something. As you have half as much of a delay. Yeah, we got pretty lucky with this drop. This would have been even more insufferable up to level 40 if we didn't get this. Yeah, we got really lucky on the hail beast, or hair beast. A 33 frost weapon and a 4-star two-hand. Still would have preferred the rapier, but given that we didn't have a shield to go with it, this actually worked out even better. Still switching to rapier and everything at 40 though, as well as upgrading this 33 into a 4-star 40. Because we already got the Guardian Bow, so the only thing we need now is the Stonemason thing real quick. And luckily, Stonemason is really cheap. You only need 3 material to make a weapon. I forget what they're called. I think it's a sling, I think it was. The sling only requires 3 material, which is really cheap. And you can use the range weapon to upgrade a melee weapon currently. Oh, please don't! No! Oh, we almost got jets. We hit him just slightly beforehand, though. But, yeah, it only requires 3 rocks in order to make a hammer mage weapon. Not even close. That's the only weird thing with this game. I wonder if anyone's gonna make a third-party tour or something for it. For a visual tick tracker. Is this one thing I'm not used to seeing not on screen? I normally have it really faded. But having it not at all is gonna be hard when doing some higher level combat later in the game. It'd be pretty easy to make a third-party little tool thingy. Not sure if it'd be allowed. I could have it like to the side of the screen. Not even like visible or anything. If you really wanted to try hard bosses in this game, it might be relevant. Not sure if that would be allowed or not though. It'd be really easy to make one though. What is the benefit of knowing the ticks? So you know what attack cycle you're on. So you know when to move away from an enemy or go into a hit or anything like that. So for example, we know the exact time when we're safe. Like right now we know we're not safe. But then right here we know we're safe. Notice he didn't attack me. But if you have like a little metronome thing going, you'll know exactly when it is without the visual cue. Right now you have to base it purely off a visual cue or counting in your head. But you could technically have like a little thing that kind of tracks what tick you're on, which will make it a little bit easier. Like you can do it right now, but you have to do it based on visual cue and or counting in head. There's no in-game interface keeping track of it. Like right there, he didn't attack us. But if we moved one tick later, he would have. If you move on the wrong tick, he'll also attack you. Like right here, for example, if I move, he'll hit me. Notice he still hit me. These were on the one tick too early. Which we already knew, I just wanted to show it real quick. But yeah, one tick too early, he gets a free hit on you. Correct tick, you negate his attack. And one tick late is, actually, what would happen one tick late? I guess you would just get hit again. That or waste a tick. One or the other. But yeah, one tick early, he gets a free hit. One tick correct, and he'll not hit you at all. And high level PVM would likely use it a lot, depending on what the enemy is. Yeah, it's 0.375 seconds. Whereas in old school RuneScape, it's 0.6 seconds. It's a lot quicker, but they're still there. Which is why I say it's almost double time. Not quite double, but it's pretty close. Andrew did say he'll offer public APIs in the AMA. Oh, okay. Oh, that's going to be pretty huge then. Yeah, I think that's like, what, 55% faster? 60? I think someone said earlier it's 160 beats per minute, so that would be 60% quicker then, right? I forget what APM it is. But I think it's like 160 based on what someone said earlier. I didn't do the math on it. Someone earlier says like 160. Oops. I was like wondering, why did my reward penalty just tank? It's because the other guy hit it. But yeah, that's something we really need to, an XP tracker. An XP tracker and a tick tracker. Then menu entry swapper. Like, those 3 plugins. Everything else is, like, probably overkill. But those are, like, 3 plugins that I wish the game did have as either just built-in features or things that could get added down the line. Basically, a visual metronome, an XP tracker, and a menu entry swapper. Basically, what menu entry swapper does is it lets you swap any action with any other action. For example, these things have, or in the case of an actual action, they have pass action, as well as, you know, engage in combat. So you'd be able to switch it so your main action would be pass action. Or something even more relevant is, let's say, traders right now. When you click on a trader, it doesn't auto-trade. It brings up a menu that you then click trade on. But if you had menu entry swapper, you can make it so your default left click would be trade, rather than what it currently is, which is open menu. And it used to be talk to, but as of recently, they changed it to open menu. But with menu entry swapper, you could change it to so left click is just trade, which currently it is not. I ran out of cryopots. Well, I didn't run out, but I don't have any equipped. That's something else I would love to have as a quality of life. Auto re-equip potions. The amount of times I engage a fight without a cryopot is so high because you only hold 20. It makes sense why there's a limit. But I really wish there was auto-equip so I would stop forgetting. The amount of times I keep boosting with potions and keep forgetting to re-equip it. Because you can't drink one that's in your inventory. And you can't equip it during fight. Let me hold 4 arrows, but why must I refill my quiver? Also, I'm really curious if 5-star equipment will have 5 ammo. Like, I understand why he's doing limited ammo in the game. Oh, wait, I'm about to die. Oh, good. Alright, we should be fine now. I'm gonna have to double heal this, though. And another hat for the pile. We haven't died in a while. I can tell because our whole inventory is almost filled. Let's make it becoming increasingly easier as our combat goes up. Because right now we're only 9 levels below them. Whereas we started at like 14 below. What would I like the combat rework to look like? I'm not sure, honestly. I don't even feel like the combat needed a rework. Like, yes, special attacks and stuff like that. But, oh, metal bow. Do I need that? Ooh. Well, hold on to it. They're immune to green, but I think the next enemy we fight is weak to green. So that's actually huge later down the line. I don't think this helps me today, but it helps me later. So yeah, we'll definitely hold on to that. Oh, we even got a high roll for its chance as well. Nice. Yeah, the change that they're doing is making it so they don't have to keep adding or combat every single zone. What exactly all the details are and everything, we're not currently sure. But honestly, just special attacks alone, I feel like would mostly fix the combat system for me. Just the presence of special attacks. Oh, come on, don't high roll me. Oh, there's the death finally. It was bound to happen soon. We went quite a while without it. But perfect timing because it was about time to go sell anyways. So it kind of works out in the end. Alright, well, let's go back. I don't know, did we take a little bit of a fishing break? I said if we died, we would do a fishing break. Is this the fishing break pivot? I said I would do like 1 fishing level if we died. Because we got to get our fishing to level 50 as well, of course, at some point in the stream. We got a 24 enchant spear. Not 25 because I ran out of money. And I need spear money for pots. But we're running with a 24 spear. We will be upgrading to 25 obviously later, just not this stream. I was too busy yesterday to farm the other gold. We're running like 1 gold piece away. But I gotta spend the 1 gold piece we have for, actually it's less than a gold now. But I gotta spend our less than 1 gold on, combat pots and everything. We'll take a little bit of a chill fishing break then. Just for 1 level, and then we'll go back to combat. And at level 40, we get a huge, huge upgrade. The only thing I do need to still go out of my way for, though, is I gotta go build a weapon. I need a 3-star level 40 something, hammer mage weapon. This is the reason why I'm holding on to this 44 bow. Since we got that as a drop, we only need 1 component to go make a 4-star. It's normally not worth making both, but if you only need to make 1, it's not that bad. Because right now, it's not really that worth it because the special attack's not existing. When special attacks do, it'll always be worth making a 4-star weapon. But right now, it's only worth it if you randomly get the other component, either because you were training the skill or because you got it as a drop. And because we did, yeah, all I have to do is make 1 quick hammer mage weapon and boom, we're good to go. If I had to make both, it wouldn't be worth the time with no special attack, but for only 1, it shouldn't take that long at all. Like less than 5 minutes to go get a 4-star weapon. Oh, sorry, XP for fishing goes up substantially at 42 and 43. I almost want to put knowledge into it after we get 40 combat. Because after 40 combat, it should just be free sailing from there. So I'll still keep putting into combat prior to then. Or honestly, now that we're kind of at the higher combat, maybe we just start doing it now. Putting our knowledge back into only fishing. Because it's definitely slower than the combat XP we can earn. Even before the upgrade. And then after the upgrade, it's going to be even easier. We're almost back to 1 gold piece. Before it goes straight back down again. There's special attacks for every zone. Well, they're attached to weapon, not to the zone. Or at least it should be. But the way special attacks are likely going to work is they're tied to each individual 4-star weapon. So, for example, a special 4-star will have the special attack. Like, for example, this bow would have, you know, its own unique 4-star special attack. That would likely do guarantee arbor ray as well as some other effect. As well as extra damage or something. But the special attack that it has would be the same across all zones. As well as all bows of the same type. But yeah, we don't know if he's actually going to do multiple special attacks per weapon. It seems like it's just going to be 1 per weapon. Likely with guarantee elemental damage as well as extra percent of damage as well as potentially special effect. Just to make them all a little bit more unique rather than just here's bigger number. I'll also finally make some of the other ones actually viable as well. Like fire and necromay damage. Things that are basically pointless to use in the current state of the game. Because their percent is so low. But if the spec has guaranteed damage for that damage type, they would actually be worth using. Biggest issue right now is like, for example, my arbor is only 48%. And I think the highest we can even get on that is like 49. Which is relatively low. But if the spec on it was guaranteed, then that'd be a little bit different. Because that'd be a lot of extra guaranteed damage. Not just because whatever the effect of the special attack is, but also the guaranteed green damage. Rather than having to worry about a percent chance that it would do it. But there's a lot of specific details we don't really know about it, though. As well as how different each class will be, or will every class's special attacks be kind of samey? Because for all we know, each class would have completely ultra different special attacks. As far as what the additional effect is on them. Like, for example, the only way that Cryo Knight will likely have to freeze something in place, assuming he even gets that, is likely going to be, like, his big two-hand sword. Whereas range, or Guardian might be able to do it with, like, one of his green weapons. One of its green range. And for Hammer Mage, it'd probably be the Sling. So Cryo Knight would be forced to have to freeze with melee rather than range. If that's what they attach the bind to on all of them. But melee would probably have the benefit of freezing for a longer duration. Whereas the other ones would have the benefit of being able to do it with range. So it'd all still have the same effect, but one would be better at doing it. Like Cryo Knight being better at freezing something in place. But would have the downside of having to do it in melee range. Whereas the other two would likely have it off of range. But I don't know, we'll have to see what they do with all of them. But they're likely to have similar effects like that. It's just one class might do it better or slightly different than the others. But all still have a similar effect. Just tied to different weapons. Oh yeah, combat XP is so much quicker. Now that I'm doing fishing again like this, gosh. Combat XP is like 1 billion per hour. It feels so weird doing combat and then doing a non-combat. Because then you really realize, like, oh yeah, combat XP is actually absurd. Hey, some guy in Cryo Knight armor. You know, I'm actually surprised by how few Cryo Knights I see in, like, full cryo armor. Like, you know, with the cryo coloring and everything. Like, they're definitely out there, and we normally are, but I'm not currently wearing it because we're in Zone 1 right now. But, there's actually very few Cryo Knights I ever really see with it on. Like, I think since we've been playing since launch, we've been doing it every single day, and it's been, what, 42 days now? And I'm pretty sure I've seen only a single-digit number of Cryo Knights actually wearing the Cryo Knight color in high-tier armor. Like that guy is right now. Of course, we normally are, but we're in Zone 1 and 2 today, so we won't be wearing it today. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Is combat quicker than the rest? No. Merchant's the absolute quickest. The only reason there's not as many 500 merchants is because it's really taxing compared to an average activity in this game. But merchant's the quickest XP rate in the game. Combats are the second quickest. And third is probably either forging or woodcutting, oddly enough. I'm actually not sure what the third would come out to. I know forager is the second best knowledge. But you have to do it in a way where you're getting worse XP per hour. It really comes down to, are you dumping your knowledge into forager when you're doing forager? Because if you're not, then it's not quicker. If you are, I believe it is. The biggest issue with forager is you're grabbing a lot of material that isn't your best XP rate. But you're getting really good knowledge per hour, though. So it really comes down to, are you dumping it into the skill as you're doing it? Another reason for that, too, is generally when you're doing combat, you're not dumping your XP into combat. Whereas when you're doing forager, you might be dumping your XP into forager. And that's the same thing with merchant. You don't ever really tend to dump merchant into merchant because it's so quick. Whereas forager is one of those few where you kind of do tend to do that. Like dump forager XP, or, you know, dump your knowledge into forager as you're doing forager. Combat and merchant don't really do that, though. For the most part. Unless you're at, like, a really low level range. Or, like, really close to a threshold that you need. Alright, we're halfway there, and then we'll go back to combat. And we should be able to go all the way to 40 unless we get unlucky. And then we can go for all of our upgrades. And that'll be our brick from combat then. The only thing I need to go do is go make the stonemason tool. Should only take like 5 minutes, not even. If we get lucky, it'll take like 2 minutes. And then we should be all geared out for level 40. And then we should just be smooth sailing from there. Just use one cryo pot every single time. No heal pots and we should be fine. Might need the ever so occasional heal, but it'd be very rare compared to now. Because not only will we have the shield benefit, but we'll also have way better DPS. And of course the extra tankiness from 2 more levels being level 40 instead of 38. On top of the shield defense, on top of that. Because right now our shield is actually zone, I know we're not really using it for anything other than the sling though. But I'm actually still using the chapter 4 shield right now. Because you can't actually wield a shield. Because I upgraded the shield I had from this chapter. So I actually have no shield right now. But it's because I upgraded the shield we originally had here into a 4-star one just because it had some spare material laying around. A 4-star 40. But because of that, I actually have no shield right now. But it's fine because we're using a 2-hand. But once we get to 40, we'll have our proper shield with rapier. So I've seen this guy around quite a few times, too high to reply. It's kind of ironic because he actually talked to us while we were doing the mining grind at one point. I wonder what he's currently grinding, well other than fishing, but what is he going for right now? I wonder if he even recognizes me from earlier. Because we had like a 10-15 minute chatter in, I think it was on stream too. In Mines of Matubin at one point. I think we were doing Basalt at the time. We were doing like Basalt Flint. Like 3 cycle Basalt into 1 cycle Flint. And yeah, he was doing Basalt at the time with us. Alright, what are we dumping this knowledge into? I might just put it into fishing. Because we really need the quicker XP rate at 42 and 43. Because this just isn't cutting it. Just doing eel only. So I'm gonna dump this into there so we can get back to combat. Which means I should probably pot up right now. And this will be the last inventory we go for then. And then we'll head back to combat. What needs knowledge? Can you skip it all? Honestly, I've been doing that on my ults. They've skipped every grind in the entire game. All you gotta do is get them to level 20 and then they have infinite. It's really nice. There's one nice benefit of playing an account like purely AFK. Which if you only had like 10 minutes a day to play on your main or something. But, yeah, you can skip it like every grind in the game pretty much. All you have to do is get the knowledge point for the next activity and you're good to go. Yeah, it's so nice not need to train anything. They both gotten level 30 something mining without barely doing any mining. Or, you know, you gotta get to level 20, but beyond that, they haven't done any mining. They're almost at level 30 smithing without doing any smithing. I don't even think either of them has made a single item since level 20 for anything, any reason. And obviously the carpenter grind, skipping from 20 to 32 was probably the best feeling ever. And of course you can also do that all the way to 50 for the other quests. You don't even need to engage with carpentry beyond 20. But every skill is like that. Like once you have it at level 20, you basically have it at 500. If you AFK hard enough. You just gotta maintain the knowledge points. But beyond that, you just AFKs this way all the way to max. Oh, where am I going? Oh, we got our level. Alright, let me get my last inventory just while we're here. Then we'll go back to combat. And then we'll do guard until we get level 40. Then we'll go upgrade over our weapons, get ourselves a huge set of gear. And from there, we should be good to go. The 40 to 50 grind should honestly be quicker than the 33 to 40. Due to the gear upgrades and our survivability. The XP that we'll be getting per kill is going to be exactly the same. But our consistency of the kills and never dying is going to be way better. Alright, back to combat. We got our fishing level. And we got 1 gold. We need 1.7, I believe, for our spear upgrade. The problem is I don't think we're ever getting that this stream. I'll probably just get it tomorrow. Because I'm going to need like several hundred silver or whatever it is for our other spear upgrade. The 5% one. And it's not worth spending our whole cash stack on 0.4 when we're about to get 5%. Alright, back to the plant. The plant calls back for us. Could you imagine skipping until 77 rune crafting? Oh, that'd be so funny. I basically did that on my league account. I did like 1 match of, what's it called? Soul Wars. Which got me to 77 rune crafting. I just kept it there because I still haven't trained it since then. But as soon as I get the rest of Pure Essence, I just camp blood runes all the way till max. They'll be at the True Blood altar using Banker's Note. Which is the exact opposite of AFK. It's literally a click every 0.2 seconds. Actually, 2 clicks every 0.2 seconds. But, yeah, I know what you're talking about with the AFK Bloods. I've done that on 2 accounts so far. Doing AFK Bloods from 77 to 99. I did it a bit less so on the hardcore, though, because of the new rune crafting minigame. But I know when I did it on my defense pure, I did it purely, like, almost exclusively off of blood runes. I did a few other methods here and there, but it was like 95% AFK blood runes. It was right before Theater Blood came out, too, so I was able to sell them for pretty decent profit. It was right before the Theater Blood ever came out back in 2018. Which, of course, also required a lot of blood runes. And that was back before they buffed Scythe like 4 times. But honestly, almost every game needs that mechanic. There's definitely mechanics in this game that I wish games similar to this, or even just in general, would have. And the 2 biggest ones are the drop all button they added like a few days ago. And the being able to get EXP while logged off kind of thing. Like, I do play games like that do give you some amount of progress when you're logged off. But none quite like Brighter Shores, where you can train like literally anything up. Because normally if it was a game that had it, it was like, you know, some kind of resource. Like even old school RuneScape with Miscellanea, for example, gives you resources while you're logged off. But resources and EXP are 2 pretty different things. EXP is way better than just, here's some resources. Because in most games, if you have a way of gaining something off stream, or not off stream, but, you know, off plane, it's a, you know, a resource method. But Brighter Shores is resources and EXP, which is quite a bit different. Because just resources alone aren't that useful. But be able to just mass gain XP without doing anything is pretty huge. Like, my 2 alt accounts are basically to Chapter 4 with only like 10 to 15 hours of playtime. Because the rest has just been AFK'd. I think the first time around it took us like 60, 70 hours. And if we were to do it again without any AFK, it'd probably take like 40 hours to get to Chapter... like 30, 40 hours to get there. But they got there in only like 15-ish. Probably even a little less than that. Just because they AFK'd the rest of the grind. Because one of my accounts is quite literally in Chapter 4 right now. It's still missing the requirements to unlock trading. But I think in like 3-4 hours I can get it trading. Which in total is less than 20 hours to get it to trading. Like 15 to 20. I have no clue which because I don't keep track of like every second I'm on them. And I'm on them for like a minute or something. But yeah, it'd be around 15 to 20 hours. I would have both the accounts to total on each of them. Would get them all the way to trading using AFK to basically bypass every other grind. Like, I haven't needed to grind a single level for total level ever on them, other than Zone 1. But aside from Zone 1, I have never need to grind total level. Because I simply just AFK to what they need. Like the Mines of Matubin, the reason I was able to go straight for Chapter 4 is it already had literally every Mines of Matubin requirement. It already had 20 plus mining, it already has 65 total in the area. It has 2 skills at level 0. Because of course we can't AFK train those. It has both Stonemason and Bone Right at 0. It still has 65 total in Mines of Matubin. Because we did 20 mining, then AFK'd it, then did 20 smithing, then AFK'd it. And the only mine fighter I did was the requirement just to kill the level 17. Which you could technically cheese at level 0, but I still wanted to get some amount of gear. Because I was still using pure Chapter 2 gear at that point. So I was like, I should probably get some amount of gear for this. Well, you could probably cheese at level 0 with enough attempts and or potions. But I did goat farm to like level 10 or 12 or whatever it was. I mostly just did the one-time bonus on everything. And grinded until I had a full set of gear. Even if it was only tier 1. Just because of the diminishing return when you use a different chapter gear. And it's something I don't even need to worry about them anymore either. Like, I didn't need to grind any Chapter 4 gear anymore. Because once you get to Chapter 4, you get a shop that sells you gear for every chapter. Or assumably every chapter. It sells you up to Chapter 4. But I assume when Chapter 5 comes out, you'll also be able to get Chapter 5 gear there. But we currently don't know. But you'll probably be able to. But, yeah, I didn't even need to get any Chronopolis gear. It literally just buys it from the shop. Before I even engage to go from level 0 to 1, it will already be in full tier 1 and 2 gear. At like level 15 or 20 or whatever. Actually, no. The current ones in the shop are, no, never mind. They were all level 0. I forgot the other ones were higher than the bind from it. But, yeah, it'd be full level 0 gear without ever having engaged in combat. So it isn't going to need to do anything beyond whatever the requirement is, which I don't even know what it is for that chapter. I don't think there's anything too high. I know you have to kill some hags for earring, but they're only level 2. You start your first ult to grab some hats just in case. Oh yeah, I'm doing that as well. I haven't finished that grind yet. I think I'm at like 10 and 6 currently on them. But yeah, I plan to do complete the whole collection of hats on both of them. I haven't done that grind yet though, but I want to before the end of the month in case he ends it on January 1st. He only said early January, which could be literally any day. Oh, we finally got chanced. I was hoping he wouldn't do that. We did that a couple times now, but we finally died from it. Rippity. Yeah, back we go. I guess I'll do one cycle of fish real quick, though. I'm not going to do a whole thing. I just want to grab 6 that are already spawned. These are also en route just to sell it to the shop as well. So it's kind of convenient. Because we have to go that way anyways. But I'm not going to stay here for a whole level though. Just for 1 inventory. Or, you know, 1 instead of 6. Which is even less than 1 inventory. I just figured we're already in the area. Don't have to wait for the respawn timer. Might as well. Alright, we're out here. Honestly, I even mentioned that early on in the game as a joke, but honestly, it's not that much of a joke. If eels are decent for your level range for fishing, you should pay the eel crossing bridge tax and go catch 6 eels every time you cross the bridge. If you do that, you would basically never need to train fishing. If you're at a level range where catching eels is viable, which we definitely are right now, just simply catch 6 every time you cross the bridge. And you will barely ever need to touch the fishing skill. But yeah, the thing is literally called Eel Street. So you gotta pay the eel tax and just get a whole inventory every time you go by. The Eel Street Bridge. But if you pay the eel tax every time, you'd eventually have 200 fishing. It would take a while, but you would get there. Because then you never have to ever wait for a spawn in the current state of the game. Because whenever you do pufferfish plus eel, or even just eel only, or pufferfish only, you're waiting on some amount of spawns. Well, I guess not when you're doing pufferfish eel. You're not waiting. But you're also getting less XP if you're at the point where pufferfish are better. We're almost level 40. I can't wait till level 40. All of our problems should be solved immediately. We're only 1.5 levels away. Honestly, I kind of want to put my next knowledge point onto combat. Just so we can get there slightly quicker. But then for the rest of the stream, we go all in on fishing. Until it's 42. Alright, we're still going to need to do scout at some point. Let's see, how far into the stream are we? 3 hours? Okay, we got 9 hours left. How are we doing on progress? I don't know, I think we can still make it in time. It's going to be really tight, but I think it's still doable. To finish base 50s today. As long as all of our knowledge for the entire day is dumped into the 3 skills, we should be fine. The only thing I wanted to do today that likely won't happen is, I wanted to, well, that and combat in every area. I think I put it in the title, but we're probably only doing combat in 2 of the 4. But the other thing is, I wanted knowledge to 53 woodcutting, which would require 10 knowledge points. But that 2.5 levels I'd rather have in one of the other 2. Like right now for Gar to get it to 40, or into Fisher to get to 42. And there might be a threshold in Scout where it's useful. The biggest one is going from 39 to 47. Because I don't want to camp the 39s the whole time. But I'm not going to be able to immediately take on the 47s. Oh, that guy's in the good corner. Did I miss that corner? You need enough tankiness that you don't need to range them. Which basically means you need to be around their same level or higher. Once you can kind of just AFK there. Hit one, the item drops under you. Hit the other one, item drops under you. After a few kills, pick everything up with the take all button. Repeat forever. It's one thing that almost makes me want to get 500 guard. As Cryo Knight gains the biggest benefit from it. That's the only problem with doing 500, what's it called? 500, watch person. Is 500 watch person is best for Cryo Knight. I mean, it's best for Hammer Mages, not for Cryo Knight. I guess the only exception to that is, it's definitely worse for Guardians because they have, like, no yellow weapons, pretty much, that are good. Because I'm pretty sure, though someone could correct me, I'm pretty sure Guardian has no yellow melee weapon, correct? I'm, like, 90% certain that is the case. Also, I really didn't need to heal there, I'm not sure why I did, but it's not like he's gonna kill me there. Unless I hit a lot of ones. I'm pretty sure, I believe they do have a range weapon, but they don't have, what am I doing? But they don't have any, yellow melee. Whereas, when special attacks come out, Cryo Knights might be able to take out those watch person thingies. The 490s really easily. Because we have a yellow spec range, but also a yellow spec melee. The only problem right now is that yellow spec melee is not the best DPS weapon. But with the spec on both, it might be fine. But I really hope he releases a special attack video soon. I want to see it so badly. I feel like I'm going crazy that he actually said it, but didn't actually say it. But he definitely said he was going to release a special attack video at some point. Just really want to see what the system's going to be like. Even if we're not getting it for like a couple weeks to a month. Yeah, I'm putting this into watch person. I mean, into guard, I mean. I can't not do it. But now all knowledge going forward is going to go into fishing. Gonna get to 42. Which getting 50 guard should get us. Just naturally. Don't hit a 1. Good. I just realized, you know how few gear upgrades we've gotten? I haven't paid attention to that until just now. But in this entire time, I've only gotten 1 2-star armor piece. And it was a helm. Every other 2-star has been a useless weapon that we're never going to need. I guess some of these 1-stars might be better than what we have at this point. But, yeah, kind of crazy that we haven't been really getting it. Is that the level 50 carpentry cape? That's funny. I don't think I've ever seen someone wearing a 50 carpentry. I've only seen the 201. So honestly, with how annoying the 50 carpentry grind is, I'd be proud of it too. Oh, we're about to die. Oh, we got so chance there. It's about to happen again. I don't know, do we risk it? Risk or no risk? Oh, we're gonna risk it. There's no way he hits a 28, right? 15, we're fine. Yeah, 1 more level, and then we upgrade every piece of gear we have, pretty much. We'll have a max blue rapier, we'll have a 4-star range weapon, and we'll have the shield. The 4-star shield. So pretty much full 4-star. The only thing I'm not doing is the rapier. Because I want to re-upgrade it later down the line. So I can repurpose it. That's actually one really nice thing about 3 stars in the current state of the game, because there's no special attacks. Because it's really easy to repurpose one. Like, I'm about to make my 33 become a 40. But then our 40 rapier we can make into like 100 later down the line because it's perfect cryo. This one doesn't. This just happened to be a drop, so we don't have to craft it. Only reason we're doing it is because we got this guardian bow for free. That wasn't worth it. Oh, hey, we got a Santa hat from it. How much money do we have left? 1 gold piece. Yeah, most of that 1 gold piece is going to go into cryopots, I think. Gonna have to use a lot per hour, though. It's like a couple hundred silver an hour to keep running them for like every fight. But I'd rather have the extra speed right now. Is fishing just for money making? Pretty much, yes. The only 2 use cases for fishing is to sell it to the shop or to use it for cooking. And some fish can't even be used for cooking, which is literally just for selling. But yeah, fishing is currently the worst skill in the entire game, as its secondary purposes are completely non-existent. At least detective is good till like 83. And then it becomes useless. But, yeah, fishing is just worse moneymaker. Same issue cooking has right now as well. But yeah, fishing and cooking, I would say, are their 2 weakest skills in the whole game right now. Due to them having quite literally 0 secondary purpose beyond selling to shop. And detective's probably the 3rd worst. The only reason it doesn't seem like it's that bad is because up to 83 it's actually really, really good. But after that you lose all the utility and it's just worse moneymaker. It also has one of the better AFK activities. But you don't actually make any money from it, it's just a lot of XP. It's weird because they made merchant skill all the way. Like, merchant secondary effects last all the way till level 490. But for some reason, they made detective secondary effects go until 83 only. And then you get nothing good from it. Because that's your last shortcut that you unlock. Everything else from there is just money-making methods, multi-skilling with no money, or, that's it. Money-making methods weaker than any other money-making methods, or, an AFK activity. Which once we have queuable actions, almost everything's an AFK activity. It's just a little bit unique right now since it's one of the only ones. It's also the only true multi-skilling in the game, which I guess it has going for it as well. But you don't get anything in return, you're just getting purely XP. But it's the only activity in the game where you gain 2 XPs at once, basically. It's not quite the same like mining and smithing. Like, you're getting 2 XPs, but they're not simultaneously happening. Whereas for a detective watch person, they are doing AFK raid dens, or active raid dens, though normally you AFK them due to the structure that they are. What's the best moneymakers? A couple. High level combat is really, really good. Like, we're talking 400 plus combat. Merchant and the leatherworker, particularly the leatherworker side, though merchant does still make a decent penny. But those 2 I would say are the biggest 2. Everything else is barely anything compared to it. Be a merchant into leatherworker, with the main component being the leatherworker aspect. and doing post 400 combat, particularly post 500 combat. Even though you're not getting any XP, you're going to be completely geared out and be able to get really good XP, as well as the AFK activity with greed potions is a lot. So whenever you AFK, you make a lot of money. Is even just 300% greeds on the 480 AFK for any combat is really, really, really good. You can do that in every region as well. Though the best two are Zone 1 and Zone 4. Because they both have a stationary unit as the final enemy currently. For Zone 1, you have these plants. And for Zone, which are weak to blue. And for Zone 4, you have the little sea urchin thingies, which are weak to yellow. You still do the same in Chapter 2 and 3, but they're not as viable. Because the final enemy you have to kill is a little harder. Though Zone 3 does have the benefit of it being aggro. Is it the same for this one? Oh, wait. Alright, they do have a benefit. They are naturally aggro, but they only last for like one battle. That's interesting. But these are naturally aggro too if you stayed next to them. Oh wait, are they? Oh yeah, the plant isn't. But the sea urchin is. Oh yeah, Chapter 4 is the absolute best then. Because it's stationary and naturally aggro. It's the best of everything. Wait, that's actually huge. Yeah, the Chapter 4 one's like has the best of everything. Not only are they naturally aggro, but they don't move. Which is even better than this chapter. Because these aren't naturally aggro, but they also don't move. And the one for Chapter 2 and 3, they're aggro, but they do move. Like, this blob is not only aggro, but also can range you, which is even worse. So yeah, the worst chapter currently to get 500 in is actually mine to Matubin. Which is weird because you get a ton of secondaries, which is good. But the final thing you have to fight is the most annoying in Chapter 3. As is naturally aggro and also has range. Whereas the one in Chapter 1 is non-aggro, but is stationary. The one in Chapter 2 is aggro, but will move, but can be ranged. And then Chapter 3 is basically the worst of everything. And Chapter 4 is the best of everything. Where it's naturally aggro, and it doesn't move. Did he answer the money question? Oh yeah, I answered the money question. It's level 400 plus combat, as well as merchant to leatherworker are the two best money. Merchant to leatherworker if you don't want to do combat, or combat if you want to do combat. We have to go really high on combat. I finally died. Of course, he would like max roll as well. But yeah, it's either 400 plus combat or do merchant leatherworker, are the two best money making. Alright, so all this, boom, boom, boom. And it really just depends if you want to go down the combat route or not. Of course, you still make money from combat before 400 plus. It just doesn't get like absurdly broken until that range. Like, it's still good up to that point. Pretty much everything beyond 200 is pretty good for combat, money-wise. Because that's when the spike in price goes up. But you really start to make money like post 400. And you really, really make it if you do it like post 500. Even though you don't gain any XP anymore, you still gain the money. Yeah, cooking stews are okay. For how AFK it is, isn't that bad. You gotta get really high cooking for it to be really good, though. Because I know my level range, I think it's only like 300 silver an hour, but we are only level 86. But yeah, the best I can make from doing any cooking is about 300 an hour, not counting contracts. Assuming we buy everything from the shop. Yeah, currently the best AFK money in the game is Leathermaker, I believe. Especially if you can do queuable actions. With queuable actions, Leathermaker is almost like 4 minutes AFK or something. Assuming you can queue up 3 actions to do your whole inventory. Which we don't know if that will be possible or not. But assuming it is when queuable actions come out, it is going to be getting such a huge buff. Because not only is it about 3 times more AFK, but it will also be still like the same amount of money. While being 3 times as more AFK. Oh yeah, how's he doing, by the way? Hey, we gained a rank. That's what happens when you train combat. Oh, we might actually pass better player this stream. Ooh. We'll become the better player. Alright, let's see. What are we doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna go check to see if he's gotten higher yet. Ooh, is he sleeping? I know he was there earlier. He's 10 levels down. He had like a level advantage earlier. Well, not a level advantage, but like the gap was only like 8 or 9 earlier. So he's falling behind. I'm not sure if he's actually still grinding right now. Or it could have been a weird level threshold. But yeah, there's a 10 level gap now rather than like 8 or so. But it could have been that one of them just like did, you know, their level. And the other one was still about to get it. But he's definitely not going to make rank 1, but it looks like he's on track for rank 2 pretty solid. There's still a small chance he'll make rank 1, but realistically with how much Ryan is probably going all in, probably not. Like Ryan will probably get 1 hour of sleep until he has 500 Leathermaker. Aw, why? This happened yesterday too. What's with these 3-star short swords? These are so useless. What am I supposed to do with this? Because the answer is to sell it to the shop. There's a big issue with fire and necromage weapons right now. Until special attacks come out, they are basically just dead content. At least on Cryo Knight. Not sure about the other classes. But on Cryo Knight, they are just super dead content. Hopefully special attacks will save them. It looks like 2 more kills and we should be good to go. I'll put our XP into fishing. We need 42 to go to the next good XP range. Then we could do pufferfish eels. Oh, we got it. Nice. Alright, what am I doing? XP pot. Fisher. And back to poking this guy. Alright, this kill or next kill should be a level. And I'll do it to the end of the XP pot. Which should be like, what, 2 or 3 more kills? And then we'll go get geared up. I need to go make 1 little quick hammer mage weapon. Then we can go make our level 44 star. And it'll be good to go from there. I'm not going to upgrade the rapier, though. Even though I could. I don't think I should. I'd rather upgrade it to like level 60 or 70 or 80 in the future. The only reason I don't mind upgrading this other little thing is I already have one component. And even though it's not max percent, it's not really that big a deal later down the line to get another. Whereas getting another perfect rapier will take a lot longer. So I'd rather get it to a really good level range. Like for example, the next plant up. Like let's say the next plant's like a level 110. Like you'd want to make a 110 rapier then. Or even a little lower, like 100 rapier. Also by then special attacks will probably be out. Because I don't plan to go much beyond 50 anytime soon. I gotta do the same thing for next chapter at some point too. I'm not gonna use it for the lower level range this stream. But for the higher level range later down the line, I want to save my 89% for that. And upgrade it to like level 100 or something. Because I also have an 89% rapier for chapter 2, but it's way lower right now. I won't be using it. Like the one I have for this chapter is level 40. So of course we can use it now. But the one for the other chapter is like 28. So until I upgrade it, I can't use it again. Alright, let's go do our upgrades. First thing first, teleport to sell everything. Drop everything of importance, sell everything else, and then we'll go and make our weapon real quick. Should you use your gold on mining enhancement? Yes. I would say out of any tool in the entire game, the pickaxe gains the biggest benefit. Not only do you do it for like 90% of mining activities, but the AFK activities also get boosted by it. We ended up checking that the other day, or the other week. But the AFK mining activities that use a pickaxe get boosted based on your pickaxe level as well. Alright, let's go do some rocks real quick. Let's see. What am I even looking for? Oh yeah, while I'm here, there's probably another item I can sell. Or at least store. Let me go check. So we can get our whole item situation good to go. Yeah, this should be the perfect rapier. I'm not going to upgrade it, but I will use it. I can now withdraw and equip this. This one we just keep. This one can technically be sold. This I'm keeping on nostalgia. This was the one item that survived the disconnect on day 1. This was our first ever 3-star ever. I think we got a 4-star and another 3-star, whatever else we did on day 1. I'd have to check the replay. But this is the only one that survived the disconnect when the servers got reset like 3-4 times over. And we lost like all of our progress 4 times over. This is the only piece of 3-star plus that survived. I believe it was also our first 3-star. Given that it actually did survive. So it has sentimental value to us. As that's the day 1 boot that survived the 4 times reset. Anyways. So this we wield. This we wield. But don't upgrade. And those 2 things we store away. And then what we do go upgrade, though, is the weapon that we're currently holding. So the rest can be stored away. I don't need you. I don't need you. And I don't need you. And then, I'll go keep this around then. And we'll use this to upgrade the thingy. Alright, let's go do some stonemason real quick then. It shouldn't take too long. I only need 1 3-star of any kind. Doesn't matter what it rolls. And I'll probably just make some low-level slings, and we should be good to go. Just need 1 3-star sling. Should take like 5 minutes, not even. And then we can go upgrade our weapon to level 40. Oh yeah, I do need to make sure I do the right level though. Let me go redo this math from earlier. So I have a level 44 plus a level 40. No, wrong one. Plus a level 33 equals 77. And then you take 120 minus 77. Yeah, it's 43. Yeah, we need a 43 sling. Hey, can I do that off a tier 1 basalt? Do I even have tier 1 basalt? I do. Can I do that with the better basalt? No, it has to be tier 1. So I just realized I have like 8 left. I need to go buy some more basalt. That's unfortunate. But yeah, let's hope we get lucky. Because I have 18 left. We get 6 chances until I need to go get more. Oh wait, this isn't the right one. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Wait, I thought it was basalt. What uses sling? Does anyone remember what material sling is? I guess I could do this one too. It doesn't matter what material it is. But, yeah, I guess I'll do this real quick. But yeah, does anyone remember what material sling is? Oh, so what did I say is the number I needed? 43 is the magic number here. Come on, first try. It was like the Andis thin or whatever that one was called. Or maybe it was just flint. Whatever it is, it would be the best one for us to make. We'll make this for now since we have it banked already. Is it Deathstone? I don't think slings were Deathstone. Were they? What level should you raise it to? You shouldn't really go beyond 25. With how much gold you have, you can get it to 20 if you want a nice clean number. And still have gold left over. Oh wait, is it level 34? Did I do the math wrong? Wait. No, did I? 43. I'm sure it's a 43, not a 34. Let me double check. 77, 43. I think it's 43. I don't know, find out when it's wrong. I'm pretty sure it's 43. So I could probably just drop these to the ground. How much are they even worth? 1 silver, 2 silver. I don't know, I guess we'll hold on to them. Shouldn't take that many. Just need a single 3-star of any kind. Let me go check Flint. Oh, this isn't tier 1 Flint though, is it? No! Wait, I need 43. Never mind, this will work. Oh yeah, here's one of them that can do it as well. I forgot. You don't have to do sling. You can also do this one. This one is. Luckily, I already have them all processed, so I don't need to go buy them. That'd be annoying if we had to keep buying them over and over again. See, 200 mining coming in play. What's up, Kishar? Welcome, welcome. See, 43, or getting 200 mining wasn't useless. No, it was definitely worth it. I do really need to go get it higher, though. Alright, let's see how unlucky we're going to get on getting a 3-star. Of course, because we need one, it's going to take us like 30 tries or something. On average, I'm not sure if anyone knows the exact rate. But it feels like about a 1 in 10. And we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're not quite dry yet if it is about 1 in 10. Does anyone actually know what the drop rate is for level 20 to 200? Or sorry, 20 to 199 to get a 4-star? I mean a 3-star? Because I have no clue what the drop rate is. It feels roughly a 1 in 10 though. Give or take a few. Maybe a 1 in 12. But 1 in 10 feels about right. Which means on average, it should only take like 5 minutes to go get one. Unless we get unlucky. Which we're doing pretty good at so far. But after this, we should be completely stacked. The only thing that's not going to be a 4-star is our rapier. That's because I want to upgrade it for a different level range. Not for the one we're currently at. When special attacks come out, we'll upgrade it to whatever range we're at. There we go, finally. It took us 8 tries. That's not too bad, I guess. Could have been worse. Oh, I didn't mean to drop. Why is that an option now? Why is drop all an option right there? They should disable drop and drop all in this menu. When on earth are you ever in a deposit menu and going to click drop all? Alright, let's go and head back. Let's go make this weapon. Haven't done a 4-star craft in a really long time. But it's time. Unfortunately, it's not perfect. It's only 84%, but it's good enough. It's not worth making another one just for a few extra percent. Not to mention we'd have to get multiple of them to even get a higher percent. Very unlikely we'll roll it first try. Alright, let me go drop the helm so I don't accidentally sell it. And then we should be good to go. Just gotta go fuse this weapon together. Alright, sell everything that isn't the 3 stars. Go upgrade our weapon, and if I did math correctly, this should, hopefully, fingers crossed, be a level 40. But math looks like it checks out. But it should be a level 40 with a 84% cryo. Which is not perfect like our rapier is, but it's good enough. It's high enough to not justify having to make a better one right now. Alright, infuse item. Add those, add these. Level 40! We got it! Let's see, how much of a buff is this? Currently, we have 79 damage. This should be like 90, maybe higher. Nice! 101! Wow. That is not bad at all. Oh, so I just realized, it tells you the range, attack range as well. There's a 5 attack range. Interesting. Yeah, there's our gear now. A max cryo rapier, a 3-star. A 2-hand that we don't need anymore. We could still technically use. And the 84 frost ring thing. Oh, also our shield upgrade. We now actually get to wield a shield, and our shield is level 40 as well. Alright, we are as stacked as we're going to get right now. If we somehow still die, we got a problem. We can still get RNG'd, but gosh, are we way stronger than we were before. And now we do this setup all the way to 50 unless we get a really lucky drop. The only thing that's likely going to get upgraded is our armor. I think that 43 when we get it, as well as anything else that drops. It's mostly been dropping weapons, though. It hasn't really been dropping much armor. Every single kill that we've done from like 33 to 40, I've gotten 1 armor upgrade. Yeah, let's see how much better this is. Or maybe it's not at all. No, it definitely should be. Of course, a 1! What a wonderful display of power. It's the first hit we do, a 1. Oh no, I gotta go get rid of my 2-hand. It's defaulting to my 2-hand because it's better DPS. Because it's just looking at power number. But I actually don't want it doing 2-hand. We could do it as a finisher if we want. I don't want it defaulting to it though. Yeah, I'll still keep it around as a finisher, I guess. As if we can last hit with it, it is better DPS than the other weapon. If we kill it with the very last hit. Just bring out the 2-hand whack! But yeah, we'll use that as our finisher weapon, why not? Get a little bit of extra combat mechanic in there. We'll do the 2-hand finisher. Like free-to-play PKing. Just stack it out into the 2-hand. Unfortunately, no special attacks on them, but soon. Eventually. Yeah, we should never need a heal pot ever again now that we have the shield. Yeah, the fastest 2-hand is better. The main reason we're using this is because we got it as a drop. And also because these things are weak to cryo. And if you're potting up, this actually is slightly stronger than the 2-hand. If you're fighting something weak to cryo specifically. It's a rare circumstance where it actually is better. Otherwise, I wouldn't be using it. It's one of the few situations where its DPS is slightly higher. Not by much. Also, one of the few times we're actually using all 3 of our cryo weapons. I feel like I never do this. But, yeah, Cryo Knight does have 3 cryo. The rapier that we're normally using, the range weapon that we sometimes use, and a 2-hand that I pretty much never use, but we got a really good one, so it's actually worth using here. Because we didn't have to go out of our way for it at all. Like this one, the weapon we're using now, we crafted, like, you know, the little throwy one. Obviously, we just did it literally like 5 minutes ago. But this 2-hand we got as a drop, so we didn't need to go out of our way at all for it, which is nice. I definitely wouldn't have gone out of my way to craft one, but getting one for free is, you know, kind of nice. That's the main reason we were using it earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even bothered with this weapon. I still might just unequip it and not even bother with the poke, though. As funny as it is to go for the 2-hand finisher, and it being slightly better, it's just really annoying to have to keep clicking it for what's barely any power. It is 17 power more for 1 hit. But if it takes more than 1 hit to kill the enemy, it would have been worse than just camping rapier. Which is the big issue with it. So I might just unequip it so we never get defaulted into it. Because right now if I click nothing, it's going to default my 2-hand. Because it's just checking to see what has more power. And it sees, oh, 2-hand has more power, use that. But more power doesn't mean more DPS necessarily. It's only really good for the final hit. So I'm just going to unequip it here and just not bother with it. As fun and funny as it is, it's just not worth the extra click every time. Let's see. Unequip. Bank it. Definitely not selling it. Alright, there we go. Gotta see what spec does when special attacks come out. But yeah, now we can just AFK them. Oh, it's gonna be really chill now. I could just sip on water, sip on the soda, and just basically AFK for like a half a minute. It's gonna be nice now. And we shouldn't ever really die. As we get absurdly RNG'd. The extra shield defense should be carrying us every time. Yeah, I don't need to click anything for the rest of the fight. It just does itself automatically. I really like that new auto feature. Like the switch from range to melee thing. They did that a couple weeks ago. And it's just so clean. Because it's made combat so much more AFK, not needed to switch or have like a double delay on your range weapon. Because all we have to do is click this, click a boost, up, click the one that's actually the correct boost, and then the rest of the fight just auto does itself. I don't need to click anything. He auto clicks the move, he auto clicks the weapon switch. He's just got so much more chill. They went from being an enemy that was like threatening to we could just AFK them for like 40-50 seconds. Probably 40-ish. It is much more relaxing now. We should never die to them. We'd have to get absurdly unlucky to die. And as we gain even more combat levels, we get tankier to them. And at this point, we can just camp them all the way to 50. We're geared for it. It might even give us a drop that might help us. Like, you know, 2, 3-star, 4-star armor would be nice. Wouldn't it be funny if they gave me a better rapier? One thing that's kind of funny is even if I get another 3-star rapier, let's say it drops like a 3-star 47 rapier, it might actually be worse than what I'm using now. Just because I have max cryo roll on my current rapier. Also, if you do have any 3-stars that are max roll, do make sure to keep them. I think I got rid of some at some points. But you should try keeping them regardless of what level they are. Because you can craft them into perfect 4 stars later down the line. And when trading comes out, especially if we don't have 5 stars by then, which is guaranteed pretty much that we won't, max percent of the element is going to be really, really sought after. Probably even more so than like 20, 30, 40 levels. Because you only have a 5% chance of getting it every time. Whereas you have a 100% chance of getting a slightly higher level one when you craft it through smithing. So one of the main things people will look for is 89%, element. So on Guardian equipment, 89% green. On yellow, 89%, yellow. For Guardian, for Hammer Mage. And of course for, Cryo Knight, 89% cryo. So anything that ever has this, regardless of what level it is good. You can always upgrade it into a better one. Also, what are you doing dying? I look away for like half a second and you're going and dying on me. Apparently we can still die. If he wants to hit enough 30s in a row, we can die. The shield helps, but it does not make us immune to death. Oh, whoops. I start talking about something for like half a second and it's like, yep, time to kill him. While I'm here, though, let me go buy some more cryopots with the 1 gold we have. Because we're going to need way more than what we have right now. Let's see, a little bit more. That should be good. I just realized we did 20 boosts today because I started at 50. Hopefully we don't need to walk back here again. A few more combat levels and we should be good to go. But apparently they can still kill us. Honestly, even at the same level, they could probably still kill us if we get unlucky enough. Sometimes they just roll a billion high rolls in a row. Not much you can do about it, other than, step back and heal. Yeah, the higher something's max hit is, the more volatile they could be. It's one of the reasons why the hags and... Hey, Shore Central's here. But it's one of the reasons why the hags in Chapter 4 are so annoying. Because their max hit is so high. So some fights you'll kill them easily because they keep low rolling. But in other fights you could be like 10 levels above them and still die. Because they just hit their max 10% over and over and over again. And of course we're putting this into fishing. We can go back to fishing once it gets to like 42. That's when we start to get the really good XP rate. 42 we get basically our best XP rate, and at 43 it's as high as it's going to go all the way until 50. Because then we get the spear upgrade there as well. Which I didn't need to keep the money for. Let me go double check. Because I might have bought in too many cryo pots. How much does the spear cost? Wrong spear. Let's go check this real quick. Let's see how much the fishing spear upgrade is. I need 340 silver. We got a problem. Hopefully I get enough drops by then. Because I bought so many cryopots, I think I'm only at, it's definitely a number smaller than 340. I gotta double check. Then we're gonna need to make some money then. But yeah, we need 340. We're at 262. That shouldn't be that big a deal. These don't make that much money, but they should give us enough drops that we can afford it, hopefully. Yeah, we're gonna need 340. Yeah, one leather run would fix that instantly. If I just do one inventory of leather, we would instantly have the money. But we should get it from combat. Getting 50 guard should get us the money for the spear at 43. Not to mention we'll also make fishing money during that time. Because I'll probably start fishing at 42. But until then, we're doing combat until our fishing level is at least 42, if not 43. Yeah, I'm not sure what my goal is going to be after tomorrow then. Because tomorrow's goal is already set in stone. Like today's base 50s, you know, level 50 all. Tomorrow is 2,000 total. Which we could do basically anything and hit. Thursday and onwards, I hope by then he does a patch. Because then we could do the patch pivot. Because otherwise, I think it might be try to gear for 219 raids. The problem with that is I have to AFK most of the rest unless I want to do super reduced raid dens. Like absurdly reduced. If we were to actively play it though, we'd probably try to kill the 218s. We already killed them before. They're just really inconsistent right now at this level range. But yeah, kill the steel claw thingies. They drop us 190 hides, which can help with our leather maker. But more importantly, they drop 218 gear, which would be perfect for 219 raids. You guys got level 1,500? Nice. Huge congrats. Oh, yeah, that'll be something funny with the Thursday stream. By Thursday stream, we'll have 2025 or 2024. We'll have the year. Because that was one goal I wanted to have. There's one tertiary goal of all the billion goals we have in this game. Well, one goal I wanted to have is before 2025, I wanted to be level 2025. We're actually going to achieve that this Thursday. So we got it like 2 weeks early. Or like a week and a half early. Because by the 19th, we'll have 2025. So we finished that, what, like a good 12, 13 days early. Yeah, it was one of my, like, weird side goals at launch. I'm not sure if I ever verbally mentioned at any point. But it was one thing I definitely wanted to do. Was have 2025 by 2025. Oh, we're definitely going to hit it. With like 12 to 13 days to spare. Oh, this is a sketchy fight. Oh, one more hit. Oh, he didn't get us. A little unfortunate these things can still kill us, but I think it's an armor issue. We haven't gotten an armor upgrade in a long, long while. My highest level armor is level 22. Not counting the shield. Ignore the shield. Doesn't count. Because we can make it with a weapon skill. But our highest, like, normal armor is level 22. It's all 3-star at least, though. But, it's still only level 22, though. We've actually not gotten a single 3-star armor from him yet. And only 1 2-star armor. I'm not sure why our armor RNG has been so bad on the plant. If there are different drop tables, I feel like the plant gives way worse armor. We've been really unlucky. We've killed them for, what, 8 levels now? Because we started at 33. Yeah, so we've killed them for 8 levels and have gotten 1 2-star armor upgrade. Only 1 2-star and 0 3-star, and of course 0 4-star. We did, actually, no, we didn't even get a 4-star from them at all. Not even weapon either. Because the 4-star that we got earlier was off the Hair Beast, the 33 two-hand. Which I put away so it wouldn't default to it. But, yeah, we haven't gotten a single 4-star at all. Weapon or armor. Not from them anyways. We did today, just not from these specifically. Despite how many we've killed. I know, he just attacked the thing I was about to go do. Well, I guess I kill this one then. If it's ever going to respond sometime today. Did he kill at the same time? What happened? Or is that one taking like 1 billion years to respawn? It's gonna kill my own. There we go. This room's starting to get too crowded. I feel like I never see anyone here yet. Because when I was doing... It's really weird. When I was doing the foraging grind with all these potatoes the other day, and we went to get 50 and 53 foraging, I feel like I've only seen like 2-3 people doing combat in this room. There's 2 people over there, 1 person over here, 2 people over there. There's like 6 people doing combat in this room right now. I would say it's because of the weekend, but it's not the weekend right now. It's literally the dead center of the week. I don't know, maybe everyone got off from work. This is around that time in at least the United States right now. Most people would be if they had like a normal 9 to 5. Or not 9 to 5, but you know, like a 9 to, I guess, 3. Or an 8 to 3. Like, people from school are getting off, so anyone who just picked up their kids would be off by now, basically. Because they would have done work earlier in the day, they would have picked up their kid and probably have the rest of the day off. Hey, finally, another armor upgrade. I can't wait for another level, though. I've never seen this room so crowded. Like, every plant is being attacked. Brighter Shore Central is here. A random noob is here. Get everyone. 1 person per plant, a noob, and another noob. No, just kidding. And Brighter Shore Central. No, Brighter Shore Central has actually been doing amazing. Of course, he's been doing the monument grind. And one interesting thing he's been doing is he actually hasn't picked a class yet. The main reason being is he wants to wait till special attacks come out and everything. So he knows which class he wants to pick based on special attacks and everything. So he's basically waiting until that mechanic comes out. Yeah, it's kind of insane. He's almost level 1000 without a class. Which means he's basically free to play despite paying for membership. He's effectively free to play, only. At least currently. Because you can't get past Chapter 2 without picking a class. So he's done literally 0 Chapter 3 and 4. I think he was in the beta, so technically he did a small amount of it. But since launch, he hasn't actually touched Chapter 3 or 4 at all. I'm gonna go check. What's his foraging level right now? He should be above level 30. What's his name again? Shore Central? He is at 336. It's still gonna take a while though. Because he's done what? 136 post 500 levels? Assuming he goes at that same rate, he won't be done till February. Unless he really power grinds and tries to get it done before the end of January. But his current rate is going to be early February. It's taking him, what? What's today's again? Wait, how many days have we gone? Today is, day 42. So yeah, it would take him about another 35 days, roughly, at the exact rate that he's going right now. Of course, you could speed up trying to get it before the end of the next month. So yeah, it's definitely possible that he finishes it before the end of January then. If he maintains current rate and does like a little bit of a power push near the end of January, he will get it done before the end of January then. At his current rate. Like the 3rd or 4th week of January. And then he can start playing the game. Because he's been like bottlenecked by getting, what's it called? Also, given that he did that, I hope he at least finishes every quest in Chapter 1 if he hasn't already. If you're going to do 500 foraging, you might as well also do all quests before moving on. You should have the requirement for it. I'm just not sure if he's bothered doing it yet. Like, you know, Branolf inheritance and everything. That'd be one of the rare circumstances where someone actually has Branolf inheritance done before they even step foot in Chapter 3. Because that's really useful for the extra storage for the 3 processing skills. Which is something that's possible now, as of a couple weeks now. I would not advise the average person to do that, but if you went really heavy on alchemy and or cooking, definitely finish out Branolf inheritance so you can have it before Chapter 3. It's not worth going out of your way for, but it's definitely something that's really useful. It's not required to have it before Chapter 3, but if you're going to do like the Lost and Found quest grind, you definitely want to have it before then, ideally. Oh, so why is this one? Oh, I'm not using cryopot. I'm like, wait, why is this guy like completely decimating me? I forgot to cryopot. And I think there are a few of the others I didn't cryo either. But that one just had really bad RNG. Alright, only 8.5 more to go. And honestly, I think I'm just going to camp here until we get it. Throw all of our XPs onto fishing. Because I need 42 fishing to properly get back to fishing. And if I finish 50 scout by then, I mean guard, we move on to scout. One thing I wanted to do in scout, though, is instead of putting XP on the scout, I wanted to put it into woodcutting. That would require 10 knowledge points. We'll have to gauge where we are by then. I think it's still possible. How much time do we have left? Oh, it's been 4 hours. Yeah, we got like 7.5, 8 hours. Yeah, I think I have to put into scout if I want to finish it today. Originally, I was going to put into woodcutting to get 53. Yeah, this is one of the reasons I didn't want to overscope with putting fishing in it. And just do the 2 combats. Because I don't think we can actually hit base 50 today. We're going to be so close, but at current rate, we're going to be ever so slightly short. Like 5 to 10 levels, which even knowledge won't be able to fix. As we get absurdly lucky with drops in Scout. Like immediately get like a 4-star 39. That will then carry us all the way to 50. Which, what would that drop be if it was? It would need to be, yeah, just any of the better melee weapons, like 2-hand or arboret bow. As a 4-star would be a good carry for that chapter. Because I need to get a 39 4-star from this. That makes killing this easier. With the 2 biggest impacts being longsword 4-star and a arboret bow 4-star. This is my only way to do arboret damage. The only problem is you can't preemptively hit them. I believe they hit you with range. So the 2-hand would definitely be way better. Which is weird, because I believe I made Rapier for there, just so we could use Shield. I think the reason I did it is once I hit level 40, I want to go immediately to the other thing. I need the extra tank ability to be able to do that. Which is why I think I still went down the shield route. That, and I still had extra material back then when I made a bunch of shields. So I was like, might as well. Because I did that a while back without fully planning it out. Because I just had the spare shields from when we were training stonemason. So I was like, I might as well go make them into upgrades in previous chapters. So I made 244-star shields. Normally you don't want to do that with shields, but I don't know, I had the spare material just laying around, so why not? Better than selling it for like a few silver. Not to mention down the line, we could just sell the shield for all of the silver back that we would have used in it anyways. Because most of them do even out. As long as you're not using like a 200 something to make like a level 1, like, you know, below 199 item, you're generally breaking even when you make a 4-star. The only way you'll profit is if you do it with trading, of course. And make stuff to order or however you end up doing it. But currently, they're pretty even value. I didn't bother checking them when I made this weapon. But I'm willing to make a bet the 3 components I put into this were worth about 27.5 silver. Roughly. Because I think the throwy blade was around 8 point something. We actually tell too from the rapier. Is that like a 12? So assuming that's similar, we may have lost a little bit of value. Like let's just say hypothetically they were all to 12. That means that was 36. So we lost about what, like 8 silver value. It's basically nothing. And that's assuming they're all kind of even to that. But of course, when crafting stuff, you can use smaller material. Like the ones that only require 3 from Hammer Mage and such. Can't quite do that with Guardian, though. Guardian's a nightmare. I'm so glad that we got a Guardian drop earlier. I would not have made this into a 4-star if it wasn't for that. Because that's the main thing that keeps me from ever making a 4-star, honestly. Is the fact that we have to go do Bone Right. Oh! We finally got it! I can't wield it yet, though, unfortunately. So good thing we still have the 43 helm. Oh, that's the only problem with getting a good drop from these. We're only going to be able to use it right at the end of the grind. But, yeah, our first 4-star from the plant. We got a 4-star helm. The only problem is I can only use it for the final 3 levels. Still great, though. Whenever we go do post 50, that'll help out a lot. Oh, that took us a while. I think that's like 3 hours of killing plants for one 4-star. I feel like we went a little dry. I'm pretty sure it doesn't normally take that long. Maybe like 2 hours tops. It was definitely on the dry end. Yeah, 3 hours of these things for one drop. And it becomes 4 times longer after level 200 as well. I still haven't gotten a single... Actually, I've done so little combat because of the whole 4 times thing. I still have yet to get a 4-star post 200 yet. When they're like 4 times rare. We will eventually. I'm curious how useless it'll be though. We're gonna get like Fire Sword or something. Like one of the most pointless weapons until special attacks come out. But hopefully something actually relevant. 2-hand would be the best because they're great for AFK raid dens. And a 218 2-hand would be so perfect. But a rapier would still be fine. And honestly, that's about it. Everything else would be kind of trash. I don't know. Maybe if it's for something in that level range, maybe it could be good. Let me see. If I got a 218 from these, what would be the best elemental damage weapon? That isn't like our main cryo or just physical damage. Let me see. Technically it'd be Arbor Bow, I guess. But then the thing after is immune. But yeah, I guess technically Arborite Bow, but you only get to use it for 4 hits. And even then, it's also a small percent, so it's probably not even worth it. Because that enemy can start hitting you immediately. Though I do believe they hit slightly lower if they hit them from a range. It seems like they're melee. At least the animation makes it seem like that. I never kept like a long track of their max hits or anything. But I'm pretty sure the max hit is slightly lower when they're using range compared to melee. So using Arborite Bow on them isn't horrible. Only big downside of the bow is it is a two-handed bow. It's not like a one-handed range weapon like these discs. Also, why is this one absolutely decimating me so hard? Please, stop hitting every number being like 20-something. I'm speaking about Arborite Bow. Found one. Don't need it, though. These things are immune to green. Oh, we're about to be able to do an armor upgrade soon. Pretty much our first one as well. I've actually gotten 0 armor upgrades I've been able to equip from them so far. Because they've all been out of level range. This body will be the first one. Honestly, I almost want to keep that plate body. This will be good crafting material later. For like the lower mid-range. But then again, if I'm going to do that, I would kind of have to do it now. So yeah, I'm just going to sell it then. I'll just wait till Armor Maker skill. It's not that big a deal. I just feel like getting that leather is going to be annoying and you're going to have to buy it from the shop. It's just going to be a whole process that isn't worth it. Because it's only worth making high-level hides, not the really low-tier stuff. There we go, armor upgrade. And is definitively an upgrade across the entire line, though only 8 extra defense for the main one that matters right now. Which is not ideal, but hey, I'll take 8 over nothing. Only problem is we have nerfed the visual of our body, though. It's a huge visual nerf. But we do get 8 extra defense, so we'll go for it. Yeah, this body is only 620. But we want to make a bet when trading comes out, it would be worth so much more. Like over 100, 200 silver. Especially before Armor Maker is out. To some degree, I almost want to keep it. Seems like a weird thing to keep, but it's actually in a weird range where it's actually worth it. Good morning, Lost Skill! Welcome, welcome. As long as I have the space for it, I'm going to keep it around. If I run out of space, it'll be like one of the first ones we sell. If I have the space for it, I'm just going to keep it in there. But yeah, good morning, Lost Skill. How's the grind going? No, we didn't get top 15. Our main goal today is base 50. Which I'm not sure if we'll have enough time to do, but we're sure trying. We're working on 50 guard right now, while putting over knowledge into fishing. Then probably do scout until we can get 42 fishing or 43, if we don't already have it by then. And I'm hoping that we can finish it this stream. If we are short, we're going to be ever so slightly short, though. But hopefully we won't be. We got like a little under 8 hours to go get a billion levels. We got to get 8 guard levels, 17 scout, and 12 fishing. Let's see how close we get. But I think I overscoped it. I mentioned the same thing earlier too. Like if I try putting fishing, we'll also do into 2 combats. We probably won't be able to get it done. And that's exactly what it looks like is going to happen. If it was just the 2 combats or just Hope Port, we definitely would. But throwing a 3rd one in there is what's going to make it kind of hard. Like we can easily get 50 guard, 50 fishing. Or 50 guard, 50 scout. The big issue is trying to do all 3 within this time. I don't know, we'll see how close we get. We got like 7.5 hours. And if we are slightly short, it's not that big a deal. We just finish it tomorrow. We're going to get as close as we possibly can. Even if I have to put knowledge in the scout. Which will be very painful to do, but I will do it. He's got back from work and planning to start again cooking and mining. Nice. Yeah, grabbing those cooking contracts every single hour whenever you can. Oh, speaking of which, my bounties are ready. I think they've been ready for a while. Let me go take those real quick. I need to go sell too, so perfect timing. But as soon as we get one more drop, honestly, even regardless of drop, we should go head over. It feels weird. I have a helm upgrade and a helm upgrade, and I actually need both of them. Because one of them's too high a level. Alright, let's go telly away. Alright, let me go sell everything, and then we'll go do our dailies. Actually, you know what? I'm selling the other area. Because this brings us close to where the daily is. I might also be able to buy an upgrade if we want. Not sure if it's worth it, though. But if there's like a level 42 or 41 guard item. 2-star, maybe I'll grab it. Not a 1-star, but if it's selling like a 2-star, like anything other than body or helm, I might pick it up real quick. Highly doubt it. I'm also just doing this for, the sell. But while we're here, oh, of course, Miles, yes, running merchant. Wonder if they're still trying to go all the way to 500. Seems like they're doing a lot of leather merchant. Oh, let's see. No, it's for Hope Forest. That might be an upgrade, though. I'll go check it. There could be a Hope Forest upgrade. I'll go check in a second. Let's see. Hope Forest. Or level 30 2-star boots and upgrade. They are... Oh, they are. I'll go grab them, then. This will help us for our other grind. Just make us a little tankier in case we get unlucky. It's not that big a difference, but better than nothing. Oh, don't sell that one. Yeah, it's not a big upgrade, but better than nothing. Alright, are we good to go? Let's go do our dailies real quick. And then we'll head right back to guard. Oh, so this will help give us some of the money we need for spear as well. We need to scrap together like 340 or 360 or something. And this right here should pretty much give us all the gold we need instantly. It's one of the few situations where we're actually going to be using this for its immediate value. Because that should be enough silver now for us to get the spear. Alright, let's see. By the time we hit 42 fishing. Or 43, I mean. Alright, where am I going? Mine deep. Go do the mining daily real quick, and then we're right back to the Hopeport. And keep the guard grind going. Okay, we did tile skip him. I was getting ready for the walk under, but it actually aligned perfectly that I didn't need the walk under. We got the aggro skip. Oh, you try to get 5 levels of cooking per day? Oh, I've just been doing 1 level per day. I'm not that paranoid about grabbing them. But yeah, 1 a day, we'd hit 200 by, like, March. Which sounds like forever, but it makes it so we basically have to do no cooking, but still get level 200 cooking. I do enjoy cooking, but I'd rather do it quicker through contracts. But I just don't take the contracts that often. I do have some queued up, but I haven't bothered doing any since then. But yeah, I think we were slacking. I don't think I got my daily cooking level yesterday. Might need to try getting level 1.5 later. Even today, I might not even bother. Like if we do, we're getting like half level at best. Like, how much explosives do we have at this point? They're technically worth doing. They're 207 activity. It's just the XP drop for them seems so bad. Not sure why, but they're only giving like 5k each. When iron's given like 1.5. I'd rather just do a bunch of iron and just AFK it with queuable actions when they come out. I do enjoy blast mining. I just feel like it's scaled really badly. Especially at my level range. Let's see. Nabbin 500 merchant because top 3 total are way better at not sleeping. Oh yeah, the people at like the top 5 of total level right now are insane at not sleeping. I don't know how they have so much not sleep. Because I haven't lost any sleep over Brighter Shores yet. But in doing so, we've only been playing for like, you know, like 8 to 12 hours a day. Almost days like closer to like 12, 13, 14. But you know, some days are also like way lower. Like yesterday, I probably played for like 3 hours total, actively. Maybe a little bit more if you count AFK Leatherworker. But that was AFK Leatherworker. Which is slightly different than like active play. Maybe sometimes it was sitting there for like 5 minutes doing literally nothing. Oh, I keep forgetting to equip the cryo pots. It's like the 4th battle now we've done without it. Yeah, Better Player has gotten a lot of levels recently. I assume they're doing combat. Last I checked, I believe they were. I can't remember which, but, yeah, they're moving so quick because they're doing, like, combat only right now. That's why we're starting to catch up back on them. As this stream has also pretty much been combat only. And combat's just really quick. Alright, let me remember to actually equip a cryo this time. There we go. Let me check. Let's see what he's doing. Let's see. Yeah, 200 guard, 200 scout. Yeah, that explains everything. Yeah. He has 200 all combat. Yeah, that's where his levels went from. Anyways. Yeah, that explains everything then. That explains everything. He has 200 every combat. That's why he was moving up so quick. Yeah, combat is way quicker. I really noticed that when we were doing a little bit of fishing earlier. It felt like we were getting almost 2 times XP for combat. Not literally. But it was definitely quicker. Like, it's so quick, combat compared to fishing, that you could visually see the difference in the movement of how our XP bar was moving. Fishing was so much slower. Only problem with our current level range is we don't get to see that much enemy variety. We killed the 33s for like 2 levels and then killed the 47 for like 17 levels. So we didn't get to see too much variety. Just because these are really efficient because of their stationary capability. You whack them 4 times before they even touch you. Yeah, we've been killing these since level 33, the level 47. We're still 5 levels down on them even after all this time. We're getting there. That's why we have all this random junk in our inventory. I have a double helm upgrade in my inventory right now. Because it keeps dropping things I can't even use. Or use yet. You're really happy you finished your combat early on. Now you don't feel so silly for doing it when you see all the top players stopping their plans to do it. Well, I mostly just want to stop to do it because the combat rework. It's the main thing that's kind of been making me combat pivot a little. Oh, that and finishing base 50s. But we just don't know what combat's going to be like in a week from now or a month from now or a couple months from now. But we know how strong it is right now, so even if it's stronger later, just in case it is nerfed, it's better to do it now. Not that combat would be nerfed in, you know, like how it feels sense, but XP rates for some things could be potentially lower depending on what kind of reworks they do. For combat itself feels better, but XP at certain ranges might be worse. Overall, it should just be better across the board, but we don't know that for sure. So I've been doing a little bit of combat pivoting. Now we've just been neglecting it like crazy, so yeah, finally time to do it a little. One other nice thing about this grind that we're doing right now, like the base 50 combat grind, just base 50s in general, is whenever a quest comes out, we should pretty much have all the requirements. The highest quest requirement so far is level 61 cooking. And it's going to be way easier to go and grind for a bunch of 50s, 55s, 60 and such at level 50 than it will be at, like, you know, if we were at like 20 or 30. It also makes every quest boss basically killable. Because we've been doing most of them at like half their level range. Like the last one that we did the 5-star in Hope Forest at level 30. The only reason it says 33 right now is the quest reward brings you to 33 from 30. But otherwise, if we killed at 30, you could probably do it even at 20 or even lower. But Yeah, you don't need to have like the combat requirement. So far, the only one that's been like that was Mines of Matubin, where you need 59 or 61, depending on if you want to boost or not. But aside from that, we haven't really needed to get like a specific combat level. It's normally just be good enough to kill this boss and you're good to go. Because we also did Hope Pour at level 30 as well. We finished both chapters at level 30. Only reason the other two weren't is the chapter 3 required 59, and then we just went a little bit higher one day. I think it was on that day hats came out, we were doing testing on everything. So I was doing some combat testing. And then the one for Chronopolis is because, of course, we do AFK combat there for raid dens to get detective up. One reason I kind of want to do the raid dens to try for 500, aside from the money that you print at that point, is I'm hoping they buff detective in the future. I feel like detective is weak enough right now that they're going to buff it. Similar to how they're going to buff fishing and cooking. It's one of those skills that are just really bad value at the moment. Beyond level 83 at least. Whereas cooking and fishing are bad beyond level like 25 and 61. Because you only need 61 cooking, you only need 25 fishing, and you only need 83 detective. Anything higher in all three of those skills is pretty useless in the current state of the game. And hopefully something they'll address in the future. They're only skills that could like completely fall off in any purpose. Because every other skill doesn't really have that kind of effect. These are all money-making skills that are just outpaced is the problem. So once they run out of secondary utility, they have no use. And that's the highest level for all their secondary utility. 25 for 3-star quests for fishing. 61 cooking for Brandolph Inheritance for the expansion. And 83 detective because of the shortcuts in the area. Get fully unlocked by 83. But all three of them have no purpose beyond that. Currently. Whereas every other skill does. Like high level carpentry, you can process your logs. High level woodcutting, you know, you're getting better logs. Gatherer, you're getting alchemy supplies as well as really good bones. Alchemy, obviously, like every potion in the game pretty much right now. Unless they divide it into another skill at some point. Forager feeds into that. All the combats, because any combat really high is useful in any zone. Obviously, the 3 production skills for making weapons and shields. Mining to go feed into smithing and blacksmith. Even merchant and leathermaker, they still have usefulness. Even though leatherworker can't even use half of its ability, it's really good for printing money. And in the case of merchant, it is just good for making leatherworker print money. And you do that all the way to level 490. I used to say merchant is useless after 490, but almost any skill will be at that point. Technically, there is a point where merchant becomes useless. At 490 merchant, you never need to do merchant again. But that's a pretty high cutoff. But yeah, they definitely got to fix fishing, cooking, and detective at some point. They need a secondary purpose to them that actually makes them worth getting to 500 or to 400 something. Yeah, I do hope they add food buffs and such. But if they do, they have to make it require fishing supplies. My main hope for it was they do hourly buffs or something. Similar to how the potions are, but you don't have to keep chugging them. Like, imagine if you could do a 5% non-stacking hope port boost, or, you know, any chapter. Where it's like 5% for 1 hour. And then you have to go eat another meal there or something. And the meal is made of a bunch of high-tier fish, as well as the cooking skill. And it gives you like an hour buff of like some things that already kind of exist, as well as new ones. But they wouldn't be able to stack. But it basically makes it so you don't have to keep chugging them. Would also be really good for like buffs too. Like imagine if you had like a plus 40 cryo, but it lasted for an entire hour rather than one fight. Obviously, whatever the feast or whatever you had to prepare would have to cost a lot. Like I'm talking like 100 silver, if not more, in fish. But it still get used. like hourly buffs or even multi-hourly, depending on how he wants to do it, but at least an hour. And it could already be existing buffs or even new ones that don't exist right now. But they wouldn't be able to stack. Like, you wouldn't be able to use like a plus 40 cryo into a plus 40 cryo. Or like a 5% XP into a 5% XP. It would just make it so you don't have to keep chugging them every 2 minutes or, you know, every fight. Could even do regen ones as well. Because currently food doesn't heal, and I don't think they're ever going to make food consumable in that way. But one thing they could do is increase your regen rate. Currently you only get 3 whenever it ticks up. But you could eat a food and make it way higher. Like maybe 10 or 20 or 30 or 50. Or, you know, depending on the food and everything. Because right now, there's no way to increase your regen rate. Even at level 500, you still only have a regen rate of 3, last I recall. Like, whenever you look at our number, you'll see it move up by 3. Like, it just went from 142, and now it's going to go from 108 to 111. But there's currently no way to increase your regen rate, and I could definitely see consumable food doing that. Where, like, for 1 hour, it consumes your regen rate, or, you know, improves your regen rate for an hour. That's one I definitely feel like they'll do. As far as the full list of things, no, I have no clue. That definitely seems like a no-brainer one if they're going to make it into, like, hourly buff kind of things. Because that makes it so you don't have to keep consuming food, or even potions for that matter. But it would still have, like, a regen effect as if you did. It would just be over a long period of time rather than all at once when you consume it. Oh, I'm out of cryopot. Well, not out, but, you know. Another feature we really need. Auto-equipping pots. So you don't have to keep doing them over and over again. The amount of times I've engaged fight without a combat pot when I'm spamming them is so high. It's not too big a deal. But, nice quality of life if it ever did happen. Or check to see if you have any in your inventory and just auto-refills them. Like, it makes sense why there's a 20 cap. Because for PvP and such in the future. But, you know, it's not really a reason why I shouldn't just auto-equip after a fight. So if you have more in your inventory, you don't need to worry about constantly having to keep equipping them over and over and over again. We're about to get a helm upgrade soon. At level 43, we become a little tankier. Not just from our level, but also the helm. And then at 47, we become even tankier than that. See if he gets at least one more big drop. We haven't actually gotten a single 3-star upgrade from him. In all fairness, it's kind of impossible for us to get a 3-star weapon upgrade. But it is possible that we get a 3-star armor upgrade. Literally any of them would be other than helm at this point. Well, and shield, I guess. It was a handcrafted shield, not a drop. The reason you started doing cooking, exactly the reason you talked on stream right now. Yeah, I do believe they're going to buff cooking. It's one of the other reasons I want to get detective up. Cooking, fishing, and detective are the 3 skills that are 100% going to get buffed at some point. It's more so a matter of when and if. Because they just have really bad balance in the current state of the game at high level. As soon as they run out of utility purpose, they're just useless. Currently. But they're going to change that at some point. Cooking will give some kind of like hourly buff or some other feature that will make it useful. I don't think you'll be able to wield food. Or, you know, like eat it like you would in like RuneScape or something. But you would be able to get some kind of buff from them in one way or another. Like, you're not going to be able to wield it like potions, I'm pretty sure. But you never know. But, yeah, hourly buff just seems like the most likely. Fishing will basically just feed into whatever cooking does. And then detective, I have no clue what they'll do to buff that, though. I'm not sure what they can do to buff it. Other than make investigations maybe better. As far as their payout. That'll give some kind of resource over time. Like something other than just money from it. It's a really money-heavy skill. But it doesn't really make a lot of money. Like, all the rewards are money, but the money you make from it isn't particularly high. Like, even at 210 detective, I don't even think we make 1 gold an hour from it. Despite making like 1.3, 1.4 from leatherworker at pre-200. Yet at 210, I can't even make a golden hour with detective. Even merchant's pretty much a gold per hour now at level 200. Definitely would be at 216 if it's not already. Whereas detective at like 230, I think is still under like a golden hour. I think the point where it becomes a golden hour is at let's see, 267. You may be able to make a golden hour. But yeah, I think at 267 is when it finally cracks the 1 golden hour mark. Whereas Leatherworker already did it by like 140, 150-ish. And Merchant does it by like 200-ish. Or 216 if it's not already there. Oh, is that not a definitive upgrade? Interesting. It's actually slightly worse in 2 of them, but that's fine because we don't need those stats at the moment. They're going for 3-3 merch Leatherworker? Nice. Yeah, we'll be doing some amount of post 200 merchant. I just haven't bothered yet. The way I'll break it down is 205, 216, and 222, I believe. 205 is our next 205 is our next hide upgrade. 216 is when you get post 200 XP rate. And which means that we're gonna have a little bit of a slow gap. Going from 200 to 216 is gonna be one of the slowest parts of merchant. Because we're used to like the pre-200 XP rate, and we're not going to get a buff till 216. It's not like the worst category probably in the entire skill, but it's going to feel the worst since we just got alpha of, you know, 200, pre-200. It's not the worst range, but yeah, we don't really get good post-200 XP rate till 216. And then after that, 222 is because that gives you enough to get 200 Leatherworker. While always using the highest tier hide you can. But I'll break that down into 3 separate grinds at some point. 205 when we feel like touching merchant slightly. 216 when we really want to go all in on merchant. And honestly at that point, the grind for those 11 levels is going to be way longer than the 6 grind from 216 to 222. Like that's easily a 1 stream thing. 200 to 205 is also a 1 stream thing. The thing that's a little bit more intimidating is going from 205 to 216. As our XP rate around that range is going to be pretty abysmal. To such a degree, I might even use the AFK activities for it. Because I'm really considering using the 211 AFK to get to 216. I'm not sure if I'm going to, but I'm actually tempted to. Just so we don't have to manually do those 5 levels. The problem is I'd have to spend 39 knowledge from 3, so I'd have to put 36 knowledge into it. That's a lot, just to skip 5 levels, but I think it's worth it. That way if we ever want to do it in the future too, for in like a really bad level range, we can. It just feels bad doing it on a skill that's already such good XP. But there's definitely a couple level ranges where it's abysmal, and that's one of them. Doing it for those 5 levels would be great quality of life. Alright, let's see. I'm not sure yet, though. Yeah, I'm still putting this into Fisher. But no, we'll see. Haven't fully decided if I will or won't. Even if I do, that's still like 4 or 5 days of having to AFK it, though. Which is 4 to 5 days I can't be putting in other skills. Compared to just dumping knowledge into it. I still haven't put knowledge in anything post 200 yet. Mostly because it seemed more worthwhile to get the AFK activity instead. But the problem is you can only run 1 AFK activity. It'd be funny if your guy could eventually ever do multiple. I don't see any reason why you would be able to, though. I just want even more passive XP. I guess the only closest thing we have is like an XP potion. I think you get like a 5 to 10% AFK XP potion. They're not really worth it though. The money ones are for combat, but the extra XP relative to how much they cost is not worth it. Since you consume one like every hour. If they lasted for an entire session, or for an entire day or something, it'd be more worthwhile. But they're pretty expensive to use. Because at least with the wealth potion, you're making all your money back and some. But when it comes to the XP ones, you're just burning money outright. Because the money you're making from the AFK activity does not pay for the potions. Oh, don't die. Nice, nice. He got close. He was thinking about it. How many guard levels have we gotten so far? We started at 31. So we're currently at 12. But how many levels an hour is that then? It's still only like 3 point something, though we were doing the fishing in between as well. And making the other weapon thingy. That means we're getting like what, 3.5 levels an hour? Which means this grind would be done in about 2 hours. Yeah, there's no way we're getting base 50s. I overscoped. Because yeah, 2 hours to finish guard. Which should get us pretty much to our fishing grind. But then the fishing grind will take probably like 3 hours of grinding from there. Because we'll gain like 2.5, 3 hours an hour. And then scout at like 3.5 per hour would have to get like 4 to 5 hours. And I somehow have to do all those hours within the next 7 hours. But let's see, how much time is that then? 2 hours for guard. Let's say we do all the knowledge and it's 3 hours for fishing. So that's 5 hours. So I'd somehow have to gain 17 scout levels in 2 hours. That was my concern, yeah. We'll hit 2 50s, but not the third. We'll easily hit 2. The very, very, very last one, technically, we won't be able to hit. There's physically not enough times between now and the end of the day to hit it today. Even though we'll be grinding like every last second till midnight. There's literally just not enough time in the day to finish it. Otherwise I would. But there's just not enough time in the day. As it'll be past midnight by that point. Unless special attacks come out in the next hour. I don't think he's going to be doing an update today, though. Normally he does this in the morning. It's like a bug fix thing. How to farm 15 hours in 7 hours? I know, right? Yeah, we're going to be like 2-3 hours short, it looks like. We get pretty close, though. We're going to get 50 guard, 50 fishing, and like 40 scout, it looks like. But there's no way I can do that last like 3 shower of scout grind. Or still try. But it does look like we're going to be slightly short. Well, we're still going to try as if it's possible. The only difference is I probably will be putting my knowledge into woodcutting then. Originally, I wasn't going to in that chapter, if it was actually possible for us to get it with knowledge. But all the knowledge we get around that time won't make up enough levels. At the current rate that we're getting between everything, let's say it's averaging like 3.5, 4. Let's even be ambitious. Let's say 4, so it's like 1 level an hour. With how much time is left, that is 7, 28, or no, that'd be just 7. So 7 levels. Yeah, that wouldn't be enough. Even if I dumped everything in the scout, it would still be a number smaller than what we need by the end. Alright, let me go bank. Not sure if it's worth selling all this, but I don't know, I feel bad leaving stuff on the ground. I know this inventory is worth like 20 silver, but that's 20 silver. We're gonna miss out on like 2 or 3 kills, but hey, 20 silver is 20 silver. Let's see, how much is it actually? Just don't sell the helm though. There we go. I didn't even pay attention. What was the number I was looking at? 40. Say 40 silver is 40 silver. Job number 2, that's funny. Some guy's name is Job, but they have number 2 next to their name because, you know, job was already taken. It's funny. Because it implies that playing this game is their second job. The name actually works so well. I kind of like when some people have actually incorporated the number in their name into their name. You're up to 14 gold just doing merchant. Yeah, it prints a lot of gold over time. It's one of those skills I don't plan on making money from when I'm doing it, even though I know it profits. And then after doing a whole session of it, it's like, oh, where did all this money come from? And it's like, oh yeah, merchant's just pure money, isn't it? Happens anytime I do a merchant grind. Like when I go to 205, we'll probably make like what, 7, 8 gold randomly? Somewhere around there, maybe even like slightly more. And I'll go look at my gold stack. It's like, where did all this gold come from? Yeah, merchant really starts adding up over time. I don't really consider it like a primary moneymaker. But it's one of those, if you plan on it making almost no money, and then you do it for a while, it's like, oh, I got a whole cash stack now. Like, it makes a surprisingly high amount. Like it's in a weird middle ground where you don't expect to make money from it, but you constantly do. I feel like fishing's in that category too, though it makes a lot less money. Like I'll do like a bunch of fishing today, and we'll probably get like almost a whole gold piece from it. Like between every single bit of fishing we did today, we'll make like over a gold just getting to 50 fishing. Like it really starts adding up. Like I don't plan to make any money while doing fishing. Like, you know, we're not trying to do it as like a money maker or something. But between everything today, we'll make like an entire gold piece just from fishing. Between what we already sold and what we're about to once we start training at level 42, 43. You wonder if they will do the leaderboard thingy. They will do a ban wave again. You've noticed a bunch of people started popping up on Steam, Reddit, saying people got banned for botting recently. Oh gosh. Well, their anti-botting measures have gotten a lot better recently. Obviously, they're trying to improve it before trading, obviously. So, yeah, they've been pushing a lot of those updates out. They did one midday when we were streaming, too. There's no patch notes for it, and it was almost guaranteed a bot detection update that they rolled out in the middle of the day. Because they wanted to wait until everyone was already rolling the bots after the patch. And there's still no patch notes to it to this day. It was almost guaranteed improving the bot detection. So I'm so tempted to start chugging XP pots just to speed it up a little. I always wonder if it's worth it or not. I feel like chugging XP pots is like barely worth it. It's just so expensive per hour. If you're gonna do it in any chapter, chapter 1's kind of the chapter to do it in because they're so cheap. The problem is I've been so low on cash this entire stream. We don't really have the money to be getting them. To be chugging that many. When I want to do the fishing grind, we will, just to speed up fishing. Because 43 to 50 fishing is still going to take a little bit. Like 42 to 43, 42 to 40, or blah, blah, blah. 42 to 50 or 43 to 50 are both going to take a while. This is even slower than combat. Like, it's probably going to be like 20-30% quicker doing guard from 43 to 50 compared to Fisher. Despite having our best XP rate we can have by then. Because that's also when we get the 5% rod. Will we be able to sell all of our dupe hats? No, currently you won't be able to. You'll still be able to trade them 1-to-1 with people who already have a hat. So the only way you could really, like, quote-unquote sell it is to do a 1-on-1 for a more favorable hat. Like, if you were standing out in, like, the trading center and being, like, trading any hat 1-to-1 plus, like, 1 gold or something. Like, you do something like that. Not sure how many people would bother doing that, though. Or, you know, buying. Or what it would even cost. But that'd be the only way you could, like, quote-unquote sell them. You'll still be able to 1-to-1 trade them, but you'd have to do a 1-to-1 where they give you currency as well. Where they pay you, like, let's say 1 gold, and then you do the trade with them for whatever hat they want. Because I don't think they're going to go more than, like, 1 gold each. Because you have to 1-to-1 them. You can't sell it to someone who has 0 hats. So the most you're ever really going to make is, like, 1, maybe 10 for, like, a red Santa hat or something. But that number can never go too high because you can only ever trade it with other people who were around for the event. Which also implies that they didn't get all 20, which is super quick to do. Like 5 hours of gameplay doing basically anything and you'll get all 20. Or at least enough hats that you can easily 1-to-1 trade whatever you're missing. We don't know if we'll be able to give the dupes to something. Currently there seems to be nothing, but maybe at the end of the event he'll have like a dupe thing. Or all the dupes automatically get turned in for something. Who knows? Just to make sure everyone only keeps 1. But currently, dupes have no purpose other than trading 1-to-1. But at a fee. Like a 1-to-1 fee. We just don't know what the market would be for something like that, if at all. Could be 100 silver, could be a gold piece, could be a couple gold. Selling Black Christmas at 10 gold. I don't think they're ever going to go more than like 1 or 2 gold. Just because of how close to the holiday event they already had to have been. Because anyone who really wanted a hat would have gotten it during the event. Like, if someone really, really, really wanted... Like, let's say they were doing this event, but they don't plan to play that long. But they really wanted, like, all 5 Santa hats. They'd have to play for, like, 1 hour. And just simply get 5 hats, then go trade for them right now, in the current state of the game. Like, they barely have to play at all to get to that point. So it's very unlikely someone will be in that category. Oh, is the next enemy weak to yellow? I don't think it is. Let's check real quick. I don't believe it is. It's like weak to green or something weird. Yeah, it's weak to green. So this weapon is useless then, as it normally is. The hardest to get was Purple Elf. I actually got the most of Purple Elf. I'm at 29 Purple Elf. The one that was hardest for me to get was Yellow Tree. It took us 63 until we got one copy. It took 63 hats for one Yellow Tree. And then at one point it was our highest one. But now it's Purple Elf. I should probably go use this point, shouldn't I? Let's see. Drink. Fishing XP. Come here, fishy fishies. Oh, so this is what training fishing looks like, by the way. Killing a plant over and over again with frost weapons. That's what fishing is. At least until we get level 42 or 43. But for now, that's what it is. You got it after 15 hours? Oh gosh. Yeah, I think it took us 11. Like 11 and a half. Oh gosh, we got RNG'd. That hasn't happened in a while. Oh yeah, she died. I was just hoping it would low roll. This max hits around a 34 or something. Alright, sell all plus the epic that I don't need. The 30 silver. Oh, back we go. Alright, we should only die like 2 more times on our way to the rest of the grind. Hopefully no more than that. It's just because I can. I want to go grab every last XP pot I have. In case the temptation to just chug these comes along. Oh, I got a lot of them. Ooh. Do we start chugging? Yep, wrong one. I think I just start chugging. Let's see. Do we have enough time to start chugging? Guard will take under 2 hours. Fishing will take, I don't know, what, 3-ish? 4? It's hard to tell. Because we're putting knowledge into it. They're probably close to like 3.5. So between all of them, let's say 5-ish. 5 is 60 an hour. Or sorry, 30 an hour. Yeah, 150. Yeah, we can chug these for the rest of the stream and not run out. Oh, time to start chugging. It's chugging time. But yeah, we could chug every last one of these and still not run out. Hopefully I have enough time to get at least 3 kills in within that time, though. But yeah, we can chug them and we'll be fine. Yeah, let it begin then. And now we get 5% more XP per plant. Which means our 895 should move up to a whatever number it's going to say. A 940. So we're getting like 45 more XP per kill. Which is not a lot, but 45 is 45. It's more than 0. And it still seems not worth it. We're spending about 1.5 silver for... Because we can get only about 3 kills in that time consistently. Maybe 4? I guess we're really quick with it, technically 4. It's more like 3 though. 3 guaranteed, 4 is questionable depending on RNG. Let's even say hypothetically we do get 4. It's not a lot. Also, thank you for the $2 tip. Grumskin, greatly appreciated. Chug, 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 Merry Christmas. Thank you, thank you. Yep, holiday's right around the corner. Oh yeah, I did all my holiday shopping yesterday too, so we should still be able to do our full 12-hour stream every single day this week. I got all the holiday shopping I need to get done yesterday. So we are good to go for Christmas. A lot of last minute shopping. There's like one other thing I need to pick up next Monday, but it shouldn't take that long. I just want to get it fresh. These are the food-related item for Christmas. But beyond that, all the other last minute shopping I got done yesterday. It's one of the reasons why we had like only an hour-long stream. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to kill the 4th in time. Looks like most of the time we're only gonna get 3 within 1 potion. Unless we get really good RNG. Like that one. Yeah, that's gonna be an outlier though. But even with that much, we are currently spending... How much money is that? Let's go do some math. Maybe it's not worth chugging these. That's one of my issues I always have with these. So I guess you can have to look at it as a percent of your bar though. And I'm not sure how much of the percent of bar I'm getting. I guess technically 5% per hour. But, yeah, if we break it down based on XP, we're getting like nothing for spending a silver. For one single silver, I'm getting 45 times 4 at best. Which is, 180 XP. I'm spending 1 silver for 180 extra XP. And normally it's gonna be less than that. 45 less. Which is 135 XP. It doesn't seem that worth it. 1.5 silver for 135 XP. I'm spending like what, 10 bronze in XP or 100? What does it come down to? Whatever it is, it sounds really expensive. I think we're spending like 10 bronze per XP. I don't know, I might still keep using them though. But it is basically our transfer rate right now. 10 bronze for 1 single XP. If we keep using and just chugging the 5% pots. However, it's 1 XP at a lower level range, so it's a little bit more effective. Am I still on leaderboards? Yes. We are top 18 total. Though this isn't with the fixed leaderboard, so we could be easily a little lower than that. That's the only thing we're ranked on as far as top 20. Which shows you on like the top of the leaderboard. Ones that we're pretty close to is if I just did blacksmithing for a day would be top 20. Because a lot of people stopped at 200 like where we are right now. But if I did that even for a day, we'd take top 20. And beyond that, Mine to Matubin in general, if I just do stuff in Mine to Matubin, will also pretty quickly get us to top 20. I'm not level 47 guard yet. Oh no. It's another upgrade I can't wield. But we'll get to them eventually. Alright, let me go drink our pot. Poke the thing. Yeah, we've still barely been maintaining it. I haven't really been rushing leaderboard or anything like that, but just from us playing so much, we have maintained top 20. Soon to pass better player, because they did all the quick combat, so whenever we're doing combat, we'll be getting levels on them. Even if they're actively playing. Which is stream and next stream, definitely pretty combat heavy. We're trying to get 50 guard, need to get 50 scout. Still not sure if we'll be able to finish base 50s today, but we'll get really absurdly close. At this point, I 100% want to finish everything and hope port to 50. The main one that's in question is, are we going to get scout to 50? Because the answer is probably no. We're going to try to, but I think the best we're going to be able to get is like 40-ish. To finish the last 10 tomorrow. Yeah, for the most part, I haven't really let leaderboards really dictate what we grinded for. The only reason I went a little bit hard on total level was because I saw, oh, we're already top 20, might as well maintain it. But beyond that, I haven't really tried going for anything. I do kind of want to go for my first 500, though. It feels like it'd be fun to try to do, like, a top leaderboard 500 grind. If I was to do it, it would be detective. Technically detective and watch person, but detective is the more likely one to hold. Because we're at the same level of both, but still have higher detective range. There's currently 100 people that'd be higher than me, though. I'll take 126, but you know what I mean. If we're going for top 20 leaderboard, we'd have to make top 20. I'm not sure if it's worth going for at this point, though. It really depends if everyone here is grinding for it, because if they are, it's not worth going for. Because the lowest people are at 300 already. And I'm already like 90 levels down. So if I really want to get a top 500 permanently on the leaderboard, I'd probably do it for Chapter 5 skill or something. Like Chapter 5's Gathering. Or even Chapter 5's combat or whatever they're doing with Shield Breaker by then. The other problem with Chapter 5 is based on where currently everything else is at. The final enemy in Chapter 5 is likely to be weak to Arbor or Tempest Day. But most likely Arbor. Because Blue already has 2 that are like that. Chapter 1 and 4. Or sorry, Chapter 1 and 3, I mean. Oh, I just got a Warhammer. How do I feel about that? I don't want to upgrade my Rapier, though. But we could. Do we? Do I make a 45 Rapier? It feels like a waste. But if I made a guard weapon or a, oh no, I would have to make a normal one. Yeah, it's not worth it. I would have to make a, if that was a Guardian weapon, I would consider it a bit more. But the fact that's a Hammer Mage weapon, I'm probably just selling it. Because that means we have to go make the Guardian component, and the Guardian component has to be pretty high leveled. See, I'm not gonna bother. That's probably just an insta-sell. Is I don't think you can upgrade between chapters, so unless this is untuned. I'm pretty sure it's tuned to chapter, yeah it is, the whole port symbol. Yeah, it's currently tuned to chapter 1, so I can't use it for anything. My range weapon's already upgraded. I guess I could upgrade a 2-hand? I could technically go use this to upgrade a 2-hand. Make it like a really high level 2-hand. So I can make a really low level Guardian item. And then I can make that into like a 5-star level 50 for later. Because our next enemy that we'd have to kill would be probably both physical weakness. Because the next 2 would be the 52. Oh no, the next one's weak to ice as well. I could just use upgrade a Rapier. Or even just Rapier. Worst comes to worst, you could 2-hand both of them. This one you definitely would 2-hand to 52. And the one you would get after that is what? Oh, the normal guard. Yeah, you can just 2-hand all of that. And just skip the bird a little bit. Or just use the Rapier and the range weapon. Alright, maybe that's what I use this for then. I make this to make like a level 50 2-hand. For the longsword. Because that would be able to last us all the way to the guard. Unless we get another better drop by then. We're not going to be doing post 50 yet, but since we already have it, I might use it for that. Since we have it laying around. Your goal is 200 guard today? Nice. What level are you now? I'm just stopping at 50 guard for now. But I might use this weapon to go prep a better weapon later. So I am going to store it away. Ooh, plate legs. Nice. Oh, I can wield them now. Even better. Never mind, I can't. Wait, why did I think I could wield them now? I saw it's 1 level lower, so I was like, I could, but nope. That's not how that works. It's still outside my level range. I keep forgetting to chug the 5%. You can't drink the mid-fight. So I always got to remember to keep drinking them before the fight. Oh, we just got chance. Luckily it didn't kill us though. But it could have. Oh wow, that's a lot of levels. What are you training on that you're planning on getting that many? 45 levels in 1 day? Even if I did all-in guard and scout, I'm not even sure that would have been 45. Because I would have gained 19 guard levels and 17 scout. Which would be like 36 levels in a day. While still getting a little bit into fishing. But at this point, I think I'm going all in on guard, then fisherman, then scout. Unless I don't have 42 fishermen by the time I have 50 guard. In which case I'll have to do a little bit of scout to get it there. And then do fisherman. Oh, are you dumping knowledge into the skill? Oh, that would be one way that you can get the level that quick. Are you dumping your knowledge into something else or into combat? Because that is doable in a day if you dump everything into combat. But I'm pretty sure it's not doable in a day if you don't. This is some kind of really broken meta I'm not aware of. Because an enemy like this is about as broken as it gets. You can always walk back to heal. You can always pre-power up. It's weak to my damage types. It's completely stationary, so you get the whole like 4-hit advantage before it even does anything. I think that could be more damage if that special attack finally came out. Of course, that doesn't apply to now. Okay, let me go move the plate leg before I delete it into my equip later section. Oh, good. He didn't get us. He was thinking about it. Alright, we're almost there on fishing. This will bring us almost to 40. And at 42, we can actually properly train fishing, as we'll have both eel and pufferfish. And at 43, bite a spear, and then from there, that's our max XP rate until we finish our 50. But I'll probably do scout to get it there, because I have a feeling we're going to be a little bit short after 50 guard. We'll be like level 41 fishing or 40 and a half. So I'll have to do scout until we get, and that's probably how much scout we'll do in total today. I'll do scout until I get 42 fishing. But then after that, yeah, we're probably locked to fishing until 50. And then whatever time we have left, we'll put all in on scout. And hopefully we'll get to 50, but we might be ever so slightly short. Because I'd rather, when I train scout, put all the XP into woodcutter after that, rather than put it into scout itself. Which if I do that, that'll put us behind like an hour. But I'd rather put it into something more useful rather than put it into scout. The only reason I put it into guard a little bit earlier was we were really out-leveled. And that was just to even us out a little bit more. Also because we had like a billion upgrades lined up for level 40. Yeah, after 200, every skill gets 4 times longer. AFK time is still just as effective though. Like, everything gets 4 times worse but AFK. Which effectively makes AFK 4 times better. Which is kind of funny because AFK activity at level 20 is as strong as at level like 400 something. The only difference is it's given the same percent of a level. So it is still way, way better later in the game after 200. Not because it's any stronger, but because everything else is weaker. It's kind of weird to think about, but yeah, it just works out that way. Like, it's literally the exact same strength, but it becomes 4 times stronger just because everything else around it becomes weaker. Not because it itself necessarily became stronger. But in that doing so, it basically becomes stronger without becoming stronger. But at level 20, you're still getting the same effectiveness as like 300, 400. The difference is it's way easier to level at that lower range, pre-200. Whereas post-200 is slower to level, both with knowledge and with XP. But AFK activities never get any worse. Oh, they do, but, you know, like, relative to the level range. Where everyone gets nerfed at 200 by AFKs, and you're laughing now. But who gets anything to level 200? Actually, AFK only. Well, you wouldn't AFK only, but you use it to fill the gaps. Same as like knowledge post 200. You used it to fill the gaps between slow methods. Like right now, it'd be a lot of sense for me to knowledge to 215 mining. Even though knowledge post 200 is kind of bad. I'm just in a bad level range right now where it's not as good to do like anything. Because we would need our next AFK to really properly train it. Because death stones are awful, even with it banked. So I need 215 to be able to reach the next AFK or 223 to do the next active. And when you're getting close to those or in the dryness of an area where you have like only bad methods, it can be really good to get past them. Like for example, at 200 merchant, we don't get a really huge buff until 216. So it's potentially worth doing the AFK activities and or knowledge to 216. Though it's a quick enough skill where it's probably just fine just to train it normally. That's one of the few exceptions, I guess. But there's gaps in a lot of skills, like, oh, I keep forgetting to do the cryopot. But, like woodcutting right now, we'd want to go to 53 so we can get our next log. Oh, of course, this is a pre-200 one. I'm trying to think, what else post-200? Like, right now, it might almost be worth putting knowledge into, though I'm just doing the AFK method. But, to get 219, is I really can't do anything with detective or watch person until we're geared for 219 raids. Both with the knowledge level, or, you know, for the, I don't know, don't do it, don't do it, no, no, no! Okay, we're fine. That's sketchy. But anyways, like, we can't really do either with either skill until we're geared for 219 raids. So using, like, knowledge or anything else to get it there, AFK activities, knowledge, whatever else, would be worth it. You mostly use it for your gaps between bad XPs. Is how you start using it post 200. Either AFK and or just knowledging them up. But you always got to do it in the gaps where whatever your active method is bad. Whenever your active method is bad, you kind of have to use knowledge and or AFK. Pre 200, you can just brute force it. But you can't really do that as good post 200. Yeah, AFK interrogation is how I plan to get to 219. I did it last night as well. I don't think I showed it at the beginning of the stream. But that's what I did as my AFK activity last night, and will be until it's 219. But yeah, I think I forgot to mention that at the beginning of the stream, but because we started at leather making because I need a little bit more money. But yeah, that's why I did it for like 11, 10, 8, whatever hours it was. Evidence filing. That's how we got from 219 to 210. Why did this guy take the thing I was killing? I need that one. But I'm doing that to 219 right now, even last night. And watch person will ideally do actively, because I need to go gear off the 218s. But if I'm still missing some, or find that they're too hard this range, I could AFK for a night. So we get to like 211, or even 2 days for 212. And then go take them on. But I'm pretty sure it's fine at 210. We'll occasionally die to them, but it's pretty quick to telly back. $4.7 million Mindfighter XP after 17 hours. Nice. Yeah, the numbers are pretty insane. I remember my first AFK activity and I saw it was like 2 million from one night. It's like, what on earth happened? Yeah, it's because of the 4 times XP curve thing. But it actually scales all the way to the XP curve. But yeah, the levels that you gain as a percent is the same pre-200 as post-200. It's just the, it's basically 4 times scaling because of that. Because everything else is 4 times worse. So the number you see when you first do it is just so absurd. But the actual percent of your bar per hour isn't any higher than it was pre-200. It's just the number is like so gigantic though. Oh, one more knowledge point or we hit 40. So how many more knowledge do I need? I need 9 more knowledge. And that will get us to 42 fishing, so we can go back to fishing. But I don't want to do any fishing until we have it. Yep, wrong way. Alright, we'll take this one, I guess. I just realized, if we do all the grind that we plan to do right now, what level will I have by the end of the stream? 5, 11, that's 16. Let's say, hypothetically, we aren't able to make Scout, but can still get, like, 2 woodcutting levels and 40 Scout. So that'd be 9. So 9, 14, 25. I'd be able to get 25 more levels this stream, which would bring us to 1973. So yeah, we'll easily 100% hit 2,000 tomorrow. As well as finish whatever 50 grind if we happen to not finish today. And by happen to, I mean we definitely won't. Unless we find a magic method that can get us a scout level like every 10 minutes, we will not hit it. It will be pretty close though. My stats by the end of stream as far as things that we worked on would be, we'll definitely get 50 guard, 50 fishing. Oddly enough, probably 52 woodcutter. And about 40 scout. Not because I'm training woodcutter at all, but I plan to put the knowledge from scout into woodcutter. Because I get a nice EXP threshold at 53. Kind of like the whole reason why we're boosting to 42 for Fisher. Because that's when we get our next best log. There's also good carpentry XP. And then we get the all-elusive Suave. And then after that point, honestly, I think I just go back to Bramble Suave. And this is Camp Suaves. I'm not sure if Bramble Suave or Camp Suave is better, though. At that level range. I need to see how much a tier 2 Suave gives. Actually, Kale would probably know. I think he's listening right now. He just messaged me as well. But yeah, Kale, if you're listening. Is doing Suave only better than Bramble Suave? Hair Beast on till... Oh, never mind. That's the other comment. You're paying close to 1 gold per night. Let's see. At level 287. Now you got level 306, and it's way less cost per night. Nice. I assume you're talking about alchemy. Yeah, alchemy is pretty expensive to get to 500. If you're not doing like the Forager, or the Gatherer, or the Mind Fighter to 500 first. Even the Merchant, so you could buy all the other supplies too. Merchant doesn't do too many of them though. There are a handful. What's the combat track that's playing right now? Sounds a lot different to me for some reason. I think it's the atmosphere in this area that makes it sound different. They have like a weird echoey effect. Up another hat for the pile. Well, you also get pearls from Merchant, though. What I was referring to by that is not just the 20 per day, but you could buy infinite pearls per day. You need like 2, 3, 4 different pearls? I think just 3. Maybe 4. And there's at least 3. That's just another one in between there. Because there's the low tier pearl that you get like 20-ish. The medium tier pearl, which I'm not sure if I'm at yet. Yeah, the low tier pearl is at 18. The mid tier pearl is at something. And the high tier pearl is at 434. I'm not sure what the middle one is. Maybe I already have it. Yeah, the middle tier is at 160. So there's 3 tiers of pearl, which I believe are used for various XP pots. And then you have the grapes as well. And cinnamon sticks. But it's mostly the 3 tiers of pearl. It's not that many, but if you want to make XP pots for Chronopolis, it's needed. It's not as many as you get from Mind Fighter or Gatherer or Forger. But there's a handful of them. You do Suave Brambles or you do Suave and Bone. Doing Suave trees alone is bad. Okay, that's what I thought. So yeah, you never sow those Suave. It's always multitasking the Suave. It makes sense because all bone routes, not all, but 2 of the bones have free Suave takes on them. Like literally 0 times Suave. And also, yeah, Brambles is a really good free Suave as well. It makes sense because there's like 3 methods that you get a Suave with 0 downtime. So you basically never just go for only Suave. Because every Suave is obtained passively through other skills. Or maybe not other skills, but you know, other activities that aren't Suave. Yeah, it is a factor. If you're doing the merchant thing, you can only ever get 20 of them a day. The pearls you can buy infinitely, but the other secondary ingredient you can't. And they're only worth doing if you can. So they're pretty bottlenecked. They remind me a lot of blast mining in that regard. Where it's only worth doing if you're getting it for free, but you're capped at like 24 a day. But yeah, making Chronopolis XP pots are basically the same thing. They're only worth doing if you're getting the grape discount. But you can only get 20 a day. And that's assuming you want to use one of your ventures to go get it. Yeah, there we go. Level 40 fishing. 2 more levels and we can train the skill again. There's 1 more combat level and we get an armor upgrade. Though we haven't died in a while. As we jinx it and he hits 3 30s in a row. There we are. There's the 42. Almost there. We can see it. Can't quite get there though. So hello, Cervelian! Welcome, welcome. Well. We're on the base level 50 grind. Currently working on guard. Then scout until we're 42 Fisher, then Fisher to 50, and then doing whatever left is on scout. I keep forgetting to put a cryopod back on. I keep trying to click to power up and it's like, oh yeah, it's not there, is it?
Oh, go stretch. Ugh.
That's something I forgot to do this morning. I didn't go for a walk. Though honestly, I made up for it yesterday with how much walking I did. Because I ran so many errands. Some of them quite literally. Alright, we'll go for that. Gonna go sell over junk. This is so inefficient to keep telling back for like 30 silver, but I can't just leave it on the ground. It's too painful. It's super not worth doing this though, especially for how far away it is. If it was closer, it would be not as bad. Be all that for 31 silver. Hey, 31's more than nothing. Hey, how much gold do we have left? I need like almost 300 for the spear. Silver, not gold. Currently we only have half a gold piece, but it is enough. I just want to make sure we don't dip under. So when we have 43 Fisher, we can immediately buy the spear upgrade. Because that's a weeping, or a massive, weeping. I'm not sure what term I was trying to go for there. Weeping is definitely not the right one. But, a whopping, I think was the right one. Wrong W word. That's a whopping 5% for fishermen. Yeah, how did I confuse weeping with whopping? Those are two very, very different words. Yeah, it's a whopping 5% for fishermen. XP. So hello, Campion. Welcome, welcome. I still haven't... I still forgot cryopots. Like, I have them on me, obviously. I just keep forgetting to equip them. Can't wait till an auto-equip comes out for it. I need that quality of life so badly. I think that's like the 6th time to stream I forgot to equip my cryopots when I ran out of the 20. Yeah, we're almost there. 4 more levels to go as soon as we get that level in. It's like, what, about a little over an hour of guard. Then we go over to scout until we have 42 fishing, finish 50 fishing, and I go back to scout again. Though once I do go back to scout after that, I'm probably putting into woodcutting rather than dumping it into scout, which is better overall value. So whenever we do go back to woodcutting, we'll have the 53. It will make the scout training a little bit slower, but it's much better to put it into a skill like that, a gathering skill like that, rather than put it into combat. The only big reason I did any amount of guard combat earlier is we were fighting something like 17 levels higher than us. Or sorry, 14 levels. And we really needed our upgrades that we already had pre-made. But normally you don't want to ever put knowledge into combat if you can help it. For the AFK activities, yes, but as far as like actually into it, unless you're really, really close to like a weapon upgrade or something that you handcrafted. Or I guess technically to a drop if you're fighting something higher than what you're fighting. Like if I got an insanely good 47 4-star, where I'm at 46 right now, in that situation it might be worth putting knowledge into it. Like, let's say hypothetically I got like a 4-star rapier with like 89% cryo on it or something insane. That would be worth it for me to put knowledge to go get guard up a little bit. Because the amount of benefit of reaching the upgrade quicker would outweigh putting knowledge into combat. What's the next keeper going to get? I'm not sure. Originally it was supposed to be 200 smithing. But I have 200 smithing, and honestly I like the swords at the bottom, so I never bothered getting it. 200 armor maker, I would definitely get that keep when next chapter comes out. The problem is that could be months from now. So our next keep might be the dragon keep for 500 watch person. There's always a keep we wanted since day 1. And we'll be poking towards that grind. I don't think we're going to be power grinding it, but it is definitely something we're going to be slowly advancing towards. Because I have a feeling we'll have 500 watch person before we have Chapter 5 in the game. Because Chapter 5 is likely like March of this year. And depending on how much we prioritize it, we could probably have 500 watch person by February. Sometime in February. If I super rushed it, I could have it by the end of January. I don't think we're going to go that hard on it, but we will go and do it enough that we could probably finish it by the end of February. But if we just did only that, we could probably finish it by January. I just don't want to bottleneck that much into one single thing. Otherwise, like 90% of every stream would have to be just training it. Rather spread it out a bit more. But I think by the end of February, that's very doable. Without, like, just only doing that. Because we'll still do a variety of stuff. But all of our AFK activities will be these. We'll probably have to re-gear every now and then, stuff like that. You committed to 500 fishing? Nice. Oh yeah, that could easily take you months. At least you got the AFK activity though, but don't you need bait for it? So it's not even free. There's one weird thing with fishing. I don't think Fisher does its AFK for free, does it? It's really weird. I believe it's the only gathering skill where the AFK isn't free. Because for Forager it's free. For Gatherer it's free. For Woodcutting it's free. For Mining it's free. Yeah, it's the only gathering skill where it's not free. I guess technically you could consider Merchant as a gathering skill, in which case it's free. But it's the only one in the entire game that isn't. Ooh, Black Santa. Got another one for the pile. Oh, it's still profitable though? Okay, that's not too bad then. But yeah, I didn't think about that. Fisher is the only skill where the AFK, or is the only gathering skill where the AFK isn't free. Isn't the merchant one free? I don't count the casing as counting as anything. But what costs on merchant? I'm pretty sure every single one of them you just show up at the stall and you just get free stuff. Or maybe that's only when you're doing stall work. What does the leather offcuts do? I'm not sure how that one works. Maybe that one isn't free. I know for sure stall assistant is free though. Whenever you work as an assistant. What does the other one do though? I never tried it. I assumed it was free, but I've never actually done it yet. But yeah, it doesn't cost you anything to do the leather worker, right? Or, you know, to do the leather worker, or do the merchant AFK into leather worker. I'm pretty sure there's no cost associated with it. You just get free leather offcuts. Which you then do to the leather AFK. Which I have done the one that doesn't cost anything. There's two different leather AFKs. There's one where you don't need a material and one that you do. I've only ever done the one where you don't. But the things you get from merchant are used for the ones where you do need something for leather worker. Which means if I was to, let's say, hypothetically, do the merchant AFK for 211 buffalo offcuts, that would be what leather worker level if I wanted to AFK leather worker? Which probably isn't worth it, especially once cubable actions come out. But hypothetically, it would be level something. It doesn't say which one you use is the problem. I assume soccer ball at 230. It doesn't say. But based on the level, that seems correct. It's not worth it, though. The better two that we could do is definitely mining into smithing. If I'm doing any multi-synergy AFK, 100% it's mining and smithing. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, I actually need a heal pot for once. It's been a while. Oh, I might even need two. Wow, we had really bad RNG that fight. That was absolutely abysmal. You hope you end up joining a good clan. I'll be starting like a super ultra casual one. I don't really plan to use the clan system for much though. Like we'll still engage with trading and, you know, co-op stuff, bossing, stuff like that. If I do make a clan, it's gonna be like an ultra casual one with no requirements whatsoever. Just for you to be able to stop by, say hi, chill. Still kind of group up or do trading if they need or anything, but it's gonna be a really like no requirement at all kind of thing. Like, we're not going to try to make, like, a mega clan with all, like, the best PvPers or something like that. The best PvMers. It's going to, again, just be whoever wants to come by. No requirements or anything at all. Yeah, I'm still curious to see how bossing will work in this game. I feel like it has a lot of potential. Especially since he said he wants to incorporate multi-skilling with it. Which is a really good sign. Because that's exactly what I wanted from it. And it seems like it's exactly what he's going to do, most likely. Where you actually use some of the other skills while doing the boss. It's something Old School RuneScape has been exploring a bit more, and they've been doing a good job with it as well. Some a little bit more hit rather than miss. Like Duke Succulus is awful. The way they tried to put alchemy and mining into it. It's the right concept of an idea, but the way they did it for that boss is really clunky. But when it does work really well, it's good. It's just sometimes it's just there for the sake of being there, rather than being an intuitive part of the boss. As long as his integration is good, it should be fine. A boss arena? I'm not sure if they're going to do a boss arena. Probably down the line when they have enough bosses, possibly. But most bosses are likely going to be in the environment. Either quest locked or just put somewhere like expanded from an area. There's already 2 unused keys in Chapter 2 that are probably for something. Either a quest down the line or for, you know, bosses. Boss cave. Bring back Sand Casino? Could you imagine? I'm actually kind of scared because it almost seems like he is. Time for the gambling lawsuits to start. The Brighter Shores currency wouldn't be worth enough for people who are serious gamblers to come around. I don't think. Yeah, not yet. Down the line it could be. Like, if I had to guess what the real world trade value for 1 gold is right now, let's say trading existed tomorrow. I'm pretty sure 1 gold is only like 10 cents. Like 10, 20 cents. Like, most people aren't going to bother for that. But in other games, you could be making like $1 with a bot running at the same time. Could it be the new Bitcoin for the old school RuneScape farmers? Yes, invest in Brighter Shores gold now. Yeah, I still got my handful of concerns with it, but we'll see what happens. The fact that he said, like, unrestricted trading, but also said that they're going to have a staking system for PvP. It's literally just going to be Sand Casino round 2. The only main difference is the currency in this game is probably worth like almost nothing until the player base number gets way bigger. So real world traders won't really be able to do anything. The problem is when it is worthwhile, we're going to see a huge uptick in bots and people doing stuff like that. But the game would need to get way more popular again for that to ever happen. There's one good thing about it being not as popular right now. Is there's less incentive for it to be a ton of bots and everything. But when trading comes out, there's going to be a huge uptick of them. Because then they can finally cash out. Even though they won't be able to make much, they'll be able to make more than 0. Imagine you're trading staking tax that scales inversely to your merchant level. That'd be so funny. I do hope he taxes stuff like that, though. Maybe not player-to-player trading, but 100%. If he's adding staking to the game, you gotta tax that. Like at over 10% or something. Something absurdly high. But yeah, I do hope staking is taxed. I hope player-to-player trading isn't, though. If he has a grand exchange system, that's fine. But if you're trading directly from one player to another, I don't feel like you should be taxed for that. But if he ever adds like a grand exchange-esque system, you could tax that instead. So it's still there for people who want to use it, but it discourages people from using it. Like, have a high enough tax where doing player-to-player trading is still viable. Like a 10% grand exchange tax or something. Or even 20%. Like, it's high enough where if people want to use it for convenience, they would. But it'd still be viable to do player-to-player trading. As you wouldn't get taxed at all for it. But yeah, whatever tax they put on staking needs to be absurdly high. Even something like 40%. Because the victor would still be winning. That would burn so much money. That would probably be too high, though. I don't think you could do anything higher than a 20% tax on staking. Before it's so high that it's unsustainable. Oh no, if PvP is mostly based on staking, I'm probably barely gonna touch it. There has to be like unique drops associated to it. If the whole point of doing PvP is keep staking over and over and over again, I'm probably barely gonna touch it. If the whole point of PvP is just to stake people for money. I'd still try it some, just for the fun of it. Or do really like low value stakes, like in the, you know, silver value rather than gold value. But I wouldn't do it much beyond that if there was no reward beyond just, you know, doing PvP for staking. It'd have to have like uniques or something else. It will have a leaderboard, but I wouldn't do it just for a leaderboard grind. I would sooner grind a boss to the end of the earth before I would do that. Because assumably every boss will have a leaderboard. I would sure hope he would do that. Because whatever the first boss is, we're getting like over 1,000 KC on it. Maybe even more. Like whatever it is, we will farm it to the ends of the earth for like the first week. Especially the first day. Might even pull out the 24-hour stream for it. It depends if he shadow drops it or announces it ahead of time. Like if we know a week in advance, I could probably do a 24-hour for it. But if it drops out of nowhere, it would just be like a normal 12-hour stream. Hey, would I do it for a car or house? No, I would not stake that much. Plus, I don't real world trade, so I wouldn't even be able to cash it out. I think the only thing that could ever convince me to potentially real world trade is if I got a 3rd age pickaxe or like axe in old school RuneScape. Because that's basically like an instant $1,000. And at that point, it's like, that's a lot of money. $1,000 for like a few minutes. That's a lot of money. Compared to like a bunch of pixels in a game. What do I think of the Guardian class? I would have picked it if Crown Knight didn't exist. The ranged weapons on Guardian look really cool. The early game armor for it looks bad, but later game it looks cool. Overall, it's decently balanced. I would say it's the weakest one currently in the game, not just because of bone rate, but also because there isn't really a good area for it to 500 farm at like 500 combat in any zone. The best it has is like Hope Forest. Like, basically, if you're picking Guardian, the only big downside is you basically have to live in Hope Farce. I think is the biggest downside. So you gotta really love Chapter 2 if you want to pick Guardian. As that will be your home, like, basically forever. As you need basically every skill there. The only good combat for Guardian right now is Scout, which is in Hope Farce. Gather, you're gonna need for your bones for Bone-Right. Woodcutting, you're gonna need for your logs for Carpenter, which you need for Bone-Right. But, yeah, you gotta really love Chapter 2. Like, Chapter 2 has to be, like, your favorite chapter in the game if you want to go Guardian. Because you'll be spending a lot of time there, more than the average account. Oh, we can finally wield every upgrade. We're level 47. But there we go. Nice. Alright, we officially have everything on. So I can just sell everything later. Yeah, our Guardians do have a few benefits. One of the biggest ones is they have the lowest alchemy requirement of any combat pot. They also have the cheapest if you're buying them from the store. Yep, wrong guy. Not sure if I got that in time. I was on the wrong chat like 2 times over. I'm not sure if that was for him either. Might have been for another bright person. Because more people know who Bright or Shore Central is than us. It's hard to tell. They walked near us, so I assumed it was for us. It's hard to tell though because we're both here. I was gonna say U2, but I accidentally typed in the wrong one and already had T there, so I was like, oh, well, I guess we're doing that one. Oh, so I should probably go equip those cryo pots. It's like the 5th fight in a row I forgot to go equip them. But yeah, Guardians do have a lot of benefits. The biggest benefits of Guardian is they can get Bone-Right equipment without having to make Bone-Right stuff. So they have the easiest access to Bone-Right equipment. They have the downside of needing Bone-Right in order to get their stuff, but they have the upside of getting it easier than any other class. Which is definitely the hardest one of the 3 to get. Beyond that, they also have the lowest tier alchemy potions as far as the requirement to get them. So not only are they the cheapest, but they're also the easiest to get level requirement wise. And they're the cheapest if you're buying them from the shop because of that. Yeah, Guardians definitely have their benefit. Like every class, even in the current state of the game, have a pretty big benefit in one way or another. But until we get special attacks and everything, we don't really know truly like how big of a difference there are between them. Right now there's a handful of small things, but they don't really add up to be much. So we still need a level and a half for fishing. I thought it'd be a little bit higher on fishing by the time we hit 50. I don't know, I guess it's not gonna be too bad. We're gonna be at like 41 fishing. We're still gonna be a little bit short on 42, which we need to be able to do fishing again. But that is what Scout is for. What about Cryos? Yeah, Cryo Knight is definitely my favorite class. If I was to order them, it'd be Cryo Knight first, Guardian second, and Hammer Mage third. I don't know, the Hammer Mage concept never really appealed to me much. They also have to pay an arm and a leg for their combat pots, because they have the highest requirement for it. Also not a big fan of just using hammers as like your main DPS option. I much prefer like the rapier sword kind of aspect. You also really like mining and smithing, which ends up working out perfectly for Cryo Knight. Mining and stonemason wouldn't have been bad, though. The only thing really annoying about stonemason is you need gas for everything. Whereas you only need gas for half your stuff when you're doing smithing. And almost every best in slot doesn't even require gas. Because every best weapon you can pretty much make out of iron or the blue ore, which are both non-gas related ore. Guardians have cool Viking helmets? Yeah, I actually have one of them right now. I got one for the 115 over here. Right over here. Cool Viking helm. There it is. Can't really see it too well. That's what it looks like. You like them because of the range aspect? Still currently... Yes, that was the main thing that made me not pick Guardian as well. Is, they have really cool looking range weapons. The downside, though, is you have limited ammo. And every class has a similar amount of limited ammo. But they definitely have some of the coolest looking range weapons. And probably even cool special attacks for them once they come out. But, yeah, all weapons have limited ammo. The highest ammo you can even have right now is 4. Though 5-star equipment down the line will probably eventually have 5. We also don't know if there's going to be weapons that have an ammo saving effect when special attacks come out. As in, you might be able to use a special attack while not consuming ammo potentially. Which I hope they do for every class, at least for one weapon. Because I feel like that'd be a fun mechanic to have for special attacks. Because it would allow you to use slightly more range per battle. If whenever you spec'd with range, you didn't consume ammo. Or at least have some weapons that are like that. That way they're a little bit more spammable compared to how they are now. But yeah, basically max ammo right now is only 4. But special attacks might fix that slightly. Depending on how special attacks interact with them. As there might be a handful of weapons, if not all of them, that don't consume ammo when speccing. I don't think all of them will, but there'll probably be at least like one per class that will. What is the cool armor per class drop? Mostly around like the 200 range. If you get a skill to over 200 in combat, you'll probably start getting really cool armor for your class. That's basically when mine showed up. Though in all fairness, all Cryo Knight armor looks pretty cool. But the really high tier cool looking stuff started happening around 200-ish, like after 200. Like right after. And of course right now we're in like tier 1, tier 2 visual armor. But the stuff we have in Chronopolis is like tier 4, tier 5. Yeah, this is a very heavy melee game. This game's almost purely melee. I think he did it so you couldn't cheese combat as much. For example, I could kill this plant without ever moving. If we could just range it the whole time. I can understand why there's limited ammo in this game. I just feel like we need more mechanics to kind of extend it a bit. Which hopefully special attacks will. But I don't think we're ever going to have infinite ammo in this game. Because it's designed around having less ammo. For balance purposes. Because that allows them to do some things with boss fights and such. Where you wouldn't be able to do if you have infinite ammo. But you can do if you're forced to eventually have to melee it. Because it allows you to game design bosses a little bit differently. Because that's something old school RuneScape can pretty much never do. Unless they make it so you have to melee it. Like literally protect mage and range on the enemy. Where you're 100% forced to have to melee it. Because in Brighter Shores, you can kind of get to a point where you're naturally going to have to melee something. So you can't just cheese something that's always just ranging it from a distance. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. We kind of have to see what he even does for bosses in general. Because they'll be designed around that concept where you still use range, but you don't constantly have to use range. Give stationary enemies a range attack? That'd be so annoying, though. Also, you'd still be able to kite other enemies. Like melee enemies that don't have a range to hit. Because they're not going to give it to everything in the game. But yeah, technically the Vipers already do that in Chapter 2. There's a stationary enemy that spits venom at you. Yellow damaging venom instead of green. But yeah, they're the only stationary enemy that I think does it currently. Yeah, the snakes are really annoying. The worst part is, I think I have to kill some of them. No, I think I killed the 39. Gonna have to farm the 39 until we can take the 47. Problem with the 33s, it's immune to blue. One thing I'm still curious about if when combat does get reworked, do you think he's gonna add a skill tree to the game? I kind of hope he doesn't. But something in the back of my head is like, yeah, he might do that. I don't feel like he would. He's of course reworking combat soon. So it'll be some kind of overlapping thing that just goes through all chapters. I was really curious how he's gonna go about it. And how will the current levels you have affect it? Because obviously you can't start everyone at level 0 on the new system. That wouldn't quite work. Yeah, he's basically going to be doing mini evolution of combat to Brighter Shores in like a month or two. It's not going to be on the scale of evolution of combat, but it's basically what's going to happen in already like the few weeks after launch. We're basically getting evolution of combat 1.5. That's something old school RuneScape somewhat got today, or this year. Like a mini evolution of combat. Because for any of you that have ever played it, you probably are aware that there are different melee weaknesses like stab, slash, and crush. But they basically did that for range and magic. Now there's a triple split for range for light, medium, and heavy ammo. As well as a quad split for magic for elemental weakness. which means they only took them 24 years before they finally added elemental weakness. Or 23, I mean. Yeah, it took them 23 years, but they finally added elemental weakness to old school. A little late, but they finally did it. So now when you go and hit a fire giant with water, it does like double damage and accuracy. For most things, it's like 50% extra. But like if you hit an ice with fire, it does double. If you do like water on fire, it does double. And then there's some other, a lot of others that do like 50%. What gotta change? Basically what they did for light, medium, and hard ammo, or heavy, is they made things like throwable items into light ammo. So like darts and knives. They made all bows into medium ammo. So, you know, anything that uses an arrow, basically. And they made heavy basically everything else. Like ballista, crossbow with bolts, stuff like that. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. Oh, you can't actually cancel that, can you? Well, that's a waste. I was trying to do my boost potion. But then proceeded to heal. While at max HP. Oh, what other changes did they do to range? Oh no, that's the problem with what they did. Because they did such a small evolution of combat. There's so many things that they forgot to apply to that probably should. They said they would do it later down the line, but then never did. Like pretty much everything. Like, you know, like the Wyvern boss we were supposed to get with Fossil Island back in 2017. 7 years later, it is still not in the game. The fossil to unlock it's still there, but the actual activity is nowhere to be seen. There's one nice thing with Andrew Gower and his team. I do feel like whenever they say they're going to do something, they'll probably actually go all the way through with it. Because they don't have to worry about polling or anything. Like, obviously, they still take community feedback and everything. But, you know, they don't have to worry about, like, anything like polling and other similar things. So whenever they want to go do something, they'll just do it to completion. They won't have to worry about, for one boss, having to poll, like, 20 different things. Hell yeah, monument rewards. I think that was mostly because he didn't think anyone would rush to 490 forging. Which is fair to believe. Because for the average person, 490 forging is like a multi-month grind. He wasn't expecting anyone to finish it within, you know, a month. Like, he was probably expecting to be in like 1.0 launch by the time anyone even got there. But then people did it in under a month. Like, it makes sense why he thought no one would go there. Like, the way I'm leveling, we have what? We have 574 hours, and we're not even halfway to a 500. We'll be at 1,000 hours and still not even be well, actually, we'll be more than halfway, but we still won't have a 500 by 1,000 hours, most likely. Because if you play a little bit of all the game, you're not going to just randomly get a 500. The only way you currently get a 500 right now is if you do nothing but train a single skill over and over and over again. And I think he expected more people to kind of go a little bit wider in their leveling, rather than spending an entire month doing one skill. There's nothing wrong with that, but I don't think he was expecting people to do that. He was expecting more of like this kind of playstyle, where, you know, you kind of go into a little bit of everything, rather than power grinding one to the ends of the earth. But then people did Gather in under a month. which is way quicker than you would naturally reach it if you did a wide piece of content, or if you did a little bit of everything. And I think Brighter Shore Central is a good example of that. That's someone who has like a really like sane amount of hours that they can play. Like I feel like that's like a pretty common amount of time that someone would have. Like you can't play like 24/7, but you know you're still playing a lot in your free time. Like that's how much Brighter Shore Central has been doing. And he's basically halfway to a 500. He's been trying since day one and he's halfway. Like that's the kind of amount that I think Andrew Gower was expecting. Like, this is someone who's rushing 500 and they're at, like, 300 right now. But they have, like, a sane amount of time that they could play per day. Not, like, you know, 12 plus like we've been. And other people doing, like, 16, 20 plus. But he's been playing for what is, like, probably, like, a normal, quote-unquote, amount of hours. And he's, like, halfway. Despite doing that since day one of launch. Which is why Andrew Gower likely didn't expect anyone to really be done with it. As you'd have to play like non-stop all one skill to be able to do it. So some people really want to secure those top ranks. At least it got leaderboard in time. Wasn't leaderboard released before the first person even had a 500? He got that out in time. I think that's even one of the reasons why he prioritized leaderboard earlier than he probably would have. Is he saw people were leveling way quicker than he anticipated. Oh wait, was there a 500 before then? Never mind. There weren't that many 500s beforehand. Maybe like a few then. Like a single digit number. Because I know Bidoof didn't have 500 yet. What's his name is a bot what didn't have it. Jimmy is a bot or whatever his name is. Wait, who was the one Watchman? Because Bidoof didn't have 500 pre-leaderboard. It was after. So at most it would have been one guard who was hidden on leaderboard. Because I recall at launch of leaderboard, no one on leaderboard had a 500. So unless they were hidden. Yeah, I could have sworn they were both afterwards. Leaderboards were out before anyone had a 500. I'm almost guaranteed of it. Unless they were hidden with the 500. Because Bidoof was like 400 something on leaderboard. When leaderboard came out. He wasn't 500 yet. And I'm pretty sure Sassy wasn't 500 either. They were really close, but they weren't all the way there. I don't remember that one though. I know Jimmy's about 100% wasn't. I'm pretty sure leaderboard was out before anyone had a 500. So he prioritized getting it out. So he still adjusted and did it that way. Because I'm almost guaranteed he had it out before anyone had a 500. Because Bidoof didn't. Jimmy's a bot didn't. Sassy's the only one I'm not sure. They would have to have been hidden on leaderboard to have gotten it before leaderboard. Oh yeah, they were both upper 400s? Okay, so yeah. So no one had it then. That's what I thought then. Alright, let's see, do that. Grab fishy. Alright, 4 more and we should be good on fishing. I'm gonna have to manually fish the whole last little bit of XP, but it's fine. Alright, 2 more guard levels to go. And by then we'll see where fishing is. Do scout until it says 42 for fishing. Do 50 fishing. And whatever time we have left, we'll do scout. Yeah, not everyone opted into leaderboard when it first came out. But I could have sworn everyone who was at the high end did. I'm not sure about Sassy, but I know Jimmy is a bot and Bidoof both showed at 400 something on that day. Neither of them are 500 yet. It's just Sassy that I'm not sure on. Because they weren't really on my radar. I thought Jimmy in the bot was first, but Sassy was always ahead of them. Someone finally got a 500 Mind Fighter? Nice. I assume it's a Cryo Knight. Do we know? Because it's most beneficial for a Cryo Knight to go for it. Based on the final enemy there. That's not what you check. Let me go see. Bot is above me. Oh, that's funny. Oh, there's no one above you now. Oh, let's see. It's hard to tell what class there are because they didn't do any secondary skill. Does anyone know? Does anyone know what class bot is above me is? Because their production skills don't give any indication to which one they are. Blacksmith is highest, but the requirement for that quest is already the highest anyway, so... Could just be them trying to hit 60. Is there an anonymous player above him? That'd be funny. Yeah, it's funny if they changed their name to that just for that. Hey, that's something I forgot about too. I can actually change the name on my other account now if I want to. I'm not sure what I would change Tacit Bird to. That isn't already taken. So I'll probably just keep it as Tacit Bird. The only two good ones I got was Tacit and Bird. But then we also named one Tacit Bird because it had to wait an hour or a day before it got deleted so I could roll a new one. Because now all the good ones are taken. By now. So I'm probably just going to keep it Tacit Bird forever, even once it reaches Chronopolis. If he's off stream, I'm probably going to be getting to Chronopolis in the next day or two. And unless you guys want to see that, I can maybe do it tomorrow after we get 2,000 total. I can go get him through Chapter 3 and go do the Chronopolis, have him walk through the doors. Oh, I did it again. That's the second time I've done that. Drinking a healing pot when I'm out of cryo pot. Because my brain is just thinking drink potion. And the only potion left is healing. But yeah, we might do that tomorrow. Because if there's not an update tomorrow, we're almost guaranteed going to do that. Because after we get 2,000 total tomorrow, that's like our only goal tomorrow. Unless an update comes out. So that'll be plenty of time to go play the ult for like an hour or so. Because I need to get it through the rest of Chapter 3 as well as... we showed the other part the other day. I think a day or two ago? Or 2 days ago, I think we did. But I need to get through the rest of Chapter 3 and get it through the door of Chapter 4. I'm not going to do the quest for Chapter 4 yet, though. I do want to finish the one for Chapter 3. It does every requirement other than combat. All it has to do is be able to kill level 17. Which isn't too hard. But it needs more than, like, level 0 gear from wrong chapter. As soon as we get it one set of gear, it should be good to go, though. This level doesn't really matter. I just need a full set of gear that's from Chapter 3, not Chapter 2. Because that should give it enough tankiness and DPS to kill it. Oh, that's a bit of lag. What was that? That was on game side, not my not the stream side. That was the game lagging. I can tell because I see it too. Whenever I see lag in my game, then, you know, it's definitely not the stream lagging. If it's lagging on the playback, then it could be either side. But when it's lagging the game itself, it's definitely the game. Doesn't happen too often, though. Though I have noticed that stutter occasionally. It almost looks like it freezes up for a moment. It's very, very rare. But with how much we played, it does happen ever so occasionally. Where it stutters for a few seconds. And then gets right back to where it was. I assume it's just the whole server lagging, but unless you guys also lagged, I don't know. Maybe it was my end? Main reason I say it's not probably my end is because the old school RuneScape that we're still running in the background didn't lag at the same time. If it's my end, both should lag simultaneously. As well as the stream probably go down for a few seconds. But when the stream stays up and the other game stays up, it's likely Brighter Shore side. The other account's still mining, by the way. Our progress report. Let's see. Let's go bring up the EXP thing. Progress report for anyone who cares about our league account in old school right now. It's right there. We've gotten, what is that? 500,000 mining XP today. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. That's per hour. We've gotten 3 million today. Still trying to get that 99 AFK. Should probably get Dragon Pickaxe. I haven't had the time to go get it, though. That's where we're currently at. Anyways, goodbye. Keep mining. You're stuck in the mines all day. But I think we're around like 37,000 league points. We need 60,000. I've been getting so slow. We had like almost like 34,000 by the time we stopped. But I've only been AFKing the whole time. I haven't actually actively played it since we last streamed it. I stopped playing it basically after a week. I'm still playing. It's just been AFK, not actively. Did I ever get the beaver in that game? No. I have gotten some more league pets since then, though. I got the bird. There's like a heron pet that I got. But, no. I haven't gotten the beaver yet. But it's because we've been AFKing the league rather than the main account. It's still the same account, but it's a different game mode on the account. It's a temporary game mode that I'm trying to finish before it ends. I think it ends like mid-January. Haven't been in a rush to finish it, but at some point I do need to go finish it some. I'm not sure if we're going to stream it when we do finish it or not. We'll probably put that up to a poll or something. The problem is everything that I need to finish is super grindy, so I might just I'll do it all off stream. They're like kill a boss hundreds of times or farm a resource thousands of times. Like all the really grind wally stuff. Or get a complete RNG drop that could take like an entire day. Like 10 hours. Which obviously we split up across a longer period of time. Which is the main reason I have been streaming it. Just all the really grind wall stuff. Which are pretty much everything we have to do in Brighter Shores right now. But, you know, I'd rather just be streaming Brighter Shores. But it's kind of hit the big grind wall of the league. Something respawn, go. There you go. Oh, you want to see it later? Yeah, I can go show it to you later. Yeah, I still need to get that on the main account as well. It takes forever to get on the main account. The only reason I got it during leagues is the XP rate is so much higher. You can get 15 times pet rate at max level. Like 200 mil XP. It's like the equivalent of 500 in this game. But, yeah, you get like a better pet rate. And because we had the fishing relic, it was really easy to get. Just in case I never go fishing relic ever again in a league, I wanted to end up getting it. Because I do like the pet a lot. It's not the best bird in the game as far as a flying pet, but it does fly behind you, which is pretty cool. I like all the ones that fly behind you. Like the ones that don't touch the ground directly. Is there anything worth keeping here? I don't think so. This looks like a full sell. The only thing is, some of these might be an upgrade. Let me go check the boots real quick before I scrap all this. Nah, it's a side grade. And the main stat that matters is higher, the green defense. Yeah, we're just going to sell everything then. 41 silver. Alright, back we go. Also, I mentioned I need to go do a little bit of fishing poking. I'm going to go do that right now. Just until we get a level. We only need like 1,000 XP or less. It's like one cycle. I want to do this because when we turn in our knowledge points, we'll get slightly more XP for it. So I'm just going to grab 6 eels. Hope that's enough for a level, and back to combat we go. This will make it so our next 4 knowledge points will give ever so slightly more XP. Barely any, but still more than what it's giving now. Make it a little bit easier. That means we'll only need 4 knowledge instead of 5. You wish they would add a tune all? Oh gosh. I'm not sure if they would. Because there's a lot of situations where you would not want to tune all. And I feel like they would get more complaints from people accidentally clicking it compared to the people who'd utilize it. But yeah, a lot of actions are currently separated right now. We were talking about that with the Enchantress. Because when we upgraded our spear earlier to level 25. Ignore that it says 24. But when we upgraded our spear to 25 earlier, you have to do it 1 at a time. There's not like a mass enchant. You can't do like 5 at a time or 10 at a time or X number or all the way to your max gold. You know how much gold you have. But yeah, you have to do it 1 at a time. There's a lot of things like that in the game at the moment. I really want to make all for production skills too. So you only ever have to input it once. Because right now you have to input the level every single time for every item. There's not like a make all button if you want to make like 7 of the same thing at once. Which they really, really need. It would also drastically increase the AFK time, which would be great. But also the quality of life I had not having to put the input of all the numbers every single time. Because right now if we were to make 7 things, like let's say I won like a level 50 rapier or something. For when we go continue guard or whatever. I'm not going to, but let's say I did. I would have to go and input that every single time from like 68 or whatever it's at. We'd have to click like 5 buttons every time for 1 item. Just to get at the level range we want. Instead of a make all button. That would keep making them at that level range. It's something they'll likely add down the future, but of course doesn't exist at the moment. Queuable actions might also do something with that, and that's the main big thing he's working on right now. These queuable actions. What's currently the best moneymaker? Leatherworker Merchant or 500 plus combat. I mean 400 plus. 400 plus combat or Merchant Leatherworker. Merchant Leatherworker gets operational a lot quicker, I feel. Though I believe 500 combat makes more than 500 Leatherworker with Merchant. 500 Leatherworker Merchant makes a lot, but I don't think it makes more than 500 combat does. At the high range. Like we're talking like 450 to like 500 range. Particularly to 480 when it gets its best AFK. Because that's one of the big things that's really good with it. Because of the greed potions. Greed potions only work on combat. So at 480 in any combat, you make the max from AFK that you can ever make in the entire game. So you're just generating the highest amount of passive income. That's one of the main reasons why 500 combat is so good. Then the fact when trading comes out, you'll have a lot of material that will sell for way more than what it goes to. While you can maybe do that with leather, you won't have the same degree. Yeah, I just mentioned the wealth potions, but yeah, you can use wealth potions for combat. But even without the wealth potions, one reason why combat makes so much is when trading comes out. You're not going to be able to sell high-tier leather for as much as you're going to be able to sell high-tier fully finished weapons and shields. Or armor that you get from combat. Like, the fully finished product is going to go way better than the high-tier leather will. Like, you'll still be able to sell, mass sell high-tier leather, but not for the same money that you'll be able to sell, like, max-tier gear. So I would say combat does make more. In the short term to mid-term, Merchant Leatherworker is better, but super long-term combat is better. Like getting a 500 combat. Any idea on what the rough average is? For what? It depends on your level range. Like right now at 173 Leatherworker, I'm making about 1.3 gold an hour. At 200 Merchant, I believe we're making like 700, 800 silver an hour. It's like 0.8 gold or so. 0.7, 0.8. Depends on a lot on how efficient you are about it as well. So it's very volatile, like the money per hour. But Detective, I believe at my current range is about 2/3 of a gold per hour. It's like around like 650, 700 silver. And those are all my best money makers based on my level. Because anything I get from mining, I just make it a product, which is not particularly good money. It still makes money, but there's a lot of process you have to do. It's mostly for XP. So of our high level skills, Leatherworker, despite being the lowest of all those I just mentioned, is making the most money. And of course, if we were to do combat, I think I'm only making like 400, 500 silver right now per hour, maybe even less. Out of every moneymaker here that I have at a high level, not counting mining, because mining does it in a bit of a weirder way. But out of every skill I have in Chronopolis for moneymaking, Watch Person at 210 is the lowest, and Leatherworker at the lowest number of 173 is the highest. That's why I said it's better in early and mid game. But despite this being the lowest number, it has the highest profit. And despite this one being tied highest number, it has the lowest profit. At least right now. That can trade a little bit, change a little bit once trading comes out and everything. But only at the super high level do you really start making money from combat. Like, you still make money throughout, but you don't make, like, the really, really good money until, like, 400 plus. Like, Leatherworker doesn't really scale in the same way. Like, you're constantly making slightly more. It doesn't have, like, a huge spike like super high combat does. Like, a lot of the other skills are a lot more flatlined with their profit. Whereas, combat is basically whatever the market will pay once trading comes out. Like, there's really no cap to how much it could make. Because what it sells to as a shop is the lowest it could ever sell for. It's always going to be higher than that. And if it's not, then you just sell it to shop. So basically it has to be higher. Otherwise no one would sell anything. Short sword versus rapier. Is there any reason to choose one over the other? Which one is short sword? Is that the fire one? The fire sword is basically dead content. Until it gets a special attack. Even against a fire weak enemy, it's worse DPS. There's also no boost pot to make it any stronger either. Necromay weapons have a similar issue right now. There's no boost pot for it, and they're actually worse than just using your best in slot. At least on Cryo Knight. I'm not sure if that's the case on every class. Because every fire and Necromay weapon on Cryo Knight are just complete trash. I just assume that's on every class, but at least on Cryo Knight they are. Because there's no boost pot for them, and their percent is always low. So until they get special attacks, they're never going to get used. And even then, they might barely get used. But if you are going to use them, you're going to use them purely as a spec weapon. Yeah, you generally don't want to pick up commons. The only reason I do is because I feel bad leaving loot on the ground as I leave the pearls on the ground, but I don't know, I'm definitely someone who doesn't like to waste resources. It's generally not worth picking up anything from combat until like 500 plus though, as far as 1 stars. That's when the 1 stars start to get really good, is after 200. But I don't know, I still pick them up. They add up. You got 2 silver over here. 2 silver over here. Yeah, at this level range, it seems like we're getting about 2 silver each. Give or take a little bit. Like, it's not a lot, but it's more than this pearl. This pearl, if we sell, is less than a silver. And even if you were to buy from a shop, I think it's like 1.8 silver. But I don't need that potion making it anymore, so I don't really need to bother with them. Because I don't need to make the potion currently. I guess way too low of a level to bother with. I just realized I could technically be taking on something harder combat-wise. We technically could have for the last few levels now. Hey, should we go take on the crow? The 52 should be pretty free. I could do it for the one-time bonus too. Then I think I'm gonna go try the crow real quick. Might as well. Let me go try the one thing, and then I'll go try the crow. Because I keep forgetting, we can move up at any time now. The only reason we were doing the plant is because we were trying to kill something 14 levels higher than us, and we need something weaker. But yeah, we're getting to the point where, yeah, we can go take these 2 on pretty easily. Alright, where are they? They're on the corner for some reason. And then we'll go try on the crow. I'm not sure if I'm going to want to do that due to the 11 level difference, though. Without a healing pot, I feel like it will decimate us. But no, we'll still give it a shot. These are pretty easy, though. Okay, let me go try the crow. This probably isn't worth it, though. Killing these might be worth it at this point. But I don't think killing crow will be worth it. But anyways, let's go to crow. Worst comes to worst, we get the first time bonus. We should be able to kill at least 1. I'm not sure if they're worth farming right now, though. Is there 11 level difference, and I'm using a pretty basic heal pot. We'll give it a shot and see what happens. Worst comes to worst, it's not that far from the armory. It's one of the closest combats to the death zone in the game. Actually, is that tied closest? Thieves are the closest. Death crows are the second closest, unless I'm forgetting one. But it's pretty close. They're the second closest unit in the entire game to where you die. Not counting if you could teleport there. Counting non-teleports. There are some that are closer with teleports, like the rafts that are in the other chapter. And let me go equip these. Yep, wrong thing. Not what I meant to do. I did that wrong timing. Alright, you should be able to kill it though. I just have to chug a little bit on the heal department. It will die though. I assume that is extremely not worth it. But no, we're already here. I know, it's not too bad. How much XP is it per? It's like a few hundred extra XP. It's not horrific. I don't think it's worth the extra resources to keep doing it though. For about 300 XP. Though if we do get a drop, it's a much better drop, but we can't use the drop anytime soon. Whereas one nice thing about killing the plants right now is if we do get a drop, we can actually use it immediately. Because the best it could do is a level 47. Which would be pretty good for us if we actually got something. Will we be doing something special on day 69? I don't know, maybe we will. A funny number. I just realized, isn't Christmas falling almost on day 50? Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. I didn't think about that. Christmas falls on day 50 of Brighter Shores. I just did the math wrong right there. But if I did it right, Christmas Day is day 50. Alright, anyways, back to the other thing. We gave it a fair shot. They are not worth it at this range. They're 11 levels on us. They also have a very slow attack that is very sporadic. And sometimes they hit high. But yeah, we're going back to the plant. We're just going to chill on the plant for the rest. As we have been. I guess we could kill the 52s if we wanted to, but we're going to just stick with the plant since they're weak to blue. And everything we have is blue. And if we get an upgrade from them, we can immediately equip it as well. Which is good because we only need half a level to finish it. Yeah, we'll go do them for the half a level. Then we'll go do scout until we get enough knowledge to go do fishing. I need level 52 fishing before I can go back to it. And then we do fishing to 50 and then finish out on doing scout the rest of the stream. Until we get it to whatever level we get it to. Oh. So why is it every time I come back here, I feel like this room is even more crowded than when I left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. There's 8 plants and 5 people in here. By 5 people, I mean 5 people doing combat. Technically even more than 5. Wow, Short Central's still going. He's been here for a couple hours now. I know, because we've been here all day. Ooh, look at that better Guardian armor. Yeah, the Guardian armor one that gets higher actually looks kind of cool. It's only the low level range that you have to suffer. High level Guardian is actually pretty nice. But that's the case for all classes though. But that's basically like tier 4, tier 5 Guardian armor right there that he's wearing. Almost everyone in this room has a Santa hat. And almost everyone with red Santa. What's kind of insane to think about is, you know how long free-to-play maxing is in this game? Like what we're doing right now, you can completely do free-to-play. Except for crafting the 4-star weapon we did. I guess crafting our other weapon. But not counting the crafting of the weapons, let's assume we got them as drops. Like, you could be doing everything that we do in this area in free-to-play. You can get every single skill to 500. Can you imagine how long that would take? I wonder if anyone's going to try doing that. Because there's some people on leaderboard that would imply that they have. If we go check Hopeport, anyone with a number near their name is likely free to play only. So Big Tom has gotten over 1,000 levels in Hopeport. Let's see. Yep, they're unranked. Here, look at that. He's been playing since day 1 probably. And he's not even halfway to max in free to play. Actually, probably not even like a fourth the way max. Not even for Hopeport, let alone also the other area in free-to-play. It's kind of crazy to think about how long that would take. Like free-to-play maxing. Not because it takes longer in free-to-play to do. Because it technically takes half as long, given that there's only half as many skills. But I mean that in the sense of how much grind you would have to do if you wanted to, like, quote-unquote, fully finish free-to-play. I'm surprised they didn't go higher in the foraging grind. They kind of kept them all pretty even. Yeah, it's basically rank 1 free-to-play right there. You can also see the other people if they went heavier on the other side. Yeah, I've seen this one a lot. Apathetic. They're actually rank 1 Hope Forest. And they are free-to-play as well. But they went down the Guardian Hope Forest route. They're basically going to 500 Gatherer, Woodcutter, and Carpenter probably before they even touch member area. Which is kind of insane to think about. It seems like what they're doing. I've seen them so much whenever I'm in there. I don't think there's been a single time I've gone to that area where I haven't seen them. We even saw them AFK one of the combats. While we were doing the bones. They were both doing bones, and then they eventually AFK'd the combat when they had to go away. Because the wolves were right there where they were gathering. But, yeah, at this point, it looks like they're going to go 500 everything for Bone Right before they even become a member. Which honestly makes sense, given they are a, what's it called, a Guardian. It's definitely one way to go about it. And the best part is, free-to-play still gets max XP rates as well. Like, all the methods you have and everything else are still the same. The only main difference is a little bit more RNG on combat when you get your gear. Because you can't trade or make your own. But beyond that, you'd have access to everything. Oh! Hello. Our first and only 3-star armor piece from these guys. We've been going pretty dry on armor. But we finally got one. I'm ready to click the 3 button so hard. No, I did it too early! I was trying to do it so perfectly that I accidentally queued it up slightly before the menu came up. Just spam clicked it. Yeah, I don't really need that armor upgrade. These things are already not killing us. But we'll take it. Our first and only 3-star armor, because this didn't come from them. Though we did get a 4-star from them. Which is kind of funny, because we got a 3-star armor, or we got a 4-star armor before we ever got a 3. Go figure. Oh, we're so close to level 50 guard. Then after that, we'll go to scout until we have 42 fishing. Then we'll do fishing from 42 to 50. And then whatever time we have left, we put on the scout. There's a good chance we won't be able to fully finish scout, but we'll try to go as far as we can today. Because we've got about 5 hours more. And there is no way we're going from 33 to 50 scout while also doing 50 fishing. We'll get some, but we won't be able to go all the way. But tomorrow we'll finish whatever's left and finally get 2,000 total. So first thing tomorrow we'll be finishing Scout. And also getting 2,000 total. And hopefully a patch so we can mess with whatever the patch does. Even if something small. Like we could spend half a day just doing drop all when it came out. Because there's so many small things you can mess around with it. Mostly merchant. A lot of merchant. a lot of merchant. Do you get higher XP from crafting the max level gear? No. All gear gives the same amount of XP for whatever level you make it at. So let's say something has a 0 to level 50 craft. Making it level 50 does not give you more XP than making it level 0. The higher tier bars do, like when you do a higher tier of an ore or stone or anything. But the level that you make it gives the same XP regardless of what level you make it. So if something like has a 100 to 150 range, making 100 or making a 150 still gives the same XP. It just determines the level range of it. Only using a higher tier material is more XP. But the actual level has no effect on XP from it. It has an effect on how much it sells for. So if you want more profit and don't care about making something specific, you do want to make it at the max level. But, yeah, otherwise it doesn't matter. Or if you're making it for like a certain upgrade, need a specific level. Like when I made this little throwing knife earlier, I needed a 44, not a 44, I think it was a 46. I needed a 46 hammer mage weapon in order to average everything out to 40 for when I made the little throwing knives earlier. Or disc or whatever you call them. But the EXP within a range is the exact same. Yeah, whatever EXP says initially is what it will always be. Oh, an upgrade. Nice. It's oh gosh, it's worse yellow, but it doesn't matter. The reason is because it's purely metallic. I say as it looks leathery there. I know he died. Rip him. Wait, how did he die? Wait, I'm so confused. How did he die? Wait, I gotta watch the replay on this. Wait, what? I'm so confused. That thing doesn't have a range attack. He would have had to been running and then died on the tile he ran to. I'm watching the replay right now. I'm not sure how far back it is. But, yeah, I'm watching the replay and I'm still not sure how he died. Wait, what? I'm so confused. How did he die? Did anyone catch it? He died like 2 tiles away, which is what's throwing me off. I assume he was close to death, started running, and then he kind of got sniped from a distance or something. Even though it's melee. Because he died 2 tiles away from a melee unit. I guess you just have that much time before it queues up its attack. That's the main thing that's throwing me off. Is he died to something that purely uses melee 2 tiles away from it. But I guess you just have enough downtime that you can move that far. Because I know you can move 1 tile. I didn't think you could move 2 in time, though. Let me see. I'm trying to do it right when it cues its attack. Maybe. I'm not sure. You can definitely move 1 tile. I'm not sure about 2, though. 1 is definitely possible. We've seen it many times. Maybe 2 if you dragged all the way over there. Maybe it still lets you move one more tile as you're dying. 'Cause I always thought it was only one tile, but maybe you can do two if you're trying to move very far away. Yeah, I knew you could move one away and still have it hit you. I didn't realize you could move two. I guess it just continues the walk animation through death, which is why I was able to get to the second tile. It's probably because it partially starts the tile and then just finishes it or something. But yeah, I didn't realize you could go two. I might need to try that next time we try to deliberately die. Maybe when we need a teleport. Oh wait, I already reached level 50. Oh, what am I doing? We already got 50. When did that happen? I've been like so zoned in, I didn't realize I already hit level 50. Alright, let me go test it because I need to teleport back anyways. But I'm gonna see if we can double move on our def. It's gonna be hard to try to align it with a def though. I'm gonna try to deliberately die here. I wish I had a two-hand right now. So hopefully I don't win this fight by punching it. I want to see something. There's no way I'm about to win by punch. I need you to stop punching. You might actually win. Stop. You're winning too hard. I did it wrong. Gotta heal. It's gonna be hard to align. Come on, hit harder for once. Nope, didn't get it. It should be for sure. No, I aligned it wrong. I can't do it now. Alright, let me just kill it. Alright, yeah, it's gonna be so hard to try to align it that way. I guess maybe it's possible. It's just a really rare circumstance you would ever have that exact circumstance happen. Where you're like running away on the exact time that you're trying to die. It would definitely be an accidental thing. That'd be so hard to replicate. But it seems like it would be possible. You would just have to queue up your move beforehand. At the exact perfect time that he was queuing up his attack. It's really hard to align though. If you're like trying to do it deliberately. Alright, oh, there we go. Get rid of everything. Alright, let's go to Scout now. Hopefully I have enough storage. There's putting a bunch of junk in there, so I'm not sure. Auto-equip, hope port. Yep, I still have enough room. Oh wait, wrong chapter. Yeah, I still have enough room. Alright, let's go do Hope Forest. I got my upgrades ready for level 40. Up until then, I think I have to do the 39. With a two-hand. And a level 6 range weapon. Oh gosh, did I not have a range upgrade made? If I don't get one by level 40, I gotta go make one. Like, that's kind of sad. Honestly, I might even check to see if we have a 2-star just waiting there. I might just use that. Because my range weapon's kind of pitiful right now. Let me go double check. Do I not have like another one in there? Like a lower blue or something? Oh, we are down bad on range weapon. Our best range weapon is a 4-star level 6. That we got on day 1. Yeah, this is still one of our day 1 weapons. I think it was our first 4-star actually. Or at least the first 4-star to survive the rollback that was on day 1. Or even just our first one just in general. Yeah, that's still our best range weapon here. That is sad. 100% level 40. I gotta go make an upgrade if I don't have a drop by then. I just want to see if this guy can give me one immediately. No. Those twin blades are weaker. Alright, well. Not gonna be able to do that. Wait, the boots are still here. It hasn't refreshed from earlier. It still has 9 minutes. Wow, it's been that little bit of time, really? I thought by now it would have refreshed. Alright, let me figure out what we're trying to fight in Scout. Probably the 39. I could do the 33s. They are immune to blue. But I'm not really using a blue weapon at the moment. I will be once I hit level 40. That doesn't affect us now. I'm going to see if I can take on the 39s. If it seems like we can't... Honestly, you know what? I'm going for the 33s right now. Not only are they, like, right here. But if I get an upgrade from them, which I desperately need on, like, every single slot. Some of them I buff in the shop as well, but even with that, we're still really, really down. So I'm going to farm these a little bit first. Because anything they give us will be an immediate upgrade. If it's like a 2 or 3 star. And at 40, we already have some gear ready to go. Though I'm probably going to need a ranged weapon if I don't get one naturally by then. I'm actually going to die here. I actually died there. This is why we need to upgrade. Alright, let me go do the long road one. That's not ideal. Yeah, we are really undergeared, even more so than in Chapter 1. I want to go over here because there's more room to range them. There's also less crowd here. Yeah, we're still waiting on the def counter. Yeah, we don't have an on-screen def counter today. I think we're at 6 right now. Maybe 7. Yeah, these things are mostly doing blue damage, so I'll keep it for now. Okay, it does default to my 2-hand. Pretty sure it's more power anyways. Yeah, it is. Even if it wasn't, I would hope it would be smart enough to change to our 2-hand. Given that these things have immune to blue. I think it always does it based on power though. Even if the weapon is effectively less damage. Those are worse boots because I bought some from Chronopolis earlier. Yeah, our gear would have been even worse. I actually brought like 2 or 3 2 stars. I think actually every 2 star I have. No, 2 of them are. The 32 glove and the 30 boots were bought from Chronopolis. The only 2 stars I have here that we actually had from the chapter is the 19 and the 20. The other 2 higher ones were just Chronopolis buys. We'd be even less gear than we are now if we didn't do that. And we're already undergeared. But we'd be mega undergeared without them. But we gotta kill these basically until we have enough gear. Or even all the way until 40 potentially. Because at 40 we can just use our crafted gear. And then from there we could easily kill the 39. And could probably even take out the 47. The 39 should be free at that point. The 37 is a bit more questionable. Oh gosh, they drop bone spikes. Do I even bother banking these? You know how many bone spikes I still have banked? I have like 1,000 I still need to go dunk. From when we did the gathering grind with them. I think I have like 800 something still needing to be dunked. Why does your character keep walking back into the boss special when you walk him out? Oh, they added an auto retaliate the other week. And it's made some things more annoying to do. So you kind of just have to mash click out of it. Or not really mash click, but you know, click out of it. So it does your actual action rather than auto retaliate. There's currently no auto retaliate off button. And they did a change the other day that made auto retaliate kind of annoying. It was to fix some other quality of life issue, but in doing so, they made basically auto retaliate always on. There's no way to disable it at the moment. Other than like mash clicking, so you'll do whatever your last input was. There's not too many situations where it's relevant, but yeah, boss fights are definitely one of the ones where they definitely got to change it for that. Because otherwise it drags you back into melee distance if you were defaulted to melee. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that change. I mentioned that on Thanksgiving too, because we were taking out the final quest boss that we needed out of all of them. And it kept dragging me in during the Forgotten Things boss fight. We were killing at level 30, the 60 boss. Because we were doing it at like half the level. And every time I drank a combat pot, it would try, or you know, heal pot, it would try to drag me back into combat. Because of the auto retaliate thing. So I had to keep mash clicking to make sure it wouldn't. But I hope they change that back. I'm not even sure why they changed that. The only reason I can think of is, I know one big YouTuber called Jimmy, I think, did that. Jimmy with a 1. But they cover a lot of MMO stuff and old school RuneScape stuff. But they play on like a pretty casual level. And one thing they actually mentioned is like the whole auto retaliate thing. Because before that, basically what would happen is something would move while you were attacking it. It would basically force you to use melee, but not force your character to move forward. So they basically made it so it would force your character to move forward now. But that causes more problems than the solution that it fixed. He's on a super casual level, it's fixed it so you kind of auto-retaliate properly, as well as making things more AFK combat-wise. But when you're doing bossing, it just made it so much more annoying. It also makes it annoying if you're doing skilling in an aggro area. Which is very rare, but does come up occasionally. But not to be fused by Jimmy as a bot. The other Jimmy. Different Jimmy. Oh yeah, I'm a fan of when you're not using ammo that it auto switches. That's not the change I'm talking about. The change I'm talking about is auto-retaliate to everything. Because now, regardless what you do, you auto-retaliate. If you're holding melee, you auto-retaliate. If you drink a heal pot, you will auto-retaliate. If you drink a strength pot, you'll auto-retaliate. And this will sometimes drag you towards your enemy when you don't want to. This is most relevant when you're fighting a boss that has like an AoE. Because it's really annoying in the current state of the game when you're fighting a boss when you want to be in a certain tile. Because it keeps dragging you to a different tile that isn't the tile that you want to be on. For AFK combat and such, it's really good though. Like we were using a lot against the plant, the auto-retaliate thing. Like right here, it'll auto to my weapon. But it's really annoying when you're trying to be a certain position in a boss fight. Which is, that's not too relevant to most because there's so few boss fights and it's normally during a storyline that you need to worry about it. Or some of the side quests. But it's something they definitely got to fix before bosses actually come out. Because it's really clunky right now. But it's really good when you're trying to AFK an enemy though. Which in the short term is really nice. Just in the long term for some other things it could be really annoying. Because one issue that happened before is, let's say something had range and melee. Let's say like a fire toad, where it's going to range you. What was happening before is if you attacked it with melee, and it was currently moving to a different tile, it would start hitting you with magic, but you wouldn't attack it back at all. So their solution to that is just auto-retaliate for everything. Which is kind of okay. There's just some weird implications where it makes things slightly clunky. But that was the main thing that they were trying to fix when they did that change. So if you would hit something with melee that is ranged, it wouldn't make it that your guy would just stand there. But that has since been fixed. And that was the main thing that I was trying to fix. But it makes boss fights more annoying now in the current state of the game. Which is most people don't really see it because there's so few boss fights. Let's see, we'll grab this. Alright, one more knowledge point and we can go back to fishing. And then we go to fishing until 500. I mean 500, I wish. Until 50, I mean. Very different number. You're stuck on the episode 5 slime ghost boss. Yeah, that one was a little bit annoying. The best way to do it is get your best healing pot and just keep kiting it back and forth. Go to one corner of the room, then the other corner of the room. You can also get it stuck, though it's a little bit harder to get it stuck. You can get it stuck on the drill for a short duration. Not permanently, but you can get it like pseudo suck for like a few extra seconds. But can stall it enough to drink a heal pot as well. But you either want to move from corner to corner or keep getting it stuck on the drill. Corner to corner is a little bit easier to do though. Oh, you can't hit over that rock. I was wondering why he kept stalling. Yeah, these rocks you can't hit over. That's weird. So if you don't have direct line of sight, you can't actually hit there. Problem is they keep moving on the other tile and moving around. And when they move on that one tile, I can't hit them. Because they're outside of line of sight. That's something that Old School has as a plugin too that, of course, we can't see in this game. Line of sight plugin. I never really paid much attention to what the full line of sight is in this game. I assume it's the same as Old School, since he coded both. But yeah, when we're standing on these tiles, it looks like we don't have line of sight to that tile over there. Because this is a blocked off path. We still have line of sight on that one from here, it looks like. But we don't have line of sight there from here or there from there. Actually, I'm not even sure if we have it from there to there. Okay, if his enemy was on either of those two tiles right now, I don't think we can hit them from here. I wish this guy would move there so I can test. I want him to move on that tile. Because I know for sure we can't hit him there. But I'm not sure if we can hit them there or not. Like right here, I can't hit any of them. So I can test on this guy. I shouldn't be able to hit here. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, look how far we get dragged. See, not even from here to here, you don't even have line of sight. You can still diagonal it though. But that makes sense because you can also melee from there. Because this game has melee diagonal. Which means you also have range diagonal. Oh, that's cool. When the thing was stepping over that, I was wondering why I had a bunch of flies or something. But it just looks different because of when it's standing right on the little fly thing. Let's see. Let me test one other line of sight. So I shouldn't be able to hit him from here. If he was standing there. Trying to see what other weird line of sight we could do. From here, I shouldn't be able to hit him from here. Yeah, we get dragged all the way forward. Interesting. Which means if I wanted to hit him from there, I'd have to move all the way to that tile. Which means even right here, if I want to hit him there, I would have to step over there. There's a whole line of sight, can't see the other few tiles there. From here, we should be able to hit anywhere over there. But otherwise, it keeps getting blocked by this rock here. I think I'm just gonna drop all these bones. I already have like 1 billion of them banked. If this is a higher tier bone, I would probably keep it. But we already have like 1,000 tier 1 bone spikes. I think we're gonna be fine. Without several hundred more. Our everything is so much worse in this zone. Or I need those upgrades rolling in. We're still using a weapon from day one. That's how damn bad we are in this area. This range weapon is a day one range weapon. We got before we even picked our class. That's how bad our gear is. As soon as we get one more knowledge point, we'll go to fishing. And we'll probably do fishing in our cryo armor. Because we've been stuck in like low tier armor. I kind of want to put our good armor back on. Luckily with a click of a button you can easily switch. Let's see what I want to go see real quick. I want to drag him to this tile over here. I want to force him to move there. Yeah, look at that. It almost looks like he has bats around him. Whenever he's standing on it, it like becomes... Like the butterflies are still there, but they look more like bats than butterflies. Oh, an upgrade. Oh yeah, it's an upgrade. Nice. Thought it was a side grade for a second, but no, that's an upgrade. Our yellow is worse, but it's fine. I don't think any of the enemies we're about to be killing are yellow. These hit us for blue, green, and I believe these are physical only. So yellow defense is completely irrelevant for level 50. It will be if we ever do snake and whatever the other thing is, but we don't have to worry about that today or tomorrow. Yep, first scout level is about to come in. Oh, so if you're wondering why I have the potion for chapter 1 still, I actually deliberately kept that there. Because we're going to be needing it for fishing level. It is there for a reason. Even though we're in chapter 2 now. There we go, first combat level, nice. We're getting there. 60 more to go. There's no way we're getting that in time. One other thing I didn't really put into consideration is how bad our gear is in chapter 2 compared to 1. We still get a lot of upgrades at level 40, like we did earlier. Because I already have them pre-made. Like a 40 rapier or 40 shield. But I didn't realize we were missing so many other things. Like we don't have a ranged weapon, our armor is so bad. Other than the shield we made. Because at least in chapter 1 we were in full 3-star. So it wasn't really that big a deal. But this chapter we still have some 1-star gear. Like our plate body's 1-star right now. And our feet and gloves would have been 2. The only reason they're not is we found some Chronopolis drops out the shop. Which I might even go and sell there just to see if I can get another upgrade like a body. Because I'll take anything we can get. Doesn't have to be a lot, we just need something. Because right now I can't even move on to the 39s because even the 33s can kill us. I'll go till we have full inventory, check Chronopolis, and then go from there. And by then we should almost have our fishing level.
Big ol' stretch.
I didn't go for a walk this morning. It's easy to tell because generally by like the halfway point into stream, start to get a little sore. Gotta remember to keep not skipping it. You should definitely feel the difference midway through today. Hey, another Santa hat. Nice. Another one for the pile. Oh, so the reason I didn't move back is because the whole line of sight thing. Hey, can we trap him here? I think I would have to have ranged him once. The corner trap him there. Corner trapping works way differently in this game. Compared to old school RuneScape. You can still do it, but they only get stuck for like a brief moment. Oh, nope, he didn't do it. Not sure about the timings on it. I've done that a lot of times accidentally. I feel like I still don't know how to do it deliberately, though. They also only get stuck for like a few seconds before their program is like, oh yeah, I should probably move towards the enemy. So they don't get stuck forever, but they do get stuck briefly. Which is enough to drink a heal pot, which is the most important thing. There we go. We corner trapped him. Oh, I think it's the when you move. I will try that again. I want to try to get more consistent with that. But I think I have to move at the same time when it's going to try to go around the corner. Which confuses it and gets it stuck at the corner. Now, one of you need to go up so I can test this again. Doesn't matter who, just one of you move to the upper tile. Literally any tile that isn't below this tile. Go, go, go. I thought this would be easier than this. I need you to move like one away. You. Perfect. Nope, he still moved. Alright, that's the wrong timing then. Okay, I want to try it one more time. Come on. There you go. Nope, didn't do it. I'm not sure what the timing is. We did it once, like 3 times ago. So I want to know the timing so we can get more consistent at it. The problem is it's probably a 0.35 window. Like it's a 1-tick window to do it. Which is not a lot of time. Alright, let me go to Chronopolis this time. Normally I would sell in Hopeport. But I do want to see if we can get it like a body upgrade or something. Because the second we get like a body upgrade or even a helm upgrade that's like slightly better. Oops, that's not, oh, never mind, that's the right one. Like we could probably go on to the 39s. My biggest concern is just not having enough defense for them. Like our damage is probably fine right now. It's not amazing, but it's not horrible. The problem is damage amount relative to how much armor I have is really bad. Is we do way too average damage right now to be having this battle armor. They're going to be using a heal pot like almost twice every fight if we go to a 39. Definitely once. Nope. Oh, if only that said this chapter 2. Oh, if that was a chapter 2 body instead of chapter 1, that'd be so good. Unfortunate. Alright, we still need 7% more knowledge. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to need a quick bathroom break. Let me go to Chronopolis Market. We'll AFK the other knowledge point. And then we'll go to fishing then. then once we get 50 fishing, we'll go to Scout, probably for the rest of the stream then. But let me get a quick bathroom break in. Because we haven't had a single time to stream. It's already been like, what, 8 hours? Gosh, 7.5. How do you maneuver the spaghetti code? I know, right? Alright, let me go change to our gear so we can actually kill them. Not that. Auto-equip that one. There we go. Alright, should be good to go. Hopefully it's the default correct. We'll find out when our guy's dead. I'll be back in 1 minute. We're back. Got a good stretching. Oh, he's still not done. Wow. He's still going. Oh good, he did use the right weapon. I think he's just doing it based on power, and that's our highest power, which is also the correct one. There's only 30 seconds? There's no way that was that quick. Alright. Time to catch some fishies. There we go. I think I might just do 8 cycles. I'm not sure. To boost or not to boost? That's the question. I might just sell every cycle. So we don't need to worry about it. What am I eating? Oh, there's muffins again. Those little, like, whatever they're called. The, little bite thingies. Like, the only thing I have in the house right now that isn't, like, a huge mess of a snack. Under the quick snack category. That or banana, but I'm not in a banana mood. Hey, we're gonna get the first time bonus here too. Kind of forgot about that. Let's see, what's the XP difference if we were to do like just puffer? 203. How much are we getting per eel? Pretty sure due to the downtime, it's still worth going for eel. Yeah, they will be doing other things as add-ons to weapons. They did mention that they will be in the AMA. I mean the yeah, AMA. I want to see if we sell. Do they spawn by then? No. Just wanted to see if they would respawn if you sell. Unfortunate. Oh, so we get 5% more XP as soon as we hit level 43. That's why I was saving some of that money earlier. For the good old spear upgrade. But yeah, we're going to need to do a lot of fishing right now. I'm not sure if I want to dump knowledge into fishing or not, though. I know we have been, but now we're at the good XP rate. So I'm not sure if it's worth it or not. If we don't, we're here almost the rest of the night. We'll still be able to do a little bit of scout. But throwing knowledge on it saves like 1 hour. We'd also be throwing it on a skill that's like at its max XP rate for a given range. Your kids wanted pizza rolls, so this is what you're eating too? Nice. Gosh, I haven't had pizza rolls in such a long time. I know what they are. There's those like small little thingy things. I feel like things like that and Hot Pockets I haven't ate since like almost a decade now. There are like a few times where I picked them up, but it's very, very rare. Yeah, I do need to get more food like that in the house, though. It's like quick snack food. Oh, even quicker than that. Like literally like grab and go food. Problem is so much of it is just so processed. Like aside from some fruits, or even some veggies, there aren't too many things in the category of just like pick it up and eat that isn't like ultra processed. Oh gosh, another yellow hat, of course. The yellow Christmas tree still taunting us from earlier. Yeah, honestly, I think it's worthwhile to not use the 5% pots here. It's so close to a thingy as well. I'll use up what we have right here, and then I think we're going to go bank. I don't think it's worth it. I obviously will for knowledge points, but it's not going to take that long to go get them. I'd rather do a perfect double set. It's really throwing me off that we can't do it right now. I don't want to keep juggling one on the ground. Yeah, I'm just going to save the knowledge, and when we get close, I'm just going to grab one. So we don't have to juggle. It's not that far. It's like a good, like, 25 towers or something. It's still a little while, but it's close enough that it's not too bad. But now we can get perfect cycle whenever we do these. which is the main reason I want to do this. Is I want to do a double-double into a double-double. You know, take out all of them, take out all of them. In 4 sets of 6. It's going to work out a lot better. Yeah, we'll grab them while we're here. They wanted pizza rolls and chicken nuggets? Ooh. That's something I sometimes get, like chicken nuggets at the house. That's something I do still get occasionally. Just that with some barbecue sauce is like, we don't feel like doing anything else. It's perfectly fine. I tend to not eat too many meats too often, though. Like, my diet some week is, like, super heavy salad and just anything else you can put in a salad. I'm not, like, vegan or anything like that, but I would say my diet's, like, 90% not meat. And if it is, it's normally a fish. Definitely big on seafood. It's kind of funny because we're fishing right now. Though I've never had eel or pufferfish. Well, I've had eel adjacent things. I never had, like, a whole eel, though. I've had things with eel in it, or a part of an eel, or eel eggs. But never, like, entire eel. Is that even a thing? I guess it is, probably. I've never had pufferfish, though. That's because of the whole poison thing. I don't even think I would want to have it, even if I could have it. Doesn't seem worth the risk just to try it. I guess it makes logical sense why you're only allowed to sell the pufferfish. The game doesn't even trust you to go make it. Not even at level 500 chef are you allowed to prepare the pufferfish. I find that kind of funny. Maybe down the line when they add more food items. Like the level 1 pufferfish will, or level 4 pufferfish will require like 300, 400 cooking level. You argue with them all the time that you gotta eat real food, yeah. That must be even harder these days. Just because how much junk there is. Like, there was junk when I was a kid, but I don't feel like to the same degree that there is these days. Also, I was one of those kids that actually liked all the greens. Like, pretty much any vegetable that is green I would eat, even to this day. If anything, even more so these days. Like spinach, broccoli, salad. Like, you know, all the normal ones. Brussels sprouts. Those are really good when you saute them up as well. I would say I'm a picky eater, but not in like a picky way. I'm not sure how to describe it. Like, there's definitely some tastes that I just way prefer. But I wouldn't say there is much that I just like outright wouldn't eat. Like, things I really, really like is very selective. But, I'd eat almost anything. I love how the music changes in these areas. There's a lot of areas in Hopeport where sounds gets like really muffled wherever you are. But in like a good way. Like an atmospheric way. I don't feel like the other areas do that as much as Hopeport does. Hopeport has multiple areas that does that really heavily. Most notably around where the thief area is, which is technically where we were. As well as the dense forest area. Which is kind of funny because Hopeport doesn't do it, or Hope Forest, but oh, Jimmy's the bot who's here. We were just talking about him earlier. As well as the other Jimmy. But I think he's rank 1 Hopeport. So he's actually pretty high as well. It's weird because I feel like I've never really seen him that much. Mostly because I'm never in Hopeport. That's why we had to get 2 level 50s here today and not 1. It was actually the only area that we still needed 2 from. Obviously we already finished 50 guard now, but we still gotta do 50 fishing as well. Which is what we're working on now. Oh, I gotta remember, at 43 fishing I can get the spear upgrade. Oh, so much so, maybe I should go buy it immediately. Alright, I'll use 1 knowledge point on it, maybe. Oh, you know what, maybe I'll just knowledge it all the way. I might. So we don't have to spend as much time fishing. But I really want to use this one immediately because this should be enough for the spear upgrade. Which will be a permanent 5% bonus. Which if we're not going to be constantly using the pots, it's basically like he's perpetually using the pots. So I'm going to do that real quick. I'll go get my 6 eels. And after this, we'll go drink the potion and go grab the spear. Luckily both the places are right next to each other. Oh yeah, I see this is going to be an issue, isn't it? These weren't too many actions to bother using the stall, so... We're going to have to see 3 more pop-ups. As the pop-up doesn't stall you, but making it so the pop-up doesn't occur does stall you. Hopefully it's something to change down the line. Because it really does need a change so badly. There's a lot of things with knowledge that definitely need a tweak. And that is 100% one of them. Alright, let me go drink the potion real quick. Then we'll go buy our spear. And then we'll go back to fishing. I didn't plan on doing this so early, but I forgot we're kind of already at the level. And a permanent 5% is pretty huge. Alright, I'll drink it right in front of the spear guy. Because if I check his shop right now, it'll show we can't buy the spear, and then I'll do it again. It's like, oh yeah, you can buy a spear now. All good, you're good to go. Alright, trade. What do we have? What do we have? Yep, I don't see a spear here. But if we do this, and then do a little bit of this, there should be a spear. I would like to buy your spear now. I have magically gotten better at fishing. Thank you. Buying it before the pop-up even comes up for it. One step ahead of you, game. I could join all the other people with the weird, like, shaped one. I don't like that it's, like, multiple stabbies. I want one stabby. Or now it's more like a fork. Or like a duo fork. I don't know, what do you call a fork with 2 prongs? That's not quite a fork. But I much prefer the design of, like, a one bigger, speckier one. Okay, we're making like 10 silver in inventory. We're making only 7 earlier. That's way better. Oh, that wasn't a full inventory earlier, though. Wait, and how is this so much lower then? Wait. Wait, that's actually barely any profit extra then. And I'll see how much one puffer is compared to an eel. That's the easiest way to check. Oh, so level 14 with the bot appearance. Interesting. New players are still making it, apparently. I thought that trend would have stopped by now, but people are still doing it. Oh yeah, I don't have a pufferfish. I was about to go check the price of a pufferfish, but I don't have a pufferfish in my inventory. Sounds about right. Hello. Oh, wrong hello. Hello. I will eventually do hello correctly. I will eventually... Wow, keyboard move. That was like the most delayed ho ever. The reason was when I got up earlier, I moved my keyboard all the way forward, so I couldn't type on it properly, and everything was like misaligned because of it. Alright, let me see. What is the price difference between these two? Obviously, it's not going to be a lot, but I just want to see. 465 compared to 420. Oh, no wonder why it feels like no extra profit. They're only 45 more bronze each, really? I was expecting a little bit more. I know this is a low-level fish, but still. Yeah, it's only 45 extra bronze. It's basically 0. That'd explain why the number looks almost identical. Yeah, we're only making 45 more bronze per puffer. Still more, but barely. Oh, yeah, I did that on one of my alt accounts. Yeah, you gotta bring a jar with you. These days, I just always keep it max, so I never forget for everything. These are some side things you need them for. Most notably potion making, but I just maxed out all of them in case, just in case. But yeah, I had that same issue with my alt account. Because we were doing the 3 profiles, you know, 1 per class. And I killed the bear, but then forgot, oh yeah, you need a jar. I never thought of it, because the first thing I did on my account was buy like 100 of each of the little utility items. Just in case I ever need them for something random. But yeah, that quest does randomly request you to get a jar. There's also a few that randomly request like a bucket or something similar. Like Spider Nest, you need at least 1 bucket for. And a few other weird ones like that. But yeah, I would just get them preemptively. They're pretty cheap. I think they're like 20 bronze each. They cap at 999 though. But if you get like 100 of each, you won't run out of any anytime soon. You just bought 100 of everything? Perfect. There you go. You only need some of them again in the future. AFK activities also use them. I actually ran out of them when I was doing it with my alts, when I got 100 of each. Because all the mining and smithing, what you call it? I think even the stonemason one, I haven't tried it yet either. But the mining and smithing ones use the crates. And I actually ran out of 100 crates because I have them constantly AFK in them. Which reminds me, we should probably check on them soon. I think they're about to over-encumber sometime to stream. I was going to do it after base 50s, but I don't think we're reaching base 50 today. We're going to get 50 guard, we're going to get 50 fishing. But there is no way we're going to get 60 more scout levels beyond what we already did. Not within 3 hours. Sorry, 4 hours. Like, with more time, it'd definitely be possible. There's not enough time in this day to finish it, though. Even with every last second, we'll still be slightly short. We got pretty close, though. We should be able to get 50 fishing and like 40-ish scout or so. I guess I'm underestimating how long fishing is going to take. If I keep dumping knowledge into fishing, it shouldn't take that long. Because I think I'm just going to go down that route just to finish it a bit quicker. We're currently at our max XP rate that we can be getting for fishing, though. We just got the spear upgrade at 43. We just got a new fish unlock at 42. This is about as high as it's ever going to get. And it's still slow. Yeah, fishing is not a particularly quick skill. Aside from it being completely useless in the current state of the game, it is also slow to train. Not like the slowest in the game, but it's definitely on the slower side. The only real big benefit is you can get a really hefty spear as far as how much percent bonus. For whatever reason, there's only 3 skills like that. Woodcutting, fishing, and mining. You can get like a tier 5 tool or something, or tier 6. Like you get a lot of extra XP from them. Like by 200 something, our mining tool has 20% just from the normal upgrades. And it still has one more upgrading it can get. Which is kind of insane. And woodcutting and fishing are the same way. You can get 25% without even having a single enchant on them. But to some degree, that's even more of a reason to skip through the low level. Because at the lower range, you don't have all those better tool benefits from it. At the higher level, you do. So I guess that's more of a credence stat you go and use knowledge on them. Because all the fish we're catching at this level, we do not need. I think the lowest level fish I can actually catch that I would need is like 60 something. For us to be able to even use it with 86 chef. Yeah, 10 silver per trip. I don't think we'll be able to get our upgrade, though. One thing I wasn't able to actually do with our spear, because I didn't have enough time yesterday between running errands and everything. But I was only able to get to 24 spear, not 25. I wanted a 25, so it would be even. It annoys me to no end, but I'll fix it by hopefully tomorrow. I mostly just need an AFK leather for like an hour or two, which should easily happen sometime tonight. So I can get the final level on it. It's only 0.4% XP. It's not that much that we're losing out on. That doesn't mean this entire grind I'm going to have 0.4% less. Obviously, it's not a big deal, but it's going to drive me crazy to no end. Even though I'm not going to plan on using that one level I'm going to put on it anytime soon, I still got to go get it. These will drive me crazy if I keep it at 24. I just didn't have the money to do it before this stream. But we're pretty close. I think it's like 1.8 silver. I could check. It's like around 1.8. It is... Yep, 1.760. Yeah, one gold coin and 760 silver. So yeah, it's about a 1.8. And we're currently at 0.6. So we still need about 1.2 more gold. Which we are definitely not going to get from fishing 10 silver at a time, that's for sure. But leather worker gets that done in an hour or less. That's one thing that always throws me off. You can't actually walk on like the midsection of the stair. If you try it, like cancels your movement sometimes, depending on where you click. We should make that into a full hitbox so you can always get it. Oh, is that the max spear? It looks like a trident at that point, gosh. He's literally just stabbing things with a trident. The mega fork. It's like a fork, but with more prongs instead of less. I wonder if the spear ever looks like an actual fork. Because right now it's like 2-pronged. It'd be funny if it's like 4-pronged, like a fork or something. Because by the end it's like 6-pronged with like a trident. I'm not sure why. Whenever I think of like fishing with a fork, wasn't there one scene in like The Little Mermaid from way back when? With that one like parrot guy, whatever his name was. Or wasn't there something where he had like a cutscene with a fork? That's what I think of when I think of like a trident fork. He's hey, we got a 2-prong. We got a 6-prong. Why not a 4-prong? The fork spear. I kind of want to check now. What does the other 2 spears look like? I've heard the tier 5 one looks the best. Is that even a spear? It looks like a circle at the end. Maybe check the wiki because I can't get a close-up on it through the in-game thing. Not until you own it. Go check the wiki. Yeah, that one looks more like a fork. He's using the tier 4 one right now. That's a 3-prong. Is the other one 4-prong then? Because that's really funny if so. Alright, let me go check fishing. All the spears at. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's the 3-pronged one. What does it look like beforehand then? Oh, they're both a 3-prong. The other one's just more elaborate. Yeah, so it goes 1-prong, 2-prong, 3 prongs, more elaborate 3-prong, and then like 6-prong with the trident. So it skips over 4. So you never get to stab things with a fork. But it goes 1, 2, 3, 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 3. I'm missing one. Oh, I guess it's 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 6 then. What a weird combination. Yeah, it's 1-pronged, 1-pronged, 2-pronged, 3-pronged, 3-pronged, and then 6-pronged for the trident. There we go. We got a fishing level. 6 more to go. But yeah, we'll be putting all my knowledge into fishing. Oh, wait, what? I've never seen that. I was wondering why I had a bit of delay there. I guess we had a connection stutter. Well, while we're here, no, I'm not gonna check the other two right now. Really should though. Not sure if they're doing nothing. But that was weird. I've never seen that before. 500 something hours, and it's the first time I've seen that. But maybe our connection's has been stuttering and been slow today. I just find it weird because have any of you guys been seeing buffering on the stream? Because on my playback, I'm not seeing any buffering. That's the first time I've seen that error. A connection too slow error. Because I pretty much have the best connection you even get in my area at the moment. So I don't really have an upgrade option. Can't really go higher than it is. There's just some other surface around that I'm not aware of. But most of them hold monopolies in various areas, including my own. Good old internet service providers. Though honestly, they've been pretty good so far. In the last couple years, I've had a lot of issues with them in the past, but the last few years my internet service provider's actually like been good. Words I never thought I'd utter. Oh, is that a blue pufferfish that one guy caught? Oh, I want those. What level is that? I wish you could just set it to, like, whatever color you want. Yeah, he's a 217 pufferfish. The high tide puffer. That's one thing I was talking about the other day. Which the only thing that's a little weird when it comes to the resource upgrading is, of course, we always are seeing, like, newer, higher upgraded stuff. But one slight downside of when everything becomes tier 6 is whatever it looks like at tier 6 is what's permanently going to be at. We were talking about this earlier when it comes to enemies, but this also applies to fish and some other things. Whatever it looks like at tier 6 is what it's going to look like permanently forever. So, for example, whatever definer puffer is, like the unicorn puffer or whatever it is, like, that's the appearance of every pufferfish for the rest of the time once you get to that level range. Like, yeah, you can pass action, but it doesn't keep them that way. The second you walk out the room, they change. You're moving on to the mines? Nice, good luck. Yeah, it's something I need to go do tomorrow. I need to go get my other account through the mines in Matubin. I don't want to do it prior to having base 50, though. It is something we gotta do tomorrow's stream. Probably after 2,000 total. Because I want to get them all to trading. One of them's at chapter 4, but hasn't started the quest yet. Anyone still has to go through chapter 3. Already is all the level requirement, just has to get through it. Also, I remember why I haven't ever done the fishing grind. I'm starting to remember. After level 50, honestly, I'm not touching it again unless a quest requirement or something else needs us to get it higher. But beyond that, it's probably staying at 50 for a good while. I can't remember. We did a poll a while back on what everyone's favorite gathering thing was. I can't remember if Fisher was second to last or last. For whatever reason, mining was number 1, though we were also doing mining at the time, which could have biased that a little. I know foraging and gathering was number 2. I can't remember if it was woodcutting was last. I think woodcutting was last and fishing was second to last. Though I'm pretty sure the main reason woodcutting was dead last is due to the up-down that it has. It has really annoying up-down. Like, other skills have it slightly. But the amount of up-down you have to do while woodcutting is absurd. Unless you're doing, like, Bramble Suave or something. Like, every other tree requires some amount of up-down. And generally a lot of it. Like, it's more so the jumping skill than the woodcutting skill. Oh, you need like 10 more levels before the mines? Yeah. There's like a total level thing that you have to maintain. If you just go for around base 50s, it goes pretty quick. There's the first 20 levels on any skill is really quick to train, regardless of what skill it is. So if you get everything to around 20 or so, you're pretty much good to go. Alright, 5.5 more to go. Though technically we have double knowledge, so technically 5 to go. Because I'm just gonna knowledge all into fishing. I think it's worth it. At a super high level range, I probably wouldn't. Like at 150 plus, or whenever you get that final spear. But until we get like a spear upgrade or two, not even in knowledge or anything, or you know, not in enchant, I mean more so in the actual spear tier. I don't think we're going to be doing too much normal fishing till we get basically max XP rate, which would be at where is it? Level 1. I thought it was a little lower than that. Where is it? There it is. 173 is when the XP rate for fishing gets quite a bit better. Because I noticed that with mining as well when you reach like the final pickaxe, or you know, the final before like the super final one. Because by that point you have 20% extra XP, which is a lot. Right now we only have 10% extra. But the XP of everything still keeps scaling the same, so you're getting that on top of the other scaling, so it starts to get really, really good. But everything prior to that is probably going to feel a little slowish. Even after that, it's not like the skill is going to go instantaneously, but it's scaled really heavily based on the fact that you would be using a better tool. So at their lower level range, you're getting like a double lower. Because not only are you catching is lower, but your spear is also lower. This isn't as noticeable in other skills where they're scaled a bit higher. Or, you know, like the tool doesn't go as high. It's particularly noticeable in fishing because it's basically scaled as if you're using like a tier 5, tier 6 spear. If you're using weaker. And mining has that same kind of feel to it. Not sure about woodcutting because I didn't go deep enough on woodcutting yet. I feel like woodcutting doesn't feel like that, but it's mostly because the bramble method is so broken. That even without extra XP, it's actually still insanely good. Fishing and mining don't really have an equivalence of that. Closest thing mining has is maybe minecarts, but it's not quite the same. I don't think fishing has anything like that. Like an alternative high XP method that doesn't give you any fish. It's kind of weird that it doesn't. I guess I'm forgetting of a method. But I'm pretty sure there's not a high XP yield fishing method that doesn't give you fish. Oh, we're at max knowledge. Probably go use our potion now. And now we'll need 5 more levels. We're getting there. So close, it's so far. Got lazy sloth. See how many more people we could find. I know, Kale's not here. He's on earlier. I'm pretty sure he's done for today, though. It's starting to get late. I think he's Europe time. Let's see, which is like midnight around their parts. Is anyone here from Europe right now? It should be like midnight-ish. That's the only problem with some of those times when I used to stream. Like, obviously with Brighter Shores, we've been doing it like basically all day, so it hasn't really been much of a factor. But if I was to stream non all day, like yesterday, it's normally around like a time of day that is really bad for Europe. Because the times I would stream, if I was to stream for a short duration, are like right at the like almost midnight of Europe. Like around that like almost dead of night kind of time frame. Though it hasn't really mattered for Brighter Shore stream because they just go for so long. Go for like 11 to 12 hours to such a degree where it hits basically every time zone. But like yesterday we were streaming around like what, 6 and 7 for it? And that was like probably around like 11 to midnight for most Europe area. Yeah, we're definitely going to keep knowledging it. Wow, did that go so quick when we did the double knowledge? Almost makes me want to do merchant to go train fishing. It's somewhat a joke, but to some degree it's almost not a joke. If it wasn't for the fact we just did the 200 grind the other day, I probably would. I need a little bit of break from merchant before we go do a get the 50 fishing by doing only merchant grind. But no, we're doing it by actually fishing. It's definitely tempting though. Biggest issue with fishing right now is I'm not even gaining material I need. At least with something slow like gather, or at least getting bones we need for bone rate and for future equipment. We're not really getting any equivalents of that right now. We're just getting a small amount of money that we don't need. Oh, we do need the money, but you know. It's such a small amount that it's relatively trivial. Like right now we're making like barely even 200 silver an hour. If even that. But after fishing, we'll go to scout for the rest of the stream, I think. Might even take a scout brick This is just so we can use the knowledge from Scout on fishing instead of woodcutting. I think the worst part is we can't even get fish for cooking. Because I wouldn't mind as much even if we had to bank. But these are too low tier until we get higher fishing way down the line. Everything we need to cook for our current assignments are way higher than what we can catch here. So to the cellar they go. It's also way quicker, even if we could bank these. Or, needed them. The bank is so far. Like, you have to go basically all the way to the kitchen with your whole inventory eel to go bring them back. Yeah, moray eel. So how many tiers off are we for eel? I think we're only one off. Yeah, roared were the 40-somethings. So we'd have to get to the whole next eel tier to even be able to do them for cooking. And I'm willing to make a bet that number is a very big number. Let me see. Where's the next eel? Next thing that says eel. Yep, moray eel. We need 76. You need 76 fishing to support 86 cooking, or at least for that particular thing. Could be even higher if there's another dish that use it. I can't remember. If we have one at the moment. I do have to say, fishing is pretty relaxing. I feel like I'm making no progress because I know how useless fishing is. I think that's my biggest problem with fishing now. I don't mind the actual activity of it. The biggest issue is it just feels so pointless. We're not even banking fish, we're just selling them all. Most of them you can't even cook. Even if we were at a cooking level where we could use them. You basically stab fish, sell to shop, repeat. Which, the actual activity of gathering them I don't mind. It's actually pretty fun. And pretty tranquil. But, yeah, you don't get any progress on anything. Like, if you want to bank them, they're a mile away. Most of them can't be cooked. And even if they can, you're feeding into a skill that, is purely a money-making skill. There's no, like, secondary dish that you can make for anything for cooking that help you at all other than making money. And that wouldn't be too big a deal if it was actually good at making money. It's not. Like, at a super, super high level range, yeah, it'd be, like, an okay amount. But compared to, like, similar skills at the same level, it makes pretty small amount. Even when fully processing all the cooked goods. Assuming you even can cook it. Pufferfish you can't at the moment. As well as a handful of others like the flounder. Or they're purely a sell-only fish. About 4.5 more levels to go. It should be the last day we ever need to fish then. Until they either add a quest that requires it, or we just feel like fishing on a given day. So if I ever do feel like fishing, it's gonna be like for like 10 minutes. And I'll be like, why am I doing this again? We are gonna power grind it now to 50. But I definitely will be in a mood later where I'm just gonna be like, because I did it in the past too, where I just feel like, oh, I just kinda wanna go fishing. I'll be wondering what I should go do. It's like, you know what, let's go fishing for a little bit. We got a message. It's from Kale. Oh, we were talking about them earlier. Kale is still going to bed soon. Oh, good night. They're still around. Hope I have no space left. What am I doing? Hope you have a good night. Yeah, we're talking about him the other hour. I wonder if he's behind our stream. And I'll find out if he replies to that. It's still pretty early around me. It's still only like 8 right now. Probably going for about another 3 hours or so. Fishing should be done in, what, an hour and a half? And then whatever's left we put into Scout. Should get us to about 40-ish, give or take a little. Oh, so I could technically do Scout once we hit like 49 fishing. As the levels we'll gain from Scout will easily give us 50. Could technically even stop at 48. We'll probably go to 49. I just did the final level off of Scout. And then any excess XP from there would go into Hope Forest. Or, you know, for woodcutting, I mean. Unless there's a threshold where I really want to skip and Scout. Let's see. Ooh, he's playing on his ults and getting them ready for members. Nice. Yeah, honestly, I should be doing that right now, too. I think both of their AFK activities have hit, like, their max capacity. We gotta get at least one more 50 before we do, though, if at all, tonight. Probably just do it off stream. Because I think one of them at this point is not even AFKing anymore. I think they over-encumbered. It was only, like, half reset this morning. Which means after, like, 10 or 12 hours, they're like, oh, won't keep doing it. Yeah, blue hat, nice. Another one for the pile. We're gonna have so many random Spirit Christmas hats. I'm not sure what we're gonna be able to do with them in the future, if anything. Currently, you won't be able to trade them. You can still one-to-one them from other people who got hats during the event. But beyond that, you have no clue. Just gonna have a giant stockpile forever. Oh, level 2003-87 unranked Hammer Mage? Oh, is that, what's his name? Is that the metal one? What's that one guy's name that starts with M? Isn't that him? I think that's the M name person. Pretty sure that's the M name person. I keep forgetting their name. Isn't that Meadow? It seems like a lot of people are saving fishing for last. Because they nearly have base 200s and they don't have 200 fishing then, most likely. If they're currently doing fishing right now. Yeah, 2388, that's really high. There has to be, what's his name? Oh no, it's actually a lower one, never mind. Gosh, I keep forgetting how absurdly high top of board is. They're almost at 3,000. It is right, honestly, they might hit 3,000 before I hit 2,000. Even though we're hitting 2,000 tomorrow, I still feel like they will somehow. Yeah, he's 105 levels away from 3,000. Yeah, have we even touched the Gatherer skill? Oh yeah, that one's pretty easy to do. You do need to buy a rake at like level 4 though, you might have to go at heroic 4. But beyond that, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I definitely advise raking the bones though. You're gonna need it for chapter 3. For reasons that'll be more evident soon if you don't know. But I definitely advise you getting like 4 Gatherer, get a Rake, and then do Bones. Because you will need them. For a certain bone-shaped skill. Alright, sell all this. It's really easy to go from chapter 2 to chapter 3 without ever getting a single bone. I feel like most people don't. There's a shop you could buy them from, but you know, if you can get some for free just by leveling, always nice. I still wish we could get that sensor always on. I feel like this hour I've hit the spacebar so many times. And I'm mostly doing that so I can see where on earth they are in the water. The fish, some of the fish blend really well into the water. You look at these things, they're basically the same color as the water right now. That's just one thing that's weird. If you try going to this tile, he'll walk all the way around. If you do it the other way around, he'll just jump down, which I feel like is quicker. Whenever you jump up and down here. Rather than take the ladder. Ladder has like a weird delay on it. Because you're like doing a water ladder. It's not like a normal ladder like that where you just go up down immediately. Water ladder has like weird different physics. You haven't got a single bone, you're level 3. It's definitely not required. You can simply just buy them from the shop. I know on my ults, I actually got 2 zeros and still completed the chapter. But it's mostly because I AFK'd them on mining and minefighter. I mean, mining and smithing, I mean. Is I believe the requirement for chapter 5, or sorry, chapter 3 is the highest you ever have to do. As far as like in chapter level. I don't think there's a single in-chapter level higher than that. Like, as far as total level, of course, it keeps moving up, like when you need to do it for chapter 4. But the highest in-chapter total is currently chapter 3. So you do generally want to be doing all 5 of them to make up for some of the leveling. Because I think by the end of it, you need like 65 levels instead of 60. Like every other chapter. And having bone rate supplies can make it a little easier. Because bone rate's pretty annoying to train with anything that isn't a bone. As well as just in general. It's actually one of the hardest to train skills in the game. If not the hardest. Hey, CBD is back. Said he was going for base 50s earlier. I wonder how close he is, because honestly, at his total level, he can actually be pretty close. Because what's the lowest total level you can have for base 50? It would be, though of course people would be a bit higher than that. But, wait, what even is it? let's do some math. 500. Yeah, at around 1,000, you actually could have base 50s, couldn't you? I guess I did the math wrong there. Yeah, that should only be around, like 950? 900? 900. Yeah, 900 total level, you could technically have base 50s. It'd be very unlikely, though it's technically possible. So if you went, like, super even, by, like, a level 1,000 or so, you could have base 50. If you went, like, almost perfectly even on every skill. As low as 90 or 900. But it'd be very unlikely that someone would be exactly perfect all 50 all. There's going to be at least a few that you'd get slightly higher. I wonder if anyone is playing that way. Like pure equilibrium. Where you get like 1 of every skill, then 2, then 3, then 4. That'd be so annoying to do. I feel like at least one person would try doing that though. Like get everything to level 1 at once, and level 2, then level 3. The problem with that is it's so inefficient because you're changing methods so often. But if you truly want to keep everything super perfect. I know some people have played RuneScape that way. I don't feel like people would tackle Brighter Shores that way though. Most because of how quickly you move through the lower levels would be, like you would do something for like a few seconds and then be like, okay, different activity now. Especially at like level 0 to 5. As you do a skill for like 1 minute and be like, okay, next level now. Yeah, it makes sense doing multiple different ones. Doing the exactly perfectly one level would get really annoying though. Especially in early game. Later on it wouldn't be as hard to do though. When levels take way longer. I just imagine someone going at like level 0 all, then level 1 all, then level 2 all. How much running around they would do. Like half their playtime by level 10 would just be running from location to location. Rather than actually training anything. Obviously most people would focus on multiple. Like someone would go, you know, you'd get multiple 20s, you'd then go get like, you know, multiple 30s, so on and so forth. You wouldn't do it exactly one level at a time. It's just fun to imagine. The first like 5 to 10 levels just running around everywhere. That'd be kind of hard to route. Because I just realized that would actually be impossible because of how the chapter system works. Because you can't get to chapter 4 with level 1 and everything. So you can never like perfectly do that in this game. Yeah, I feel like I kind of tried doing that initially, but then I found things I really liked, and it was like, oh, let's go all in. Like early on, we did that with raid dens and smithing. Then eventually mining, merchants, leatherworker. These are just kind of challenge things you can kind of do, like 1 500 at a time. Or like all 50, then all 60, then all 70, so on and so forth. I don't know, so far in this account, we kind of just did whatever we feel like at any point. I haven't done too much, like, efficient pathing so far. Some obvious things I've done, like, obviously, merchant before leatherworker. Obviously, you wouldn't want to do 200, you wouldn't want to do 200 merchant after you have just done 200 leatherworker. That wouldn't make too much sense. I say, like, power rushing a leaderboard for, like, 500, which reminds me. How's he doing? Let's see. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted, leather. I know he was on earlier. I'm not sure if he's still on. Oh, he's falling behind. He's not on. He's not on. He's slacking. Oh, Ryan's gonna beat him. Maybe he gave up. They were as low as like an 8 level difference. Ryan is currently up 13. Ooh, I think he's sleeping. I think he just kind of accepted he's getting second at this point. He's, oh no, that's a 13 level difference. And I think he only moved up 2 this whole stream. Which means he's probably not actively training it, because I'm pretty sure Ryan has gained more in that time. But yeah, it looks like he's just going to get second then. I think he stopped trying to race for first, and he's just trying to stay above third. You're trying to get 83 detective and 100 merchant? Yeah, you definitely want to do detective first, of course. I'm pretty sure you're aware about that based on what you mentioned. So you get all the shortcuts for chapter 4. Oh, so if you haven't done the other quest yet, you probably want to get the top left shortcut as well. You only need 55 merchant for that. You don't need the other requirements to get the shortcut. Be a 55 merchant, 83 detective gives every shortcut there. I do wish they would give more of a reward for that quest. It's probably the most lackluster 5-star quest in the current state of the game. Chapter 2 is pretty weak as well, but at least it's a lot of XP as well as a teleport. It might not be a particularly good teleport, but it is a teleport. Whereas Fortune Hold, the completion of Fortune Hold gives you basically nothing. The XP is pitiful. And there's no reward after the fact. Like, the biggest reward that you get is the shortcut during the quest. But you don't need to complete the quest for it to become any better or to, you know, unlock it. Like, the biggest reward of why anyone does it, you don't even need to finish the quest to go get. Which is something I hope they change in the future. Not the fact that you can get it at, without completing it, that's fine. But I mean just like some kind of extra reward. Either the gate being destroyed during the cutscene, or having any way to literally remove that gate is honestly reward enough. Because that gate has got to go. The gate that you have to use to jump over to use the shortcut is so annoying. And there's no reason it shouldn't be removed after the quest. Either being destroyed during the cutscene or paying the guy to go remove it or anything. Because that quest definitely needs a buff as far as the reward for it. I would say it's the only quest still left in the game where the reward for it is way too pitiful. It should boost us to 47. I said earlier, we'll go to about 49 so that I can get the rest off of Scout. It's 4 levels off of Scout, should be able to do it. Or, you know, 4 knowledge points off of Scout. Which means we should only have to fish for about another half an hour or so. And then the other, like, 2.5 or so of the stream we'll go do off of, what's it called? Off of Scout. Which in that time, there should be enough to reach level 40 Scout, maybe even a little higher. Unfortunately, we are going to be ever so slightly short on base 50. So close yet so far. But that's definitely the first thing we're doing tomorrow. Well, that or going over the patch notes if there's a patch. But the second thing we're doing after that is we don't do anything related to the patch until we get like 50 Scout. And this is something like absurd. Like special attacks have been released. Or queuable actions. Those are like the main two. There's a chance queuable actions could come out any day though. It's one of those things that we know is right around the corner. So we could literally just wake up one day and be like, oh yeah, queuable actions are a thing though. This is the biggest thing that we know of that's coming in the near future. Like the near future. Like literally could drop literally any day now. Like even tomorrow, soon. Like trading probably isn't going to do that. But queuable actions can. Could be tomorrow, could be 2 days from now, could be a week from now. But yeah, it could be like less than 12 hours from now. When they go do the update tomorrow, if there is one. We just don't really know. It's one of those things that is so soon that it could literally be at any point. He could do it right now. No, he's probably gonna wait till the morning. I'm not sure why. He always seems to update around that time. Based on UK time, I assume that's because he wants to push the update around noon. When he's back in the office and everything. Because I'm pretty sure UK time by that point is normally around noon when he normally posts the update. Level 47. Nice. All right, let's keep going. So we'll go manually fish 2 more, and then we'll use the knowledge off of Scout to do the final level. And then get Scout as far as we possibly can within like 2.5 hours then. It'd be cool if you could use Builder to repair the Fortune Hold shortcut gate. Well, technically it's already repaired. The problem is that it is repaired. If anything, we need the opposite. We need a destroy button. We need the demolition skill. Yeah, that's not a building skill right there. That's the demolition skill. Which I did think about that. I wonder if a builder will have demolition in it. It seems to be builder more in like a sense of the, like literal structure. Because some of the things we have is like cement, bricks, tiles. Like actual foundational structure. Which means, who knows? Maybe it does have demolition in it. That'd be funny. Could you imagine? Oh yeah, you gain a lot of XP for whenever you complete out a quest. A main storyline quest. Well, all quests in general. But every single quest in a region gives you a ton of XP for the combat in the region. I don't think there's a single one that doesn't. Even if the quest itself had no combat in it. Like, I think even Lost and Found gave it, even though you technically don't ever have to kill something. But yeah, just every single quest seems to do that. So you get a lot for it during main storyline. It's actually how my other account got most of its Mindfighter XP. It completed the quest at like 10 or 12 or 14, somewhere around there. And it leveled up to like 17 or 18 just from the storyline completion. Which is good because I'm going to need that for the Mines of Matubin 3-star quest. Because I think you have to kill 35 boss for it. Which at level 10 or something is really annoying to do, but at level like 20 something it should be doable. But if you have any questions about the mines, just let me know. I guess my main piece of advice is do not forget to pick up the pickaxe. You'll probably know what I mean when you walk in. But you definitely want to get one. It is very important. I think by the end of it you need to get like level 20 mining. Luckily it kind of gradually gives you the things you need for it. But it's a little bit of a grind. I did it on both the other 2 accounts already recently. It's not the quickest of things, but it gets there. I do feel like it was a little bit quicker than fishing, though. Like low-level fishing. Was it because the minecart system doesn't really care too much about having a low-level pickaxe? Whereas fishing doesn't really have an equivalence of that. I was mentioning that earlier. It really needs one. Like, it doesn't have like one of those like no fish gaining activities that gives you better XP rate. Because I would much rather exchange all the currency we're getting right now for XP. It's something that quite a few skills have, but for whatever reason, fishing oddly enough does not. There's definitely a handful that don't, but I feel like fishing would definitely gain one of the bigger benefits from having it. Especially when you're not in a good level range for what we're doing now. Because what we're doing right now is pretty much the best way to get fishing up. But it's really bad at some level ranges. It's really good right now because we're doing a 36 and a 42 at level 47. But, you know, this at like 60-something is going to be way worse when we don't have the upgrades to either of them. Like our XP rate that we're getting now, we'd still be getting at like 50-something. Or even 60-something. Because the next EO upgrade is until 76. And the next puffer isn't until 98. Which means there's going to be a gap where we pretty much just have to do like mana ray or something. I think someone's mentioned that too. I haven't actually reached that point yet. But some people were mentioning the other big spear one that you tend to do is mana ray. To fill the gaps between pufferfish and eel. And that makes sense because we're about to get it at level 50. So we're getting pretty close to the threshold where that'd be really relevant. So one thing that's still bothering me, by the way, I have not forgotten that the spear is level 24, not 25. I know it has probably bothered literally no person in chat. Yet it is still driving me crazy. There isn't like 10 seconds that's gone by during this entire grind, where in the back of my head I'm like, oh, I'm not getting 0.4% more XP. I'm not sure why, just the fact that it's like slightly weird right now. Because if I click on this, look at this, it's like a 10% and then a 9.6. What it should say is 10% and 10%. But it's been driving me crazy. There hasn't been a 10 minutes that have gone by where I haven't thought about that in the back of my head. Obviously 0.4% makes like zero difference pretty much. Not literally, but you know, it only makes 0.4% difference, which is pretty close to zero. It's closer to zero than it is to one, but you know, it still help. The worst part is I know because it will drive me crazy that I'm still gonna go upgrade it later. And even though I don't plan to fish within the next month or two, I will still waste like 1.8 gold to go upgrade it 0.4% that I won't even utilize. Because I have to. Even though I don't intend to fish again for like the next month, I will still waste 1.8 gold to go get the 0.4%. Just to make it all even. Well, technically odd, but you know, it's a clean number. It's not an even number, but it's a clean number. Well, you know, 10% is an even number, but the enchant of 25 isn't. But it should be the last double knowledge I'll be able to get in. Then after that, honestly, I might just go ahead to, after the 2-minute bonus from that one potion expires, I think we're going to go to chapter 3, or chapter 2. And just get the rest off a scout. Only big issue with scout right now is we're still so undergeared. No, it's not going to get more geared by not doing combat. Though I guess we can if we do Chronopolis, but still. I do need to go check that shop. It has refreshed since then. Last time we were there was at like a 10-minute timer or something. Oh, wait, but then we did go back since then. Never mind, never mind. See, I won't be able to get armor there. So we just gotta hope that something good is gonna drop for us. Ooh, Black Santa, nice. I feel like we got a lot of Black Santa today. We're at 25. It's almost caught up to our Red Santa, which is only one ahead at 26. It's getting there, though. Yeah, it's getting there. One fish at a time. How much gold are we still missing? I still need a whole other gold piece. It's not too bad, though. This is 1 hour of leatherworker. Honestly, anything that is gold related cost these days, I measure in how long it will take me to do leatherworker. I don't even consider anything else as a profit margin anymore, or a profit method. Whenever I consider anything for, let's say I need like 10 gold, I don't think of like what methods I'll do for gold. I just think how many hours of leatherworker is that to earn that much gold? It's all just measured in leatherworker now. Get back to the sweatshop over there. Hey, I found a Marxist. There's definitely some names in this game, that is for sure. Level 48, nice. Honestly, at this point, by the time I use the 2 knowledge, we're already going to be at 49. That's why I said those last 2 points are probably going to be the last we need for now. There's the rest we'll get up through Scout. Alright, 1 more knowledge bar and we'll probably stop fishing for now. Just need 100% more meter. That's not true. I'll go and get 200% meter, use 1 potion, and then for 2 more minutes we'll go fishing. So I want to use up the rest of the potion while we have it. But then after that, whatever we're at, we're at. And the rest gets done through Scout. Which I guess to 49. And then 4 more knowledge while doing Scout will get us there. There's like an hour, hour and a half of Scout. And after that, we probably start putting into woodcutting. Because I still need that 53 woodcutting. For the same reason why we need the 42 fishing before we could really get back to it. As that's when our next really good XP method gets unlocked. Almost back to 1 gold piece at like the slowest rate ever. The second we get it, it's just gonna be spent again. Because I'm probably gonna need more potions for chapter 2. I thought I might have enough stored. Depends on what we try doing. Because now that I think about it, I think we bought enough blues to probably last for the whole grind. Or a good majority of it. I also don't really need the blues until I reach level 40. Might not even use them because nothing's actually weak to blue. It'd just be for the extra damage, and at that point I might as well just use the 2-hand. Because that might be the play since we can't like pre-pop them. The main reason I want to use the rapier initially is because I need the extra shield defense because we have like no defense at all in chapter 2. So I actually probably will still have to go the rapier route. Though by like level 45, if I feel like making a 2-hand, we could actually make a 2-hand if we haven't gotten a better weapon by then. Because then we should be tanky enough to kill the 47s without needing to worry about a shield. Because I still can't believe how much time has gone by already. Stream has felt like a few hours and we're already like 9 hours in. This game needs to stop moving time so quick. I've honestly still been as addicted to it as day one. It still hasn't gone away. I'm not sure when it's supposed to, but it still hasn't. It's definitely been grinds we've liked more than others though. Well, our drive to keep going is still just as high as ever. So I guess I set a lot of mini goals. Though we did fail our mini goal for today though. But in all fairness, we failed it because there physically was not enough time in the day to finish it. Because we'll hit midnight and still not have it done, despite doing it the whole time. But we would have hit 50 guard, we would have hit 50 fishing. And scout, I guess we're just aiming for 40 at this point. If we can get higher, that's good. If not, it's not that big a deal. Let's finish it tomorrow. We're also getting 2,000 total tomorrow, which will be the main goal tomorrow. That, and I really hope he does a patch. Tomorrow will be the most perfect day for him to drop like any patch. I don't even care what. Because whatever it is, we'll have plenty of time to just mess around with it. Because I have no real goal tomorrow other than get 2,000 total. And I guess, of course, finishing 50 scout if it's not already done. But aside from 50 scout, we could do the 2,000 total by doing literally anything. You don't understand how some people are getting like 100 levels a day? Oh no, how many did I get this day? I feel like at some combat ranges, maybe you could. But how many levels did I get today? Does anyone remember what level it started at? I would have to check all the way back to start of stream. Because I don't remember. I know it was above 1,900. So let's even just say it was not 1,900. That means the most I could have gotten today was 63. It's probably even lower than that. And by the end of it, it would be like 80 in one day. Yeah, it was 1,930. So yeah, I've only gotten 33 levels today. And by the end of it, maybe 50. And that would have been in about 11, 12 hours. We would have gotten about 50 levels in. Roughly. So technically, if you play 22 hours a day, at around the same efficiency we were, you would hit 100 levels a day. So it's definitely doable. I'm not sure where they're getting sleep, though. I'm not sure where sleep comes in. But it's definitely possible to get 100 levels a day. I'm just not sure how you do 100 levels a day and sleep. Oh, he ended up getting there. Just went back and checked. Thanks. How goes rank 1 grind? But it's definitely possible to get 100 levels a day in this game. But you have to play like nearly every second of a day. That would be training like some of the quickest skills in the game, like merchant and combat only. Like pre-200 combat and merchant. You're only sleeping for like 4 hours a night? Oh gosh. Yeah, that's another example, but that would have been 20 hours a day then. Assuming using every other time of the day. It's something we haven't done yet, and I don't plan to ever. I've been getting a healthy amount of sleep every night. Even if that means we go down like 100 ranks on leaderboard. Oh, it's not going down that much. But yeah, I can never play for like 20 to 22 hours a day. That'd be way too much. Our average has been like 13, 14 hours just a day. Not counting Mondays. But not counting Mondays, like 12 to 13 a day. Normally of which about 11-ish of it is streamed per day. And the rest is normally like AFK Leathermaker, AFK, you know, Raid Den, stuff like that. Well, honestly, every single profession is pretty even. Like, there's some that are definitely way slower. But even the slowest ones in the game are still, like, a little over 3 knowledge an hour. As well as, like, what, 2.5-ish levels per hour? Give or take a little. But yeah, even the worst methods in the game are still 3 knowledge point minimum. And, like, 2.5-ish levels an hour. Even if you're doing, like, the worst of the worst. A lot of them, I think, are a little bit closer to 3. Plus, if you're 5% EP boosting or have a tool or anything else like that. And knowledge offsets can go a long way. Well, it could be that they're doing a different skill and maybe doing knowledge with it. Because Merchant is basically a level and a half in any skill in the entire game while also still getting Merchant up. So if a skill is averaging like 2.5 to 3 levels an hour, Multi-skilling it like that can go a long way. Also, one thing that a lot of people who are like ultra min-maxing will do is they'll knowledge point between the thresholds as well. Whenever there's like a good method that's coming. I do it some, but not a lot. Like we did it for this like whole pufferfish eel thing today. But some people do it for literally everything. Like they probably would have stopped already and already would have been knowledging. I'm going to 49 though before I start. Just because I'm only going for 50. But I feel like a lot of people playing at max efficiency would have started knowledge pointing at like 45. Or like 46, 47, somewhere around there. Definitely before 49. Because we were at a really good EXP rate, but now we're kind of flatlined a bit. And then we go into good EXP rate again, I believe, once we hit Mana Ray at 50. So it'd be a lot better to go from like 47, 48 with knowledge alone. Still using the few levels where you get good rate when we had like the spear and got the pufferfish at 42. But then by like 45, 46, already be knowledging it to 50. I feel like a lot of people do it that way. We're trying to like ultra min-max. Like you always skip like the deadest EXP zones in any skill. And some people probably have like spreadsheets going down to like the exact number for everything. So they can know when like the deadest zones for any skill is and try to avoid it with knowledge points. I'm not going that min-maxy, but I do it some. Not in like spreadsheets, but you know, guesstimation. Like we know 49 is going to be our slowest level to 50. So we definitely want to at least knowledge that if nothing else. I wouldn't be surprised if people have like full spreadsheets going all the way to like 200 or something. Where you can already know what the deadest points are in any skill. And then just knowledge past them. You can kind of figure it out just by looking at the methods you have available. I'm pretty sure people have the data down to the exact hourly rate or something. It's probably out there somewhere. Oh, time to double boost. Alright, it's time. I said around this point is when we would go and do the other thing. Though I did say I would do it for 2 more minutes, so let me go and do it for 2 more minutes then. Gonna go use our potion, double into fishing. And then for 2 more minutes we'll keep fishing. Just to use up the potion boost, and then, yeah, we go head over to the other area. Actually, I might as well grab both the potions right now. As I will need both. Actually, I must bring the combat ones too. We're gonna need everything. Give me all those. That's weird. Why is there a max withdrawal? Or why is there a max input but not a max withdrawal? That's weird. Like, notice how I can deposit all, but I can't withdraw all. Alright, we need a few of these. Probably just 3. Probably 4, actually, because I'm about to use 1 right now. The other 3 I'll need later. And then the rest just goes all... Oh, I'm actually running low on these. There should be enough for this stream, but I might need more for tomorrow. I only have 22 of those potions left for Chapter 2. I might just buy some more now. They're pretty cheap. I shouldn't need that many, though. Give me, like, 10, 20. Oh yeah, EXP. They're all the way over here. How is that for us? Let's see. Up. Just hit cap lock. Alright. Oh, let's see. We got the potion, we got the potion, we got the potion. That potion we gotta go use immediately. I think we're stocked up now. Alright, equip that. Already max. Good. Alright, let's go get our fishing in. Go and drink our fishing potion. And let's go buff this twice. Once for fishing, and again for fishing. I'm not sure why I'm going to do this if I'm doing something else. Nope, just double fishing. Alright, and while we got the boost, I might as well use it real quick. Just while we're here. This will be the last fishing we do then. Finish up that boost, and then afterwards we are heading to Chapter 2. Which means I need to go get geared for Chapter 2. But it takes like a few seconds. Finding the gear, not so much, but you know, putting the gear on that we already have. But yeah, the only thing left now is Scout. We finished 50 watch person, guard. We finished 50, well, pretty much, we finished 50 fishing. It's technically not done yet, but it will. Like less than an hour of knowledge and it'll be max. So all we have left now is Scout. The plan for Scout is to kill things pretty much around our level. I might try skipping a little bit. At level 40, I already have a shield and a rapier made. So at that point, we could probably move up to the 47s. Prior to that, we're probably going to stick at where our level is, though. And currently, we're level 34, so I'll kill the 33. And at like 37, 38, we'll move to the 39, probably. And we stick on that 39 until we hit 40. Oh, did I forget a fish? Oh, no, it's just a weird number because of what I had. Never mind. Alright, let's go sell everything. That should be good. I just want to use up some of the potion. Alright, sell all. Alright, to chapter 2 we go. Gotta get rid of the fancy armor for the lame armor, but we need the stats on it. There we go. And now, let's go head over there. Those 3 potions are for when we go get 50 fishing. And then the rest of them are for, I guess, woodcutting, technically. As well as if we want to chug a few of them. Alright, let's go over there. But yeah, similar to before, I do have a bunch of upgrades made for level 40. The problem is getting to level 40. We're also way worse armor at the start than we were for chapter 1. Because we were in pretty much full 3-star for chapter 1. But our gear is substantially worse in this area. We don't even have a single 3-star equipment. I'm not counting our shield. Doesn't count, though. Which is not even a real shield either, I just realized. Oh, no, there's someone else already here. Oh, no, we're crowded already. Oh, yeah, also, you know how bad our armor is right now? I'm using a weapon we got on day 1. Like, literal day 1 Brighter Shores. Like, launch day. That is what this ranged weapon was from. That is how bad our equipment is in this chapter. I'm using a weapon we got on day 1 of the game. But yeah, we really need some upgrades. I don't want to upgrade my ranged weapon until we hit 40, though. Or somewhere around there. Just do all the upgrades at once. And I will be two-handing everything this chapter for the most part. The only reason I want to do the rapier initially at 40 is because of the shield. I need the defense because we want to try taking out a 47. Speaking of defense, give me that, thank you. Let's see, quartermaster, deposit. Yeah, why is our shield so bad here? Did I never make one, or did I accidentally sell it at some point or something? Oh, I fused it together. I know why. I fused it into a level 40 shield when we had a bunch of that spare material that one day. Which made it so I have no shield right now. I was wondering where that shield went. Yeah, it's because I fused it into the level 44 star. That we'll have when we hit level 40. And then we could jump up to the 47. But for now, we're stuck at the 33 for a little bit. And I'll try taking the 39 soonish. Biggest issue with that is our durability against it. Our damage isn't too bad, it's just our armor is way behind right now. I'm also only using 20% heals, which doesn't help. Compared to 28%. I just think it almost killed me. What's this thing weak to? Oh, fire. Okay, never mind. We're never doing damage to you. The good old fire resist. I mean, the fire weakness. There's no good fire or necromay weapons, at least for Cryo Knight. Not until we get special attacks. Can you not store the gas leeches? No, you gotta use them immediately. The only place you can use them, unless you got further in the quest, is the stone bank. Not sure if you found it yet. But you need it for this stone to etch your stones. Pretty much all of stonemasonry requires gas. You only need it for half of smithing. But I don't think you found the furnace yet for it. But there's no way to store them. You have to just simply use them. It's all the way in Southwest if you haven't found it yet. Oh yeah, you're going to need to do a lot of stonemason then. Yeah, mining and stonemason probably the main two you want to focus on then. There are some quests later down the line where you need both of the other two, but yeah, stonemason and mining are the two you'd want to focus then the most heavily. Hey, an upgrade, I think. Yeah, an upgrade. Oh, we're almost in full 2-star now. Still not ideal, but better. Yeah, not counting shield. We're actually finally in full 2-star. Helm's a little dated, though. And shield will get upgraded at 40. I gotta double check. What is the 39 weak to? Why is everything in this area weak to fire? Or do we just get like the double back-to-back? It just happens to be both weak to fire. Probably. Yeah, double fire weakness. That's not ideal. It makes sense. We're quite literally in a forest. I would sure hope things would be weak to fire here. But that's just such an annoying damage type to have right now. And we have a double fire in a row. And I don't have any good arbory weapon. What typing is this guy? Weak to Tempest Day. Doesn't help much. What are two we can even kill easily? It's the Viper and the Bear. It's not ideal. The Viper hits us really annoyingly. The Bear is pretty free though, I do have to say. The problem is it's too low of level right now. So we can't really kill it at our range. Can't you make a fire weapon? Yes. But every single fire weapon Cryo Knight has isn't worth using. Not until special attacks. They're all too slow. And there's no fire potion in the game currently. Or Necromate potion. Might be something they add to a new potion making skill or something. If they add one for chapter 6. We don't currently know if they're going to divide it or how they're going to do it. But currently there's no way to boost fire damage or Necromate damage. Or physical damage, though I highly doubt we'll get one for physical. But yeah, there's none for fire or Necromate at the moment. And the best percent I think we can get is like 49? For the most part, using elemental weakness, at least until special attacks never to come out, are almost never worth it unless you're doing it for your main type. So in our case, blue. The only exception to that is you can use your secondary type a little bit. For example, the secondary for Cryo Knight would be yellow. The secondary for Guardian would be, gosh, I think it's blue. And the secondary for Tempest Day would be green. Right? I think I did that right. It's whatever your, actually, is that way for all of them? I just now realized. Maybe that's not the case. Because that would be for our weakness. I don't know. I don't play the other two enough. I know our other secondary type is yellow, though. Which is weird, because that's actually what my weakness is. Yeah, we do get options for it. So maybe it's the thing that you do extra damage to that you don't get a good weapon for. But that can't be true either, because, oh, maybe. Because you only get a range weapon for it. I was gonna say, yeah, because, hammer mages don't get a good blue weapon, do they? They have a range blue, but doesn't count. I don't think they have a melee blue. Yeah, so the thing you do extra damage to, you don't get a weapon for, I don't think. Because that would mean Guardian doesn't have a yellow damaging weapon. Or it doesn't have a melee yellow damaging weapon, I should say. It has a range one, all of them do. But it shouldn't have a melee one then. Kind of like we don't have melee green. And Tempest Day shouldn't have melee blue. Yes, the short sword is fire. The problem with it is its attack speed. If it attacked as quick as a rapier, it'd be fine. I forget how quick it attacks, but I know it's slower than rapier. And because of that, it's almost never worth using. Like, would you get better DPS just using this two-hand? We wouldn't be able to use a shield with it, but it would be better DPS than using a fire sword. Main thing that's really dated right now is our range weapon, though. Mentioned it earlier, but we're literally using the weapon we got on day 1. Like, literal launch day of Brighter Shores. And I'm still using the weapon in this area. Hey, that 4-star got some value. We're 42 days in and I still haven't replaced it, though I'm about to this stream. Because once we hit 40 scout at some point in the stream, I will be replacing it, finally. I'm not sure for what, but we're definitely replacing it. I guess I get Arboray Bow? Because wasn't the thing where we're fighting weak to green? The problem is you don't really range that one, though. So maybe I make like the little hammer thingies out of my carpenter stuff. They have slower attack speed though. I don't know, I might just make the bow. Let me check. Because the main enemy we'd be fighting, it doesn't matter because he ranges you. So your ranged weapon is even relevant on him. As we just be meleeing him the whole time. Beyond that, let's see one after that. Are we even gonna fight that? If we were, that would be the Tempest Day one. I can't remember if it ranges or not, though. Which one? We'll probably just melee it. And then the one after that is what? Goblin? Oh no, Shade. Shade is weak to green. So yeah, maybe I do make green bow then. Level 40 green bow. I feel like by then I would want an upgrade, but I can always upgrade it with other material. And make it into a 4-star. That's one nice thing about using a 3-star is you can eventually upgrade it to a 4-star. And use it for 1 level range, but then upgrade it into another level range. And we could do that with our 2 and 2. Which honestly I might. Yeah, we need the material and the other 2 skills to go do it though. But just upgrade this to like a 4-star 40. It's just gonna be so much simpler. Not need to worry about it. If we don't have a better weapon by then, that might just be the play. As much as I kind of want to do the rapier for the extra shield and everything. That or I could do it for the further range at like 45, but by that point we're only using it for like 5 levels, so it's probably not worth it. It seems like a lot of work for 5 levels unless we get a weapon drop. Oh, never mind. I got it for chapter 1. I was gonna say I could always use the chapter 1 bun, but it wasn't untuned. It's locked to chapter 1. Alright, maybe during all this grind we'll get lucky though. That would definitely make me pivot on what we'll upgrade though. If we actually get a 3-star for another class. Especially if it's a Guardian one, so we don't have to do that. Because then we could pivot into whatever weapon upgrade we want. Probably upgrading the 2-hand or upgrading the rapier. I don't want to upgrade this one though. This is actually the perfect rapier. I want to keep this for later. It rolled 89%. So I want to make this into like a 104-star later down the line. It's only level 26 now, but of course with the other material it would be, you know, somewhere around 100. Or whatever level we want to make it. It's just annoying trying to get a perfect one. So I do try keeping any that I have, regardless what level it is. Because those are probably going to go for something during player trading as well. Anytime you have an 89% weapon. I believe it's the max roll right now, unless there's 90% I'm not aware of. I'm pretty sure it's 89% for a max roll for a 3-star or 4-star. 5 stars will probably go higher. But they don't exist yet. Oh, that's funny. That guy just camouflaged so well. I didn't even see him up there. I thought it was a tree. Oh, that's so funny. Him standing up there next to the tree made me think he was a tree. Otherwise, I would have attacked him. That guy just ran. Nope. Speaking of short sword, there's our fire short sword. But yeah, it's way slower. I can go show the difference. Like between a rapier and, or two-hand and that. Oh wait, I can't because I didn't equip it. I can on next fight. But yeah, it's really, really slow. I'm not sure if it's tied slow as attack speed, but it's, definitely one tick slower than rapier and two-hand. I forget exactly what speed is because I never use it though. Well, the biggest issue with it is attack speed. But you know, I'll just drink it now. It's not that big a deal. Let's go into fishing. Oh, fishing. Yeah, let's see. Here's two-hand. Here's the speed of this one. Yeah, look at that wind up. You do get to wield shield with it though, which is a plus, but the attack speed is really, really, really low. Bouncing in a level, nice. Also, 2 more knowledge points, and that will be max fishing as well. Or not max, but you know, max for our current goal. 50 fishing. That'll be 2 out of 3. But yeah, let's see how far we can get scout. Though I somehow have to get 15 scout levels in... How much time do we have? In 2 hours or so. I can assure you that is not happening. I basically would have to get 7 scout levels an hour without putting any knowledge into it. So I think our goal is like 40-ish. To get at least 40 and 50 fishing, of course. Because there's no way we're getting 7 levels an hour for scout. Or any level for that matter. I don't think there's a single skill in the game where you could ever get 7 an hour. Even with knowledge. Alright, maybe with knowledge. Maybe you could do merchant that way. You're generally never knowledging merchant, though. Oh gosh, the dead space. I hate that those rocks count like as walls. They're basically completely solid walls that go all the way up to infinity. They're taller than the trees. I wonder if you can hit through the trees. I haven't actually tried. The easiest way to tell is if something goes right on that tile right over there. Oh no, I can't even move there, never mind. There's not a spot where I could test it in this room. To see if the trees have like an infinite hitbox upwards. But, yeah, these rocks you can't hit by. Completely solid objects. Sure looks like you can shoot over them. But, nope. A 0? What are you doing hitting a 0? It's the only problem with lower level combat too. You can actually hit zeros. You still can hit higher as well. It's just way less common. Because your damage range is way higher. I do hope they eventually remove zeros. We were talking about that earlier with special attacks and everything. But, I hope they eventually change minimum hit to 1 instead of 0. Just so you never have to see a 0. Because I think someone in our chat even commented something about that. A 0 twice in a row. It never feels good, that's for sure. The only reason you'll ever be excited for a 0 is if you get like a 0 streak, just to see how long it would go for. If you somehow pull off like 3 to 5 zeros in a row. Yeah, level 36, I think we'll try the 39s. I think we can do it. We don't have a gear upgrade since then, but we do have, that's not true, I think we got torso. But beyond that, we have the extra durability from levels, which should be enough. So too bad there's not another quest we can go do. We already depleted all of our XP. We did get 3 levels from doing the 5-star quest though. We went from 30 to 33 in a third. Which is pretty solid. Too bad we can't do it again. Because that quest boss was pretty cheesable. I hope when natural bossing comes to the game, they're a little bit less cheesy. Like, so far, every quest boss has been very absurdly straightforward. They don't have to be overly complex, but maybe slightly more. Just slightly. Why this thing has been hitting so hard recently? I'm going for it. I don't care if we die. There we go. So close to a telly that we honestly don't really need to. It takes like less than a minute to get back here. Teleport's like right over there. Can't see it, but there it is. It's in the shadows, but it is over there. And by about level, what, 37 scout, we should have level 50 fishing. This is what fishing looks like. This is what peak fishing efficiency looks like. Yeah, this is currently fishing. We're almost there. And then we can focus more on scout. So luckily training Scout does train Scout. So we can do fishing and Scout at the same time. There's not a problem with this path. I feel like a lot of people walk through here. And then they get dragged all over the place. Because no one ever uses fear potions because they're so bad. They really got to increase the duration on them or something. Oh no, 0. I do want to hit any lower. Thank you. So many single digit hits. Interesting. It's still an extra bit. I'm doing that just so I don't put the bone spikes on top of the bone spikes or, you know, an item there. But, yeah, I keep slowing down our speed whenever I do that. I should stop doing that. To just deal with the ugly stack. Oh, there it is. Our bone spikes next to our bone spikes. There it is. If this was a higher bone, I would pick it up. The problem is I already have so many bone spikes banked that I don't even know what to do with them. Honestly, if that was like any other bone, I'd probably pick it up. Even another low tier bone. These have way too many bone spikes though. I just realized we've been in the room with suffix over here. I wonder where prefix is. The interesting thing is that he's suffix number 1. Which means no one took the name suffix, most likely. Oh, this changes everything. Remember earlier when I said if we get an item drop? Unfortunately, it's not Guardian, though. So maybe this doesn't change everything. That would have changed a lot more if that was a Guardian drop. I don't know, is that worth it? I'm still pondering if that is worth it at the moment. Because this means I'm going to have to make a 30, 40, 50 plus item. Maybe even 60 plus. Using the actual Guardian skill. Or, you know, Bone Right, I mean. Which means we're not going to have the good XP curve. Yeah, that slightly changes things. Would have changed things more if that was a Guardian item. Who knows? Maybe I'll still drop one. Oh yeah, Stone Fist is a lot of fun. Stone Fist is basically Hammer Mage's equivalent of my two-hand I'm using right now. It's like a high attack speed physical weapon. But for Hammer Mage, it's physical. I mean, for it's one hand. For Cryo Knight, it's two hand. And then, I guess for Guardian, it's mostly a bow. You do have a one-hand one, but it's way too low of attack speed to ever bother with it. So realistically, you only have physical bow. But yeah, on both Hammer Mage and Cryo Knight, they're actually viable to run the physical. In a lot of situations, this two-hand is our best DPS against anything neutral. But basically, if it's not weak to blue, two-hand is probably the way to go. Unless you need the armor from the shield. But assuming you don't need the armor from your shield, two-hand is almost always your weapon if you're not weak to blue. And that's not quite the case with Hammer Mage. But Hammer Mage can kind of do similar. Where you use the fist against everything that isn't yellow weak. I think they have like one other good weapon too. That you can use if you don't want to use the Hammer Fist though. Like a two-hand one. I guess to some degree Cryo Knight does too, but it's mostly a ice weapon. Rather than a different element. These Cryo Knight's main three are Ice Rapier, Physical Two-Hand, which are both max attack speed. And in range is pretty much whatever. His range weapon matters very little in this class. I feel like it's the case for most of them. But the difference between our best one and our worst one is barely anything. Like, there's an attack speed difference, but there's a lot of situations where having a higher attack speed range weapon isn't even that good. Like a stationary unit. I'm gonna put the hammer mage item away. What level was it? Level... Oh! It's untuned! Doesn't really change anything though. Does it? Interesting. It's actually untuned. I don't know, what does that change? Not much actually. Because if I needed it, I would need it for this chapter. Though of course, untuned can be used for this chapter as well. Yeah, you can tune it to episode 1 or 3 or 4. But at that point, I could just craft one. But untuned doesn't really help us in this situation. A untuned from chapter 1 going to chapter 2 would have been. Like if that hammer I got earlier that was level 45 in chapter 1 was for chapter 2. Or, you know, for untuned. But unfortunately, we got the one from here untuned rather than the other one. That would have been useful if the chapter 1 one was, but not the chapter 2 one. Because I have nothing around that level range that I needed to tune. Alright, one more and that'll be all the fishing we need. One more knowledge and we have 50 fishing. That'll be 2 out of 3. And then we've got Scout left. So we're making pretty good progress on Scout. But there's no way we're getting 15 levels in 2 hours. We'll gain a lot of levels, but not that many levels. You'd have to gain like 7.5 per hour. Oh yeah, we're still on. Oh yeah, welcome back, Mad Hatter. Yeah, we're going for about 2 more hours. Also, I just realized, why are my dimensions weird? Have they been like that all stream? That's weird. When did that happen? My bad. I guess I dragged it at some point. Whoop, 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 whoop. Now I'll go fix it. The problem is full restarting the game fixes it perfectly. That should be good enough for now. Yeah, I think I accidentally dragged it at some point. I didn't even notice. It's been like slightly dragged down. Because it starts at like a perfect 1920 by 1080p 16:9 ratio. But if you accidentally drag it, it doesn't auto correct itself. So if I don't really notice it, then yeah, it's a problem. It's not that big a deal though. Whatever is like a few pixels off. I feel like I always notice though. Hey, yeah, I didn't see it this time. I didn't realize I ever dragged at any point, which is the main reason I didn't check. Not sure when on earth that happened, but that might have happened hours ago. Whoops. Yeah, one more combat level. We'll try the 36s without an upgrade. Or sorry, the 39s, I mean, when we are at 36. We could probably take them now if we really want to. My only concern is the damage they do to us rather than our damage. Our damage is a bit low, but it's not that low. The biggest issue is whatever this armor situation is too low. Luckily, it's one of those that you can range a couple times before they hit you. So it shouldn't be too bad. Oh? Aw. I got Necromate Battle Axe. That's pointless. That's just a sell. I thought that was a different class weapon for a second, but no, it's just our useless Battle Axe. If this was a Guardian weapon, that would be so good. Just instantly tune up an item. I get what trading comes out, though. Trading is going to make that so much easier. Upgrading anything is going to be so free. The only problem is, will there be enough people trading small stuff like that for it to be worth it? Because if they want something like over 50 silver for it, that's too much already. Compared to just making it yourself. Like if someone wants like 50 silver for like scrap metal like this, which I might, given that it already sells for like 12, that one. Because then it becomes too costly to make a weapon by buying it from people. Plus, there's probably going to be a huge surplus of spare 4 stars of various kinds. People, ones that are people just trying to dump. Because picking up a 4-star for like 100 silver is not bad. They're trying to get 3 components, or even the other 2 that you need. Could actually be a little bit more annoying at a time. This is like a really standard number, like a 199, or a 19, or a 0. Because those are probably going to be the 3 most traded numbers out of any. 199, 19, and 0. 199 is it's the highest level you can make while still having a curve that doesn't fall off a cliff. 19 because it's the highest level for the super good rarity rate. And 0 because it's just really easy to math if you're trying to combine it with 2 other items. There's probably going to be more 0s than 19s out there. Just because it's really easy to tell when you're crafting something, since one less number you need to add. 19, the main benefit of that is just gives you a little bit more level range. But not much, only 19. Because the main way you would craft a weapon going forward, like let's say trading existed right now. One of the easiest ways to make a weapon, let's say I need a level 100. The best way to go about it would be to buy a 199. Maybe not the best way, but a way to go about it when trading comes out. Because there'll probably be enough of them in the market where it would work. Would be to buy something like a 199 Hammer Mage. Then a level 0 Guardian. And then just make whatever the difference is for your smithing weapon. Or the one that you actually want. And just make the other component yourself to the exact level you need. Because that'll likely be the way that you do any level range. You either buy one 199 or 2 199s, and then just craft your own to whatever level you need to make the difference. Potentially buying 0s and 19s depending on how low of a level you're making. Like I could buy like a level 0 Guardian, then a level 0 Hammer Mage. And then from there we just go and make whatever we need. So let's say I needed a, I don't know, a 50. I would then make a 150 weapon, and then boom, we're good to go. And you can also do it at 1919, so you can go a little lower range. In which case I would then need to make a 132 instead of a 150. Or sorry, yeah, wait, what? No, 130... Wait, I'm doing math wrong somewhere. Oh, sorry, a 122, not 132. And that's why 0s are better. You don't have to do math. Or as much math. They get a little bit less of a level range, though. Oh, we hit level 36. We go try taking out the other one now. Mostly just wanted some level durability, and we should be good now. And at 40, we get a pretty big upgrade. We won't have too much time to use our upgrade, but we should be able to still get there today. I just realized, is the other telly quicker? I don't think I've ever used this telly yet. We've had this telly for a couple weeks now, and I don't believe I've used it a single time. Is this even viable? Yeah, they're right over there. Isn't that him? Nah, it's not awful, I guess. We're already here. Somewheres. Where are they? Hello? Wrong room? Oh, they're over here. Oh no, they're in the other room too. Oh, I see. Oh, they have a weird lower movement speed. Ooh. There's been a couple that are like that. Yeah, that means we can get every range hit on it, even with a slower range weapon, probably. Oh wow, these things are being pretty easy. Maybe he's just low rolling me. Yeah, that was way easier than I was expecting this guy to be. Oh, I guess we're camping here now. And no first time bonus because we already killed it earlier at some point. Probably like a month ago. Actually, I think we did that on Thanksgiving Day now that I think about it. Because we got a bunch of scout levels, so I probably went in and just killed everything. Because I know I tried killing the 52 and failed. It was just slightly too much. Got these little mini Groots to go kill. Basically just chopping them down too with this axe. Or two-hand, I mean. Good old slashy motion. No, don't do that. Well, how many are in this room? I feel like there's like no spawns. This whole room has like 3 or 4. It's not a lot. Here's this 1, 2, 3. Yeah, only 3. That's weird. I feel like most combat rooms have more enemies than this. 3 is a really small number. Even 2 people are already over encumbering the room. Like, if there's even more than 1 person here, you're already in a weird situation. And the weirder part is, I think the room right next to us has the same amount, like 3 or 4. I always recall this room barely having any. And apparently even the overflow room pretty much has none. It's something I haven't paid much attention to. Do different weapons actually have different attack ranges? I know some of them have been mentioning it, but I never really paid much attention to it. This one's a 5 attack range. I wonder if my bow has longer. It's not something I ever put into account. Most because of the small room size, it normally doesn't matter that much. Oh! That's the EXP pot, I think. Oh no, it's arbitrary strength. Never mind. Wait, this is the higher arbitrary strength though. Yeah, these are worth keeping. That's what I thought. This is the one I can do at my current alchemy level. Wait, this drop is actually not useless. I finally found an alchemy drop that isn't useless. We found it. They do exist. I think it's the first alchemy drop I pick up all stream, despite all the combat. I found one that isn't useless, finally. Took us a while. Yeah, this is for our exact alchemy level. It's pretty easy to get back here. With the quest teleport, it's only 2 rooms away. Fight to the death. Got him. This is mine. Oh, about to die. Nice. Barely. Hey, yellow elf hat. Nice, nice. Hey, it's poking. Hello. So I like how we have like a perfect respawn cycle going right now. Or neither of us needs to wait that long for the respawn. Because we keep killing the other one by the time the other one respawns. So like the one I just killed will respawn by the time he kills his. And so on and so forth. Got like a perfect cycle going. Like right there it's respawn, so he'll be ready. And by the time he kills his, I'll be able to go kill it. So I do need him to go a little quicker. Is my DPS that much better? I don't feel like it should be. He's using a fire weapon, but it seems like it has like a slightly slower attack or something. Mine. Need my XP rate. But yeah, we're killing it slightly quicker than them. Despite our gear seeming like it's underpowered. He's using a slow fire weapon though, which is not worth it. I've tried doing it in the past, like making Necromay weapon, like this axe for weak stuff weak to Necromay. It's just never worth it for how much slower the weapon is. I'm actually gonna die here. Let's see really low rolls. Rip. Oh, right before the knowledge threshold too. Is there anything I need over here while we're here? Don't think so. Let's put away all this junk. And back we go. Feels weird to use this teleport. I think it's the first day we've ever used it. Okay, we got the whole room to ourselves now. Never mind. I think it's just wood cutting, so yeah, we do. Just don't do in combat in the room, though. Guess teleporter is not awful. There's just so few things I feel like you'd use it for. The full list is Dockleaf, Bramblelifts, Shades, and that's probably it. And the thing we're killing now. As well as whatever material are nearby, like these little hailberries, I guess. I don't think they're used for much, though. I guess if you really wanted to quickly get to oak trees. This isn't the best spot to get them, but I believe you can, like, cycle down to a better spot. Oh, that answered my question earlier. But yeah, it does look like trees do block collision. You can't attack through trees. Oh. Is when we got when our guy stopped attacking, that means it was because the tree was blocking it. Yeah, one more kill after this one. Oh wait, he killed me. Wait, the high rolled that high? Wait, what? I was gonna say after this kill, but we're gonna kill after this kill, but apparently not. I didn't think you would high roll that high. It's definitely not worth going back to the 33s, but gosh. Not ideal. Oh, now we have someone attacking here. Oh no. Time to crash him. No worries, we'll die soon. Really need that level 40. There's not really any easier enemy we can go for, though. Like, the 33s aren't really worth it. 47s would demolish us if we tried mass killing them. And the 52 even more so. So basically I have to stay to these to 40, and then we can move to the 47 at 40. When we go get our upgrade and everything. Oh, plate boots. Oh, I'm not level 39 yet. Alright, that's the other reason why I have to fight these. If I fight something even higher, we're not even going to be able to get an upgrade. Or we won't be able to wield it immediately, I mean. I didn't realize that's poking. I thought it was a different Crown Knight. It's funny because whenever I click the space bar, it hides all names, so you can't even see anyone. I still wish there was an always sense on mode, though. Like, always sense on for the hitboxes and some of the other stuff. But still make it so you can see other people's names. Oh, there we go! We did it! It's time. Let's go get our second one. Okay, 2 out of 3 50s have been completed this stream. There's only one left, and it is 50 Scout. Unfortunately, I only have like an hour and a half left to stream before it is pretty much midnight here. But, yeah, we'll see how far we can get. There's no way we get 14 levels in hour and a half, but yeah, we'll see how far we can go. But there is 0 shot we get that many levels. I am pretty sure that is impossible. Even if everything we had was 4-star at our current max level, I don't even think we can get that much XP in that time. And not with that attitude. Yeah, we just gotta grind for 3 hours and an hour and a half. Easy. But we just gotta grind for 3 hours in the next hour and a half or so. If we can figure out how to do that somehow. But no, even if all of our gear was 4-star 36, we wouldn't be able to. The only difference would be if special attacks existed. If this same XP curve, special attacks, and all 36 4-stars, maybe. At that point, maybe we could. But even that's pushing it. Because we'd have to get a scout level like every 8 minutes. Wait, why are they so far away? This room is so weird. I wanted this one, though, because there's so much more range to do range. But the problem is they wander a mile away. Like the corner over there. Because they can wander all the way over here, but still wander all the way over there. Like, we can have one all the way in that quarter and then the billion over there. Luckily, they stay mostly on the right side of the room. And he just dragged them south, or west, I mean. Go, go, go. Yeah. Almost. 1 HP left. That's all you need. As long as it doesn't hit 0. One thing I find rather ironic is these things drop the supplies for the plus 60 Arbore potion. But they are immune to Arbore. I don't know, does that make sense or no sense? They drop the ingredient, but are they themselves immune to the damage? Like, it makes sense, I guess, to some degree because they're a naturey creature. But also doesn't make sense that you would drop something that you are yourself immune to. Tank it, hit, hit, hit. Yeah, barely. I know he stole my enemy. Oh, he's using the cool crossbow though. Honestly, this wouldn't be a bad place to do oak wood cutting. Kill these little creatures while you do oak wood cutting. It's not horrible. There's 2 trees that are on ground floor. Only one you have to jump for. But yeah, these 2 oaks seem kind of okay for that. Like, take a oak, do a kill. Take a oak, do a kill. Oh! Alright, that's interesting. That fixes my range weapon issue. Because the next thing we're fighting is weak to green. So I found my weapon. Alright, well that fixes our range weapon. Though I can't use it on them because they're immune. So that'll be what we use when we go fight the other thing. What percent did we get? 35. That's pretty low, but still an upgrade. Armor or something would have been better, but we'll take it. I know he died. That was us earlier. Though he probably doesn't have the teleport to get back, so it's gonna be a long walk. That's one nice thing about dying here after the 5-star quest. We're gonna get like so much value from that teleport. Yeah, it's one of those weird ones that you wouldn't really ever use, but I don't know, it has a few things near it. It's okay for starting your oak cycle. It's not the best place to be doing oaks, but you can cycle to the better oak location. Right next to the storage rift. So you can grab the oak here, grab the oak here. And then cycle your way over to the good oak section. You got yourself Havelberries, whatever I wonder if those are used for. Got a couple enemies over here, particularly 3. The thing we're fighting now, whatever the weird mushroom thing is in the top left, as well as the shades are pretty close. And beyond that, is that it? Pretty much. And then, of course, the dock leaf, of course. There's not like 6 things over here. It's better than nothing, though. Because the closest thing to shades, only 3 rooms off. Closest thing to oaks is only 1 room off. Closest thing to the whatever, I don't know if those things are. It's only 3 room off. Closest thing what we're doing now, which is 2 room off. And that's basically it. There's the whole list of things you can use that teleport for. And the dock leaf. But the quest is locked behind it, so of course you would be able to get there as well. It's kind of like, what's it called in that regard? It's kind of like Deathstone. And now you gotta do the quest before you can get access to it. Don't die on me. Don't die on me. Nice. Hey, Black Santa hat for the reward. Nice. So much you could reorganize your inventory when you're in battle. It gets completely locked up. I guess to prevent any glitches or anything, but I wonder if I'll ever unlock it. Oh, good thing I healed. That would have killed. I just realized when we finally get a knowledge point, we can finally go into woodcutting. I was mentioning this earlier. But maybe I'll put it into scout until we get to 40. Kind of do what we did for guard. Because at 40, we get a huge, huge, huge buff. I'll actually put in the scout initially then. But after that, we can finally do woodcutting. Or, you know, not do woodcutting, but knowledge into woodcutting. Because we need 10 knowledge to get woodcutting to 53. That will allow us to be able to do it again later down the line. As well as banking a bunch of carpentry XP. Yeah, I also believe it's one of the ones I need to make my mid-level weird weapons. Like for smithing and stonemason. It fits that nice like in-between range. Because I didn't realize, how much more power does this new ranged weapon have? Never checked it earlier. So we're currently using a 67. If I had to guess, is it probably over an 80? Yeah, 85. Yep, we finally get to replace it. I gotta wait till level 50 though. Or sorry, 40. And this is 39, but these things would still be immune. Is it worth storage rifting here? I'm trying to think. Probably not. I think we just go sell everything back at the shop thing. Problem is, I have so many useless potions I really don't need on me. I do need the tree one. The other two we don't. If I just top off both of these, because I'm not using cryo right now. So when I'm over there putting away these other supplies, I can go bank the other two. The only one I really need on me is the Hope Forest XP one. Just to clear up a little bit more inventory. So we don't have to bank as much. Better we keep all the 1-stars on the ground. But nah, why would we do that? It's not that far from a telly. He'll be fine. I mean, technically could have storage rift those two. There's a clear up some space, but it will take all. I'm gonna go put everything away over here. Yeah, easy as that. Now he's telly back. Still feels weird using this telly spot. I'm so used to not be able to just walk through this area. Because of the magic that repels you during, you know, before the quest. But then after the quest, it's all gone. So hopefully I don't accidentally get level 2000 off stream. I shouldn't. I hate that we're power farming that much. Off stream, I'm probably just camping Leathermaker. And AFK raid dens. Oh, we still need that 219, 219. We're getting there. I said that might be one of our focuses tomorrow. Potentially. Trying to get more gear for the raid den. We'd have to kill the 218 Panthers if we were to do that. These level 200s aren't going to be cutting it. If we're going to get a 4-star, gotta at least make it a 218 4-star. Because we still haven't gotten a post 200 4-star yet. Or a useful 3-star. We have gotten one, it just wasn't usable. It was like a fire sword or something. Hey, Grumpy Old Man is back. I've seen him in like every chapter at this point. But yeah, 100% we're putting our knowledge into watch person. I mean, not watch person, I mean scout. I always keep calling every combat watch person. I've done that all stream. Because prior to, like, you know, everything, combat-wise, we were pretty much only training watch person. So I almost just consider watch person as the combat skill in the game. He's like the only one to ever train. So now I'm just calling every combat watch person on accident. Though once we finish base 50s, I am considering just going all in on it still. Instead of doing like Mind Fight or anything else. Not sure if that's a good or bad idea, but hey, at least we get Detective XP along the way. Alright, what do I want here? Put this into Scout. Still have like 2-3 more knowledge points until we get to 40. Combined with all the XP we'll get along the way. And then we can go into our real gear and start taking out the 47s. But the problem is, once we get there, that's going to basically be our best XP rate all the way through. I just want to take out those weird 52s, which we might be able to. Not sure what level I should even try taking them out, though. I probably want to be at least like 42, 43, 44. At 42 would be a 10 level difference between them and us. Neither are weak to cryo, though. They're both neutral to blue. Oh, I might actually need a double heal. Oh, we're actually gonna die. This has been a reoccurring theme today for some reason. Whenever I drank an EXP pot, we die within the 2 minutes of drinking one. Hey, Poking's back. Luckily, it's so free to get back there. And we're back. I feel like we keep spawning into a different room every time. Like sometimes there's no one here, but then there's like some random person who's been here. It looks like they've been here for like half an hour, if not longer. We got our Brewski. Oh no, it's just Brucey. There's no K. No risking it. I'm not sure why, but whenever I hear this one track, I do think of like the Apatol or Karamja music from the original game. That wasn't part of that track, I'm not sure why. Just always does it, anytime I hear it. It's a completely different composer though. I don't believe the guy who did the Brighter Shores music has done any for old school yet. Or, you know, or RuneScape back in the day. Completely different person. Still really good though. Up, get him, get him. Yeah. 1 HP. Imagine he killed us with 1 HP left. Wouldn't be the first time. Oh, someone's using the green weapon. Oh, it looks like his green range. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. I was looking at the other guy. I was looking at the other guy's thing. Gosh, a downgrade time? No. We're not downgrading to 33. We are technically still fighting something higher level than us, but that's fine. Oh yeah, our Mind Fighter is level 69. I meant to get it to level 70. But, yeah, it's still at 69. For no particular reason. Yeah, the same issue that I had that I knew would happen. I knew if we tried going for both combats and fishing on the same day, we wouldn't be able to complete it. I mentioned that earlier. It's like, I won't do that. And then I was like, you know what? We could definitely do it. And then here we are. It's like, yeah, there's not enough time in the day to do that, is there? We'll still get pretty close, though. That's interesting. So you can hit over this plant, but you can't hit over a tree. To some degree, that makes sense, because the plant is very small and the tree is very big. Yeah, the tree counts as a collision object. The plant does not. Confirmed. Or at least that plant. Different plants could be different. But that exact plant does not count for collision for ammo. This tree does, though. As I assume all trees do. Does watch person gear matter for den raids? Yes. It matters a lot. Particularly your DPS weapon. But you also need to be able to survive by doing no inputs, ideally. It's not required. You could always actively do raids, but you generally want to get it to the point where you can AFK them. Which means you need to survive for 5 enemies without getting killed. You know, you do full heal between, so. But you need the consistency to be able to survive 5 over and over and over again without a death. But the main thing that matters is DPS, but you do need some amount of good armor. But having a high DPS weapon is the main thing that matters. Especially once you get to the point where you can easily survive in anything. Like when you're starting to hit the penalties, like 10%, 20, minus 30, stuff like that. Starts to really matter if you have a good DPS weapon. Because you need to make up for the extra penalty that you're getting. Yeah, all you have to do to AFK them is literally just walk into the middle and walk away. And come back like 2 minutes later and you'll come back to a bunch of extra combat XP. But they're really easy AFK. You just walk to the center of the room and then they're dead. Like 2 minutes later. 2 to 3, depends on your gear and weapon and everything. Because it's the only area in the game where everything stays aggro. Like whenever you go to a naturally aggressive room, after 1 kill, they become de-aggroed. Like if we walk into the shade room and go AFK, we'll kill 1 shade, but we won't keep killing shades. It doesn't like de-aggro us, or if it does, it takes like a long while. But I think you have to do at least 1 input before it does. But that's not how raid dens work. Raid dens, you actually stay de-aggroed the whole time. Even after 1 kill, they'll still keep, or sorry, you stay aggroed the whole time, I mean. Like you get 1 kill and you still stay aggro. All 5 of them will keep hitting you. Or, you know, not all at once, but, you know, in a single file line. But, yeah, it's the only content in the game where things stay aggressive towards you. It's one of the reasons they're so popular. And it's the only multi-skilling in the entire game. Where you gain XP simultaneously for 2 skills. Because it's not quite the same doing, like, mining to smithing. Like, it does feed into 2, but you're not perpetual, or you're not constantly gaining 2 at once. Whereas you are when you're doing something like a raid den. You're getting the detective XP alongside the watch person XP. That's why a lot of people's levels in both will be pretty similar. Or literally exactly the same in our case. Yeah, you just keep going back and forth between the rooms. And it resets their aggro, and you can attack 5 things for free. And at the end of the 5 set, you get a bunch of detective XP for free. The biggest downside with it is you don't get any gear or money. But you get a lot of XP. But it makes 0 per hour as well as no gear. It's the only really big downside with it. But the upside is some of the quickest XP in the entire game. Not for any, not for each individual skill. It's actually slow watch person and slow detective. But in combination, the amount that you're getting progress towards both is some of the quickest in the game. It's even quicker than merchant. Not for any one, but the total XP that you're getting while doing that is higher than merchant. It's also decent knowledge per hour. Not the quickest in the game, but it's really AFK knowledge per hour. It's the best knowledge per click. Where like every click you do is like what, 4 or 5% knowledge or something? I think it's like 5% knowledge per click. Because you only have to do like a 3-click reset. But it does have a diminishing return once you get to a certain point though. Whereas like a penalty on you. It also affects your knowledge penalty. It's only really relevant at the high level range though. At the low level range is not too big a deal. I guess the first time you feel is at the 18 raid. Because by like 40 something you're definitely like heavily penalized. How often would you get new gear? I would say like every 20-30 levels. It really depends. But I would say about 20-ish levels. If you're like making it yourself with crafting. Could also do every 10 if you're still trying to train with whatever you're doing. But if you're simply building a, like a lower tier thing, probably just every 20. Unless you're actively using it to train at that level range. Like let's say you're a Cryo Knight, but you're currently like 50 smithing. But you need like a 40 weapon. Like in that situation is fine. But if we're like 200 smithing trying to make a, you know, like a 60. Then we probably only want to do it every 20-ish. Because we're getting like no XP for that level range. But if you're training it alongside your main production skill, which is what we did for a while, until we eventually divided them a bit. But for a while, I was training smithing alongside my watch person and detective. So that whenever I was making something, I could upgrade like every 10 or so. Because what I was making was actually good XP rate. Only problem with that is you have to make sure that you basically keep 3 skills in line then. Whatever your weapon production skill is for your class, as well as watch person and detective. Instead of just keeping 2 in line, you'd have to keep 3. That's what we did for the longest time with it. How worth it was okay. But it basically allows you to do an upgrade every 10 levels then. Because you're getting good XP rate the entire time when you do it that way. Not just for watch person detective, but also for smithing, or whatever your main weapon making skill is. But normally you don't want to upgrade until like every 20-ish levels, I would say. There are some exceptions to that though. I know blacksmith isn't too bad. I feel like for the lower level range, if you're like pre-20, just buy everything from the shop. That's what I did for my 2 alts. I did 0 to 20 with only bought ore. You do iron till 16 and then do the blue one till 20. And then from there, I've just had them AFKing the smithing activity. Actually, they're still doing that right now as we speak. Assuming they haven't run out of material, which they probably have. But if they haven't run out of material, they're currently doing that right now. Should probably go check on them. They're ending in like another hour, so I could just check them. You're 31 mining, 30 blacksmith? Nice. It's pretty much where you should be then. Did you do that one quest yet? The 3-star one? Because those levels make me assume you have. But if you haven't, you should definitely look into it. Because you have both the requirements for it right now. Because it requires 29 mining and 35 smithing. Oh, you already did it? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Also, it feels weird actually collecting a alchemy supply that I need. I feel like this never aligns to where we need to be. I feel like whenever I get an alchemy supply, it's way too low of a level or way too high of a level. Like something that's so trash that we're never going to need it. Or something so high that we're not going to be able to use it for like another month or two. I think it's the first time we've ever actually collected something from an enemy that was like right in the range that we need. Because we're at 62 alchemy and this is a 62 ingredient. I believe it's for a plus 60 arbore, which is not that useful to us, but I don't know, if they ever make a good spec on the bow, I guess. Yeah, that reminds me, what's the attack range on this? Okay, it's also 5. Is there any ranged weapon in the game that is not 5 attack range? Because every single one I keep checking is 5. Which makes me think that there's only 5 attack range weapons right now. Because every single one I've checked since I've been checking has all been 5 range. You're in the tanning area and everyone is like 900 plus? Yeah. That's where quite a few endgame players go. To run the money printer. If they didn't focus on combat. Also, you generally have a high total level whenever you do that anyways, because you got to get merchant up. So not only do you need all the levels to get to the final chapter, but you also generally train merchant before you do leatherworker. Which if they go all the way, that's like potentially around 200 levels just in merchant alone. Before you really even touch leatherworker. Or at least go particularly far in it. Because to be able to go to 200 leatherworker, you need 205 merchant. Technically 222. I'm pretty sure most people just do 205 and not overkill it. Oh yeah, you basically have to do the discount merchant. It's pretty much required. You can do it without it, and you still make a profit, oddly enough. But you make like true profit when you have the merchant discount. Like we're at 173 and it's already our highest money making skill at about 1.3 to 1.4 silver an hour. I mean 1.4 gold an hour, I mean. It is insanely high. For merchant, what was the item that you did? Pretty much all of them. As long as it's not Cyclops in top left. You gotta start doing a really wide variety of merchant once you get higher. Oh, I think that's the rank 2 Hope Forest person. I recall that weird name. It's like a bunch of gibberish. But I believe they're rank 2 Hope Forest. Which is kind of funny because I was just in a Hope Forest and didn't see them. But the second we leave, we see them. Oh, wrong. Oh, never mind, it's the right one. Okay, back we go. Like, the guy's name is Caution Hot. That's funny. Not sure what makes a name stand out to me, but sometimes they just do. I think the funnier thing about Caution Hot is that it's a locked-in name, but they're only level 5, which means they immediately bought membership before even like trying the game. Which makes sense at launch, but it doesn't make as much sense 42 days in. As someone who saw this game, it's like, oh yeah, that's definitely for me. Even though I'm like a month and a half late. But technically it's not late yet. It's not even 1.0 yet. If you're still here now, you're technically early. Game hasn't even technically full launched yet. Like, it launched in the sense that it, you know, is available to the public and everything. But, you know, it's still not 1.0. Doesn't have all the features yet. Even once it does, it's still going to keep getting developed a lot. 1.0 is pretty much just a start. Because they're still going to be overhauling the entire combat system pretty much. Whole nother chapter, PvP, trading. Queuable action should be the next update in the next week. Yeah, oh, teleport skins would be pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how they're going to go about doing cosmetics, because I know he's like as anti-microtransaction as it possibly gets. So if it's ever going to be anything like that, you're going to get it from doing in-game stuff. So he'll either make it a gold sync or some kind of achievement in the game. Like doing a certain quest, or doing a certain boss, or doing a certain whatever. Or just a pure gold sync kind of situation. Kind of like how skill keeps are right now. Where they're purely a gold sync mechanic. Where they're a pretty cool looking cosmetic, but they're purely for the purpose of gold syncing. But yeah, he's never going to add any microtransactions, which kind of limits him on being able to make cosmetics. That's the only one downside of no microtransactions, which I'm perfectly fine with that. But the only slight downside with it is there's a lot less incentive to make cool cosmetics in the game. As you basically have to put it behind either really long grinds or gold sinks, and basically nothing else. Which is perfectly fine. I definitely prefer it that way. But that does make it so there's a lot less incentive to ever add them. As the developers never make money from adding cosmetics. They simply either have to make them time sync related or gold sync related. Or it requires doing a content for a long period of time, or make it so you have to sink a lot of gold into obtaining them. Oh yeah, more cosmetics doesn't hurt the game in any way. I would love to see more. I'm just saying as far as like dev time and everything. Because obviously it's not free for them to go make them. So if they do any kind of ever adding a bunch more, they either have to sink time or money. Or, you know, money is in gold, not actual money. Which slightly limits how much they can do. Because if he releases like 100 new cosmetics, you know, they immediately make $0 extra dollars. So they have a little bit less incentive to do a lot of them. But hopefully it does do some cool ones for maybe bosses or some other stuff. Because I love when a boss has like a specific cosmetic. Like you can get the drop, but if you do the boss to like 1 billion kills, you know, start getting other cool stuff. I like that kind of mechanic. Like let's say the boss drops like this kind of weapon that you could eventually craft. But if you kill it enough times where you would have gotten almost like 50 of those weapons, you eventually have like a cosmetic override of it. As a transmog for the weapon. I get like 1,000 kills or an RG drop or whatever they want to do it based on. Yeah, stuff like that I love. Like let's say the weapon is like a 1 in 50 drop, but the transmog for it is like a 1 in 250 but guaranteed after 1,000. Something like that I would love. So there's still an RNG component to it, but you can still have a pity system. So if you're like really dry, you just auto get it. Because I feel like a system like that would work out nicely. Maybe not exactly that, but you know, like about a 1 in 50 for the drop, like the actual weapon. A 1 in 250 for the cosmetic of it. And if you go really dry, you like auto get it after 1,000, the cosmetic. Like something along those lines is a nice range. Doesn't have to be exactly that, obviously, but you know, along those lines. I just really hate when there's no pity system. I think one of the most notable ones in old school RuneScape is Zora. It has 2 drops that are like 1 in 4,000 something, and there's no pity system on it. You can kill it 20,000 times and still not have the cosmetic. It's kind of insane. Like you'll probably have like 20, 30, 40 plus sets of every drop it has, but you still won't have all the cosmetics from it. Do I benefit from walking back 1 space? Basically what we're trying to do is stagger it so we maintain our attack speed but still keep kiting the enemy. The main reason we do it is so they don't attack us. And the main reason we only do it 1 at a time is to make sure we maintain attack speed. It allows us to get all 4 hits in before they get to us, but also maintain attack speed pretty much the whole time. Because if you moved more than 1, you'd still be kiting them, but you wouldn't be attacking. And if you didn't move at all, they would start hitting you before you hit them 4 times. Like, I think at most we'll get like 2 or 3 hits before they reach us. Let's see, we'll try on this next one. They won't move back at all. They'll probably hit me by the 3rd attack. Oh, this will be an outlier, though, because he was caught behind the corner. That'll be one of the few outliers. I'll try it on the next guy, though. I think the next guy will only be able to hit 3 times. This is a weird unit that moves slower. But he got caught on the corner, so we actually got pretty lucky there. Where we actually didn't need to move at all and still got him. But his next one in the open will probably only be able to hit 3 times. We'll try it on that guy. Let's see, I'll get max distance and then hit him. But this time he's not behind a shrubbery. Let's see, do we get all 4 in? It looks like this time around we almost got all 4 in. It's a really slow moving unit, so to some degree, yeah, we kind of don't need to do the walk back. They're slow enough that as long as we start from max distance, it's probably fine. But most other enemies move way quicker than these. These are one of a few that have a really weird low movement speed. Does that work for all range? Yes, it works for every range weapon. And the slower the attack speed on the range weapon, the more important it is. The one we're using right now is a pretty quick attack speed weapon. Same as our bow if we were to equip it. But there are range weapons that are even slower. And the slower the weapon, the more important it is to do that. I can show with the bow when we get a level. I think it's just as quick as this one. There we go, perfect. Let's see, what's your percent? Honestly, it might still be worth it. No, we'll use it just for showing it real quick, though. Yeah, this one's also a high attack speed one. Of course, how unlucky are we going to get? I just rolled a 30% chance like 3 times. 35. We had a 1 in 3, and we rolled it 3 times in a row. Low unlucky. Yeah, but it's the same attack speed as this other weapon we have. This other one's better right now just because it's still sad. We got this on day 1 and we're still using it as our range weapon. It will be until we go to the other guy at level 40. But this is still better. At least for now. Oh yeah, I can equip this now too. Perfect. Grab that. I move that over there so I know I can sell it. Perfect. Alright, anyways. Let's go back. Still need one more level before we can move on to the next enemy. And then we can go gear up with our new shield and our new, whatever the other thing was called. The rapier. Let's see. Since you're limited on game time and with the release of special attacks soon, should you focus on combat when special attacks come out? Also, are they only on 4 stars? Yes, they're only on 4-star weapons. Only 4-star weapons will get it. So if special attacks existed right now, even though this bow is stronger than what I'm using, this level 6 weapon that we still had from ages ago would actually still be better than it probably. Because of the special attack that it will likely have. We don't know what it would be, but whatever it is would be potentially stronger than even using this other one. Despite it being like 30 levels higher. But yeah, it's only going to be on 4-star. To be able to get 4-star, you can craft it, but it requires a pretty long grind. You gotta do Lost and Found, which currently requires, if you use a +2 boost, you will need 59 Mind Fighter, 38 Bone Right, 58 Smithing, and 44 Stonemason. It's the highest quest requirement of any quest in the game, but it allows you to make 4 stars out of 3-star equipment. You just need one from every class, and then you could combine them together. And it just averages the level of all of them. It's not required though. But if there's like a really meta weapon or two and trading isn't out yet, the most viable way to end up getting a specific weapon is to craft it from Lost and Found. It also works for armor in the future, though weapons are going to be the more relevant ones due to the system. Oh, Lost Skill. I didn't see your other comment earlier. $500 membership. That'd be funny. It's never going to be that high, though. It's pretty reasonable right now. Only $6 a month. If he only raises it to 7 for launch, that's still really reasonable. I hope he keeps the yearly subscription always the same, though. Because right now, I feel like it's at a good number. Like, what is it, 75, I think, for a year? Or 72, 73, whatever it was. I feel like that's a good number. I feel like that one shouldn't ever go up. The monthly can slightly. Because right now, it's actually cheaper to buy monthly than the yearly. But I don't think the yearly should move too much. I think like 75 or wherever it's at, it's a pretty nice number to keep it up forever. Hopefully. Does it have to be the same type or weapon or weapon element? It just has to be the same slot. So, or not same slot, but basically you use any weapon to upgrade any weapon. For shield, it does have to be shield. But for armor, it could be any piece. Like, I can upgrade a plate body with a foot, for example. Or a plate body with a leg. And when it comes to weapon, as long as it's a weapon, it'll work. Like, you can upgrade a two-hand with a ranged weapon. Or a two-hand with a one-hand. The only one that has to be exactly the same is shield. To upgrade a shield, you need a shield. Or technically 3 shields. One per class. But yeah, shield's the only weird one. But to upgrade a weapon, you need any weapon from each 3-star variety. And for armor, you just need any piece of armor that isn't shield. Doesn't matter which one it is. The only one that's really weird is shield can only be upgraded with shield. You can't use armor to upgrade shield. And shield can't be used as an armor. And of course you also can't use weapons to upgrade shield. It has to be shield for shield. Actually, I never did try that though. Wait, I never did try to upgrade a shield with a weapon. I assume you can't. But now that I think about it, I've never actually tried. But I'm almost guaranteed it has to be shield to shield. It's the only really weird one. Yeah, I would show it, but I'm not sure if I need to upgrade anything right now. So what's my rapier at? Wish I could check it. This isn't the one I'm upgrading, though. I guess I could upgrade the weaker one. I didn't make a really high guardian item, though, which would take way too long. Let me double check. Like, I got a hammer earlier, so I could use that to go do it. The problem is I need the most annoying component I don't have currently. But yeah, we got a 33 hammer. So I could use that for the thing later. I could use that to make a 4-star rapier. And are we committing to that rapier? Because I don't want to upgrade my other one because it's perfect cryo. But yeah, I don't really need to upgrade anything. I guess if we want to upgrade our bow, maybe? Turn it from a 39 to a 45. Since the 47 that we're going to be facing is weak to green. But all you really have to do, once you finish Lost and Found, you just go to an obelisk and just combine them all together. It's pretty straightforward, and I think even tutorials you how to do it during the quest, like at the end. The biggest issue is getting the requirement for it. As there isn't a single quest with a higher requirement than it. Currently. I'm almost running out of heal pots. Oh no. We're running so low. Gonna need to get some more when I go bank. If I was to upgrade one, I would probably do my two-hand real quick. I would need to go make a guardian equipment, though, which could be annoying. I could do the math on that if I was. I might do that at level 40. Or actually, I'll make it for 45, so I can do it whenever. But let me check the math on that real quick. Basically, the way it works is it averages all three numbers. So we'd be doing a 33 with a level 29. And then we just have to find a difference with whatever level we want. So the easiest way to do it is take whatever level we want and then times it by 3. So I want a 45. So 45 times 3 is 135. So I need the total of everything to be 135. So then we just subtract everything we have. So we can subtract 29. We subtract 33. Which means I would need a 73 bone right item. The only problem with that is I don't think I can conveniently make a 73 bone right item. Not quickly anyways. Because I don't think I have the supplies banked. That's the only problem with that. Maybe I can. What level can I make the other thing up to? I might be able to. Oh, let me see. Ooh, I can only make the spear up to 71. No. I guess I could make a 44. Because I believe I had the supplies for that spear banked. Or the tier below it. But that means the other one can only go up to 71 then. Or sorry, 65 for the quarterstaff. Even lower. Yeah, it's the only problem. I don't think I have the supplies banked to go that high a level. What level would it be though? Let's say I did a 65 for the quarterstaff. I'm sure the highest thing I can make out of that bone spike is. I think it's that though. There might be something else. This is the one I always default to. It might not be my highest though. Looking at the wiki for Lost and Found, do you need items you get from passives? Yes. Though you only have to do the passive for like a second. Like within like the first like 10 seconds of a passive you get it. The only one that you have to do for a while is there's a question chapter 4 that you have to do the passive for like 8 hours or something. Like around there. Like 8 to 10 hours. But no, for Lost and Found, you only have to do the passive for like 10 seconds. Each one. It's really quick. Because you don't need a full component, you only need like a part of it. So even like 0.01 is enough. Do you know which one? You have to do a passive for all of them. Everything but mining. You gotta do for Mine Fighter, Bone Right, Blacksmith, and Stonemason. Yeah, one more level. So close. He's too far. I need a 4th of a level. How much time do we have left? Oh, we only got like 30 minutes. Well, we were able to reach 50, 50, 40. Also, thank you for the 69, Lester. Helping us get off. We're not on OnlyFans. Also, I always like how you do 69 pence. I forgot how much 69 pence is. I want to say like less than $1. It's a funny number though. But he always does that so it shows up as 69. Luckily, YouTube converts all of it to USD. Do you think they will make... Also, hello, Sean, by the way. Do you think they will make a way to upgrade weapons or armor? Like you have a good sword with a high percent, but it's getting under-leveled? You can already. If you make a level 3... If you turn a 3-star into a 4-star, you can. They also mentioned they're going to be adding enhancements and such like that. But currently, yeah, there's no way to increase a 4-star, for example. Like, for example, let's say I have a level 54 star, which we do from Chronopolis. I have no way of improving it. Because you can move it from 3 to 4. But once it's 4, there's no way you can upgrade it further. You also can't enhance a percent upwards. For example, like this rapier is at 89%, which is like its max. But for example, this other weapon that we have is is a level 6 4-star with 41%. There's no way to move up this thing's level from 6 to higher. There's also no way to move that 41% to the 49%. Will they ever add something like that? I have no clue. They did say they're going to add enhancements and such, but I'm not sure if that also includes, like, you know, being able to make numbers go up like that directly on equipment. What am I doing? That's not the one I want. Though I'm here. I do need a bit more heal. Yeah, there we go. Alright, we need one more level. Let's go get it. Go back there. And after that, we'll go move over to the 40s. Or the 47s, but we'll have 40 equipment. So we'll be good to go. I don't think there's anything I need to upgrade, though. The main one I would, I guess, is the bow. But I need to make a really, really hefty bone right item for that to work. It's probably not worth it for the amount of effort. Oh no, if I have it banked, maybe. I need to go double check the math again later. I'm just really not familiar with anything regarding bone rate. Like the level ranges with it and everything. If it's not like 19 or below, I have no clue what to do with it. Yeah, we're in the top 20 of the OF ladder, the only farm in Brighter Shores. Yeah, what are we at right now? In the only farm. We're level 18 on only farm. We're 8 levels off from beating better player. Then we can claim to be the better player. I'm not sure where better player came from. They kind of went like crazy on combat. They started like skyrocketing. Because they have like 200 all combat, which is one of the quicker skills in the game. Though honestly, it doesn't feel that much quicker for the enemies like this. When will be the Orcs Must Die 3 stream? Oh no, I never streamed 1 or 2. The only reason we haven't done it in the past is because it was a Stadia exclusive. I have since gotten it on Steam, I just never got around to playing it. But I never streamed 1 or 2, but I have played 1 and 2. And I did buy 3, I haven't played it yet though. But I'll probably stream it whenever I play it. I just don't have any plans of playing it anytime soon. But it will eventually. Yeah, we're going to be hitting base 50s tomorrow. It was the plan to hit it today. But there's no way we're getting 10 scout levels in 1 hour. Or even less, like half an hour. It's just not possible. I'll still be farming the whole time, or, you know, to try to get there. But it's physically impossible to get that many levels in that time frame. But we'll still make progress on it. Our goal was to get 50, 50, 40 when we realized it would be impossible. And we're about to hit it in the next few kills, so... We technically got our goal done. We just weren't able to do 50, 50, 50. As I overscoped slightly. And did not realize that it is quite literally impossible to do. We're getting there, though. But yeah, tomorrow will be base 50s and 2,000 total. They'll probably just have 2,000 total in the title. As well as hopefully a new update. Tomorrow would be the perfect day for him to do an update. Because aside from getting 50 scout, I have no real, like, must-have objective that I want to go do. So an update would be perfect tomorrow to give us our new objective of whatever the update is. Ideally, it's queuable actions, but even if it's something smaller. Like, we pretty much made a whole stream out of drop all. We spent like half the stream. We spent like a few hours testing every drop all method. But then also proceeded to do like 6 hours of merchant because it was like the best drop all method. It was utilizing merchant. His merchant's XP rate went up by like 5-10% that day. Because you could keep 16 stacks on the ground pretty easily. Whereas before, if you were juggling, at best you could keep like 5 on the ground. Doing It Takes Two with Izzy? I'm not sure if I would enjoy a game like that. Like a pure long-form co-op game like that. Where it's like forced co-op. I don't mind co-op games, but an entire game that is only co-op, I'm not sure if I would enjoy. Like, Palia wasn't as bad, even though it was like super co-op related. But it was mostly because it was, I can switch this out now. But, you know, there's still solo play. That's like an entire campaign of a game that's like solo, or, you know, co-op only. Alright, let me go get the other gear. So we already made a 4-star shield earlier. And a rapier. I gotta keep this rapier, though. I gotta remember to never get rid of this rapier. This is a max % rapier. Now, this is one we're gonna upgrade down the line. Not right now. But this is eventually gonna be like a level 100 rapier or something. Whatever the really good next threshold is for this area. Alright, anyways, let me go tell you to the other spot and let's start killing things again. What's the easiest way to get there? Is it central or just walking from there? I'm not even sure. Yeah, I guess central is fine. It's not that far away. Right? Where am I? I am here. I need to get there. Yeah, doing central is fine. I'll just go northwest. See how these outlaws are. Are they going to decimate us or can we actually kill them? Can't tell if this is going well or not. Because I like how there's a guy underneath. And every time he moves, he keeps phasing in and out. Looks really funny. I'm not sure if these are worth camping. Oh, so this bow probably isn't worth using on them. If it didn't have a range attack, it would be. The fact they have our default range kind of makes it impossible to use. They are weak to green, but it's not a good enough weapon to justify using it. I should just melee them the whole time. Which means it's cryopot time! Let's see if we can take them out consistently with no heal. But one cryopot. Now we're currently losing, but we also started at a negative. As our HP bar is bigger than ours. Okay, there's 7 levels on us currently. But I don't know, it's not going too bad. Yeah, it doesn't seem too bad. I'm gonna need to get more potions from the bank though. Get over our heals, get over our cryo, whatever we have left. It seems like we'll only minimally need heals, which is fine. Just one cryo and the occasional heal. Yeah, one thing we could do later if we really want to, though, it's probably overkill. Because at around 45, we can upgrade the 2-hand to a 45 4-star, but it's probably overkill. So I'm not sure if they need these apples. Are these even good? No, these are really low tier ones. I'm going to drop them. It's not worth it. I thought that was like a tier 2 apple, but nope, still tier 1. I hate co-op because I hate people. I don't mind co-op features and stuff. It's just a game based almost entirely on co-op I generally don't play. If that's like the only gameplay available. Because I'd eventually burn out on co-op. Very quickly. I like it as a feature, I don't like it as a entire experience for a game though. It makes for a good feature, but not a good entire game. At least for what I like. Yeah, this is barely good enough. I almost just want to use a two-hand, just hope it's good enough later. I'm so tempted to make a 45 two-hand 4-star. So tempted. Who knows, maybe he drops one. He would drop a 47 if he did. No way did he just kill us! We were literally stabbing him and he's like, nope. I stab you first. It's not ideal. Well, at least we can get more potions while we're here. I'm not sure if it's worth going for them. Or just stick with the 39s. Because they're not weak to cryo is the problem. It's not like the plant we were killing earlier. One of the reasons we were is it's weak to cryo. But the thing we're fighting now is not. It's completely neutral to it. I might just go back to the shrubs. But use our new setup and just chill and just click them. Let's see. I'm just going to do the shrubs, but do melee only. So we don't have to do any walk back or any other weird thing. We simply just click them and they die. Go to the other room. They're a lot closer together in here. Alright, could you not hit so high? That'd be great. Alright, maybe we should range them, gosh. It's actually about to kill me. It killed me. Actually, I should have stabbed it there, but still. Alright, maybe don't melee them. I didn't think it would make that big of a difference not ranging them for 4 hits. Really? We have more DPS and better defense and we still die. Oh gosh, that has to be an outlier. There's no way that isn't. I know we're not doing 4 range hits, but does it really make that big a difference? Apparently. There's no way that wasn't an outlier. I refuse to believe that that is going to be normal if we just melee only them with this much of an upgrade. Ah, apparently. Ah, maybe we just stick with the thieves. Look at how close that is. Alright, maybe we just do thieves then. Yeah, this is how I thought the fight would be. We're like half health and is basically dead. Weird. Hey, what's our cryo percent, by the way? 83? Oh yeah, this was the one that wasn't perfect, but was still good. I brought the perfect one to chapter 1. Because we already still have a backup perfect one this chapter. Just a much lower level. I'll eventually upgrade it to a 4-star. I was not sure about level range yet. But at some point we will. Oh yeah, minecarts are really good XP. You can do them all the way from level 10 to 20. There's not too many level ranges where they're good after that, though. Some of the paths for some of them get really, really long, too. Which is why they're not necessarily worth it. Okay, wow. Why? Why? I am so confused. How are we so upgraded yet losing more? I know we're not ranging them for 4 hits, but is it really making that big of a difference? Apparently. 4 range hits is like every difference in the world there. Yeah, I might as well just fight the higher guards then if we're going to do that. Alright, let's go back. Because those are somehow easier to kill than those if we're melee only them. Yep, wrong one. Only problem is we're using like 3 pots of fight. Maybe only 2. If we can use 1 heal and 1 cryo, I'd be fine with that. That's fair. But yeah, how is a level 47 weaker than a 39? The math doesn't check out. These things are easier to melee kill than the other guys. I guess because they move slower, they have a higher impact when they reach melee. I think that might be the issue with the other guys. Is because they move so slow, they have higher impact upon when they do get to you. Whereas these are a weird, like, range-only unit. So they're kind of weak when you go and melee them immediately. But the other ones move very slow, so they're actually pretty bulky when they go and start hitting you. That's kind of weird. Because this 47 is definitely way easier than melee only in the 39s. Come on, you can do it. Don't get RNG'd. I'll die. I'm not using that potion. I'll die for it. No, we die! No! We got unlucky on the other hit. I'm trying to think what else I can upgrade. Later down the line, once they stop killing us, we can go to 2-hand for better DPS, I guess. Let's see. I really don't want to go back to the little forest thingies, though. Because I have to change my weapon back to a non-green one. Because they're immune to green. I'm not really using any weapon against these. I only put the bow on because why not? They are technically weak to it, but because of their range, it doesn't matter at all. We get better value just meleeing them. Oh, there's Apathetic. They're doing the upgraded thingy. They have the highest total level in this area of anyone in the game. They really went all in Hope Forest. Like, really, really all in. We had a rank 1 Hope Forest. First time we've seen them today in all of our Hope Forest adventures. But that's them right there at 977. Also, presumably they're free to play based on their name as well. Which would make it them, I believe, the only rank 1 free to play in the game. I don't think there's... are we about to die again? No way. Stop low rolling and high rolling! Alright, anything else that wants to RNG kill us? Okay, fine. We'll go to the other things again. Fine. I'll go back to the other guy. Honestly, I almost want to just upgrade his 2-hand to a 40 right now. Instead of using Rapier. I am so tempted. The main reason I got the Rapier earlier, well, other than the fact that I was trying for a perfect one for the other one, which we got. It just is a byproduct of that. But, I don't know. I thought the shield would help a lot. Apparently not. Can't even kill the 39 with the shield. So what's the power difference? I can't even check here. Let me go check the other one. Teleport to, not there, the other spot. Yeah, I might just have to stick with the 39s. The 47's a little rough. Stick with ranging the 39s and then, hitting them down. The problem is that we're nowhere near close to a blue weak enemy. Our closest blue weak enemy is like Bears at like 70 something. Which we can't even attack yet. I'm gonna go switch out my weapon real quick. It's still insane that we're still using a weapon from day 1. But it is still better than my other option. Alright, let's see. What's the power difference between these two? Let's see which one it defaults to. Yeah, Rapier is better now. And we get shield benefit. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this without boosting, I guess. It's better DPS than our 2-hand. Barely, but it is. 1 power. And we're still somehow losing. I'm so confused. I don't know. How? Why? I refuse to heal to that. How do we have more defense yet die more often? I am so confused. Okay, I'm about to upgrade this 2-hand right now. Someone said they wanted to see how it worked earlier. We're about to find out how it works. I'm about to make a level 44 star 2-hand. Because it's the only other thing we can upgrade right now. Alright, I have a 29. Let's do some math. We need a level 40, which means I need math time. Which means I need 120. Because it's 40 times 3. Subtract the 2 items we have, which is a 29. And I believe a 33, but let me go double check. And then I'll go make a weapon for it right now. Let's see. If I go to this Quartermaster, we have a 33. So we subtract that from the other number, which is what we're at right now. Where's the calculator go? Minus 33. So we need a level 58 bone right item. Alright, let's go make a level 58 bone right weapon. It can be literally any. So whatever I have laying around that can make one is what we use. Hopefully we have something, because I'm not even sure if I do. But we'll find out. Let me just bank all this. Yeah, let's go make this bone right weapon. I need a 58 bone right weapon. Teleport to the area. And hopefully I have all the supplies banked, because there's a good chance I don't. But I'm just hoping I do. I really wish there was a way to check your bank here, because I have no clue what I have stored in the other thing, or what it even requires, until I get there. At which point it's too late and I'll need to backtrack to a shop a mile away. So where's everyone in Mines of Matubin? Why is this place abandoned? Anytime I want to fight these things, there's like 10 people per spawn. Yeah, the second we stop fighting them, it's like, yep, double empty room. Yeah, what on earth are we making right now? Kind of want to do the quarterstaff, I think. Do I have any tier 2 bone is the thing. I needed what? What does the calculator say? I need level 58. Do you go up to 58? You do. Perfect. Wait, why does auto 19? Interesting. What do you need for this? What is a quarterstaff? I need a Suave pole. Wait, what tier bone is this, though? I think this is the lower one. Streaky? Yeah, I need the lower tier Suave. Do I have any lower tier Suave on me? I do, but barely. Alright, let's go make some lower tier Suaves. And if we did the math right earlier, there should be a level 58 we need. Yeah, I need this at level 58. Or technically either at 58, I guess it doesn't matter. This uses one less bone, though, so... we'll make this. Alright, so now we need this to be a 3-star. Ideally, immediately. And then we go combine that into our 2-hand, and then boom! We got a 4-star 2-hand that will hopefully be our new weapon. Are Brambles plus 1 Suave best ward cutting XP an hour? Depends on your level range. It's some of the best knowledge in the game. It's only really good XP at some ranges, though. But yes, it's generally always a good method. But sometimes there is a better method, especially if you want to bank some carpentry XP. But at certain level ranges, it is your absolute best option. It is also like one of the highest knowledge rates in the game. At around like the 3rd highest or so? Or maybe 4th highest. Highest being Merchant, 2nd highest being Forger. 3rd highest being either that or Combat, depending on how good your combat gear is at a given range. But yeah, it's pretty good. I know, we're getting trolled. Oh no. Where's all of our RNG at? I got 2 1-stars in a row. Where's the good stuff? No! There's all the good drops. Right, let me double check the calculator. I'm doing the right number. Yeah, we need a 58 if I did the math right. And then we'll have a 4-star 2-hand that will hopefully carry us because, gosh, everything else is failing us pretty hard right now. But it should be strong enough to kill the 47s, hopefully, without potting. Well, other than heal pots. But, you know, we don't need to use a cryo pot on it. Worst comes to worst, it should also be way good enough to do the 39s at that point. If we can't take out the 39s with that, there's a problem. That'll be even better damage than what we had before. By a decent margin. Because not only are we upgrading a 26 to a 40, but we're also making it a 4-star. So a whole extra rarity on top of it. Got it. Alright, let's go combine it. Alright, combination time! But who was it that wanted to see how it works earlier? Someone in chat did. I'm not sure if they're still here. But we're about to go do it. I'm gonna go put away the 3 junk items real quick. Let's see. Oh, it was Wayne. There we go. Perfect. But this is how you do it. You get 1 of every single class. Keep in mind, to be able to do it to any chapter, they do have to be untuned. But these 2 are untuned. If you make them from crafting, they'll always be untuned. So you have to double check if it's from a chapter. For example, I got a chapter 1 earlier today. That is a, you know, not our class, but it's not untuned. So you can only use it to upgrade in chapter 1. So I couldn't use that right now, for example. But, basically how this works is you combine all 3 numbers. So we have 33, 26, and 58. So if we go and put that all into a calculator real quick and divide it by 3, that's the number you would get. So if we did the math right, 33 plus 26 plus 58 equals... I did the math wrong. No! Wait. Where did it go wrong? Oh, no. I made a 39 instead of a 40 somehow. Well, I guess we're making a 39. 1 level's not going to matter that much. Whoops. Math went wrong somewheres, but this will make a 39 2-hand. Whoops. I'm not sure where the math went wrong, but good enough, I guess. Whoops. Mistakes have been made, but it is not worth trying to correct for 1 level. And now we just go to the thing as we normally would. Keep in mind, this does require completion of the Lost and Found quest, but basically you just go to an obelisk like you normally would, and then you just combine them together. But it's actually going to make a 39, not a 40. Oh, wait, you know what? I got the wrong item. Wait, I accidentally got the rapier. What am I doing? No wonder why it's wrong. Whoops, what am I doing? Never mind, I did the math right. I accidentally grabbed the wrong item. Oh, you know why? Because I have it equipped. Never mind, we did the math right. Never mind. I accidentally almost upgraded the wrong item. Which would have been a huge fail, because that's actually a perfect rapier. It's actually better to do on physical because you don't have to worry about like an RNG roll or anything. So you can use that at a lower range and upgrade it later. Oh, let me just let this guy aggro me real quick. Oh, good. Someone else got it. All right, never mind. So yeah, now we go infused item over here. Actually, let me do it on the other side because the goblins are going to be annoying. But we'll go infused item, which you get after completing Lost and Found. And you'll do it on whatever item you want. Keep in mind, you can currently only do it to whatever your class is. So we're a Cryo Knight, so we can only make 4-star Cryo Knight items. But then we put a Hammer Mage over there. A Guardian over there. It averages all the numbers together, and boom, we got a 42 hand. So we did do the math right. I was just grabbed the wrong item earlier. But yeah, it's a way that you can use the other class gear. It's why whenever you see a random 3-star drop, and you might think, oh, this is completely pointless. The whole reason for it is so you can use it to combine into an item like this. It's why you will only ever get 3-star drops and nothing else for other classes. It's because it actually is useful. You just use it to infuse into 4-star equipment. So this was the 29 we were using earlier, and now it's a 40. Unfortunately, you can't re-upgrade after this, at least not currently. Like, once you make it into a 4-star, you can't upgrade it again or anything. Nor can you make 3 4s into a 5, unfortunately. 5s don't exist at the moment. But there we go, we got a good weapon. Alright, hopefully this weapon's good enough now. Wouldn't that be funny if it's not? I'll just still die to it. I just realized I don't have the potions on me anymore. Whoops. That shouldn't be that bad. Our Bramble's really good. Oh yeah, at level 20 they're really good. I did that to rush up my level on both my alt accounts. That's how I got them to level 20. And you can even still keep doing after that. Doing Bramble into Suave. It starts getting particularly good after 40 and beyond though. But yeah, I did it from level 6 to like, or level 8, whatever it was, all the way till 20. It does eventually fall off depending on level range though. Especially if you want to bank Carpentry XP. Let's see if this is any better. Watch it still die immediately. We don't have the shield benefit, but we do have way better damage now. And we don't need to waste the time potting either. Only problem is our armor is still so bad. Now without a shield, we're taking even more damage. But hopefully our higher damage output makes up for it. We'll probably still occasionally die as we are fighting something 7 levels higher than us. But this should even the playing field a bit more. And we don't need to use cryopots constantly, which is a huge plus. But yeah, this should be the solution we need for our current combat situation. And as easy as that. We took like, what, 5 minutes to go make that? And now we have an upgrade that can consistently kill them. And it would be even better if special attacks existed, as 4-star equipment is the only thing that will have special attacks when special attacks do come in. You will not be able to do it with a 3-star. Or 2-star, or 1-star. Only 4-star will have it. And assumably 5-star whenever they exist, but they don't currently exist. So we'd have 2 special attacks if they were a thing. Which they will be at some point. But anyways, does anyone else have any other questions? Any other anythings? Otherwise, after this kill, once we get to our AFK activity, I think I might be calling it for tonight, for now. But I'll still be grinding a little bit off stream. And tomorrow's main goal will be finish this 50 all grind, because we didn't finish it. But finish the 50 scout that we need. And beyond that, get level 2000 total, which should be pretty free. From where we're currently at. But yeah, 2000 total will definitely be our goal for tomorrow. As well as obviously 50 scout that we are going to be finishing tomorrow. Which should have been done today, but I overscoped it a little. But we'll definitely make sure to go finish it. Anyways, let me go get this guy to his AFK activity. Which is probably going to be detective, I think. There are second portals in the second and third episodes, yes. To get in episode 2, you have to do the 5-star quest of, to full completion of Forgotten Things. It requires full completion of Forgotten Things. Which requires, killing a level 60 boss, though I did do it at level 30. As well as 50, carpentry and 45 woodcutting. Beyond that, for Matubin's Legacy, for chapter 3, all you have to do is start the quest. You can start the quest as soon as you finish the storyline. As soon as you finish the main story in Chapter 3, you can go do that quest, or start it. And after you do a little puzzle, you'll unlock the teleporter. You do have to do a little minecart puzzle, but it's pretty straightforward. There's also like a billion guides on it probably by this point. But, yeah, after you do that little puzzle and start the quest, you'll get to unlock the teleport. You do not need to fully complete this one, though. But for Forgotten Things, I believe you do require full completion. Where Matubin Legacy, you just have to start it and do a small little puzzle. And then you'll have the teleporter. But anyways, guys, hey, we got a green party hat. Look at that. If only we could actually earn those. There's a couple cutscenes where you can see party hats in them. Mostly in this area. He still hasn't added them yet to the game, but eventually we will get them. But anyways, guys, we'll end it there for now. I hope you all have a wonderful week. We'll be back tomorrow around noon Eastern Standard Time to go and finish this grind. And go get level 50 all, go get 2,000 total, and hopefully have an update so we can go mess around with that as well. Anyways, guys, thanks for stopping by as always. Feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated if you haven't already. And, of course, we stream every single day, so if you haven't subscribed yet either, feel free to do so. As here on YouTube, we've been going for pretty much 12 hours every day, 11, 12, somewhere around there. YouTube has a weird, like, 12-hour cutoff thingy, which is why we normally go for, like, slightly under 12. And, yeah, we'll do the same tomorrow as we do most days. Mondays are only, like, kind of slightly day-off day. But anyways, and, of course, Christmas coming up soon, as we will be busy on Christmas Day. They'll still do a small little stream to say hi, wish everyone happy holidays and everything. Merry Christmas. But anyways, I'll catch you guys later, and goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching.